Maybe I should have looked on YouTube first to make sure nobody was live. I know. Let me check. Am I the bomb's name? Yes, I am. Let's see. Hey, Bomb, I am new to these YouTube streets, so I'm still learning. I watch a lot of content creators, and by far, you were the most transparent. By far, last night was very deep. Last night was very deep. We really need more conversations about educating our babies about assault, especially among family. Thank you for being open. Thank you for the compliment. Let me give it a heart and a thumbs up. Bomb, I'm a little violent. Me too, but the way you said it. Listen, I think we all could be a little violent. Well, Bomb, it's your channel and you can do whatever you want. Panel peeps can't do what you do. You got to be yourself and keep the order. I agree. I think, listen, I'm trying to be as transparent as I could be. Life is, how should I say this? There is no absolutes when it comes to answers. In other words, what I might do in one situation, it may be I might do something different in another situation, right? And so when I say that I'm violent, I've never walked out just being violent. I've never just smushed men in the head and the faces and shit like that. But if a dude was coming at me on some foul ass shit, I have picked up shit to let him know I will not plan or bust you in your goddamn head. And the thing about that, when I have done that, them men believe me too. And the reason they believe me is because I wasn't the type to get that way, right? I'm really relaxed. I'm nice. I'm free. Like I feel I don't judge people. And the honest truth, I never cared about people judging me. And that's probably mainly because I realized that there's nothing I can do. If somebody want to judge you, look at you in a negative light, there's nothing you could do to prevent that, right? And because of the things that I've gone through, like before I was the age of 10, you know what I mean? I just felt like apparently people gonna have opinions about you, and it doesn't matter what you do or don't do. So I learned that early on. And that's why, like, I don't judge people. And even if, let's say we all, because somebody will say we all judge people, Bob. No, we don't. Just because I look at you and I might come up with what I may perceive you, the type of person you are, it doesn't mean I have to announce it. I don't have to tell you, and I might look at you and say, okay, he or she looks nice, but I could be wrong, right? I might look at somebody and say, but damn, I'm a little, I don't know, I'm a little worried, right? I could be wrong. And sometimes I'm open to being wrong. And sometimes I'm not. Depends on the situation. If I'm walking down the street and I see a group of men coming my way, I keep my eyes open. And if I have a chance to cross the street, I will. And it has nothing to do with their color. It has nothing to do with their skin color. It would just be that I just don't feel safe, in groups of men that I do not know anything about. But in my neighborhood, a neighborhood I used to live in, when I saw a group of young men walking my way, and I recognized them, right? I've seen them many times in the park, walking around the community. They know me. I know a little bit about them. And I may not know much, right? But we recognize each other from the neighborhood. Well, I'm not crossing the street because I've never seen them attack women. They've never gotten out of hand with me. And let me tell you, I know the men look at me when I'm passing by. right? I'm a woman, and my body shape has always been, especially up north, a little unusual. I didn't, and I understand that. I know that. I recognize that. And once I realized that, that's why men looking at me, I'm okay with them looking at me. I don't be like I have a niece, and every time somebody was looking at her, what the fuck you looking at? Like she would literally turn around and ask him, what the fuck you looking at? And I used to look at it and I'm like, maybe he's looking at a woman he think is pretty. Like, but see, that says a lot about how she thinks of herself. She never thought she was cute. She thought her skin was too dark. She thought this, she thought that. And I'm like, why are you people got eyes and people can look. And if they see something that they're attracted to, then what's the problem? And why would you now start some problems because somebody's looking at you? Even if another woman was looking at me, you know, for me to see her looking at me, that means I was looking at her. And even if when I was glass in the room and she was glass in the room too, and our eyes met, caught each other. And my niece, though, she would ask another woman, what the fuck you looking at? Like she was ready to fight any and everybody who she start looking at her. And that's when by me being there and noticing she'd been doing that of a certain age, knowing she's short as I am, y'all. In fact, shorter, right? On the thin side, probably at the time weighing all of 110 pounds soaking wet. And she would ask grown ass men and or other women who looked like they could trash her. She would just pop off with that mouth for no reason. So when you men say or mention women like her, there's no no woman who's denying what you're saying. But we know that is not the majority. That is a very small, minute of our community. That is a small number of Black women doing that. And the reason y'all mention it, most of you, not because it's been done to you, it's because you saw it on a TV show, you saw it in a video, or somebody, you got to understand, we women, when we are in a situation that we may feel uncomfortable in, our mouths is the thing that might save us. And so we use our voices and we use our mouths. So I might not be able to whip your ass, but maybe I can act just a little bit crazy and get you to back off, right? Maybe I can get a little bit loud to gather other attention so you won't be able to just haul off and get away with hurting me, And so I understand that perspective, but there's nonsense of trying to make it seem like those women who are like that, and even then, like Sister Joy said, she was mushing men. I would like to ask her, how many motherfucking men was you mushing like that and got away with it? She's not going to tell you that the one she was mushing may have been her baby daddy while they in a relationship. She's not going to tell us why she mushed him. Was she walking around the house and every time he passed by, she was mushing him in his motherfucking face? Or was he doing something? And like in the movie, I don't know the name of the movie, when she said, she mushed him and said, love should have brought your ass home last night. Right? This bitch was acting like she was just a mushing niggas. And we know that to be false. I know that to be false. So I used to mush niggas. Bam, I would like the mush niggas. Girl, shut the whole fuck up. Where you from? Where you mushing niggas like that? I know you can't be from the South thinking you walking up and down the street mushing niggas like that, B. Them niggas would take your ass out. They would handle you like the nigga you want to be. So what you meant to say is that, Bob, I've been in relationships and in arguments, he may have done this to me and I may have mushed him, but I had an understanding that he liked me or loved me enough where he wouldn't hurt me. Like, but she was making it seem like she just walking up and down the streets, mushing that nigga, mushing this nigga. Bob, I mushed niggas. I was the type to mush niggas in their face. Girl, shut the fuck up. You make women look bad, and we need to disassociate ourselves with these type of women, ladies. None of us are perfect. They're not perfect. We're not perfect. But to admit that you was a ratchet ass bitch and you finally got married now is some, woo, baby, it just amazes me, man. It shocks me. I'm kind of like scratching my head right now thinking, what is she talking about? I's married ass bitch. I's married now. I's married now. And remember what her dad did? The preacher, he ignored her. You know why he ignored her? Because he was thinking, just because you got married doesn't mean you changed. And in fact, Suge kind of proved that, right? Suge was kind of like the free woman, right? She didn't let religion constrict her. And her father happens to be a minister. So of course, she's directly against what he believed, right? But she still loved her daddy, and she wanted her daddy to love her, right? The thing is, though, when she says, I's married now. Now remember, when he did embrace his daughter, this is when she's gotten older, more wiser. It's not that she changed as far as, just being free, but now she understands she loves the Lord. She understands if she, that, hey, I love you, Dad, and I don't have to change per se for you to love me, but I understand that you don't have to accept what I do, but I'm a grown woman. By the end of that movie, she went into the church, singing the Lord's song, looked like she loving the Lord. That's what I took out of that. Remember? Her daddy been waiting for his daughter, but he couldn't accept her in the state that she was before. Now, I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong, right? Because everybody have their own beliefs. He has his beliefs. He had his beliefs as this minister. She had her beliefs. She was out there wilding out, according to her dad. This is not me judging her. This is according to. So y'all like the Color Purple. The Color Purple is a very good movie with lots of messaging. Lots of messaging. When old girl said, beat her. Somebody said it yesterday. I think of it, who was up here yesterday? Just Jay, right? When she said, beat her. And we got to understand that that's what she believed, because that's how she was raised. That's how she went through life. Men discipline women. So you discipline your wife, beat her, and she'll stop. And the reason she said that, because she stopped. Remember when Mr. would beat her, she would stop. Very submissive. And I wouldn't even call her submissive. She was scared. That's what these niggas want us to be, scared of them. They don't love us. Mr. did not love Suge. He loved Suge. All wow and everything. Suge was just free. And you notice them men loved her. And then we had what her name? What Silly. Silly was scared. She was like a scared little girl because she was scared all her life. Abused. Men would pee in her. Felt men get on top of her and do what they do, like her daddy had been doing to her since she was, you know what I'm saying, a little girl. So you start realizing, oh, this must be my job. Remember when her dad pretty much sold her? He told her she can't, she's spoiled. She's spoiled. Y'all know what that meant? It's not that she wasn't a virgin per se, but she couldn't even have no more children. That is what made her spoiled. It's not because she wasn't a virgin. It's not because she had children already. It was because she couldn't have any more children. That's when you're spoiled. So he was like, okay. He wanted Nettie. He wanted the younger one. The one he called Pretty. And although Silly wasn't ugly, man, I don't even know why for the last 20 plus years here in the Black community, when people wanted to reference an ugly woman, they would always mention Whoopi Goldberg. I'm not even talking about Silly. They would make it seem like Whoopi is an unattractive woman. And you got to understand, though, remember Whoopi had dreads. What white people call it unkept hair, right? Wasn't neat. She dark skinned. So that's automatically ugly, right? Especially the white people. But Whoopi Goldberg, there was nothing ugly about Whoopi Goldberg. You could tell that she wasn't feminine in such a way. You could tell that she didn't wear heels, dresses. Like, you know, I've seen it in Jumping Jack Flash, I think, was my first time seeing Whoopi Goldberg. She was a comedian, for those who didn't know. She was an actual. Then she came out in Ghost, right? And then they remember when she was, I forget what her character name was on Ghost, right? But I think it was Adam or something like that. I'm not even sure. And something May. And remember when they put it in the dress and she went to go cash that check or get that check? See how she walked in those heels? So you could tell, but y'all know Oprah Winfrey had a child. I don't know. I think she has a daughter. I think she only had one child, but she may have more. I don't know. Right? But you, in our community, you would have believed that no man would have wanted Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg was dating white men, y'all. I think she was married to a white man. Maybe men. Whoopi Goldberg used to come out, baby, with white men on her side. Black men wanted to call her ugly. In the Black community, they made, and then here she is with white men. Anyway, listen, today is called, what did I call this, y'all? Because I played around with the word. At first it was going to be cook, chat, and drag, right? But then I decided I'm not going to be just cooking. I'm going to be sewing too. And so right now, what I'm going to do, if anybody want to come up, I'm about to go in the kitchen and take out the salmon. I never cooked salmon before, so I'm going to look for some recipes. If any of you have a recipe that you would like to share or a link to a recipe that you've tried and you like, let me know. So, because that's what I'm cooking today. I'm going to make some salmon. I need to know the recipe, so in case hubby got to go out and grab some things that we may not have. So I'm going to be cooking. We're going to try to do the salmon today. What time is it? Yeah, it's 4. It's kind of late, but it's not late. Salmon don't take that long to cook anyway. And then I'm going to be sewing these bags together, and we're going to drag, and we're going to just do what we do, have fun, and be entertained. I also want to thank everybody who comes to this channel to participate, whether you're in the chat, whether you come up, whether you just listen on your way to work while you're at work. I just want to thank you for your support. Keeping an old woman, happy and healthy and on her toes a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all do that for me. As we get older, and I know I'm acting like I'm old, that's because shit, y'all motherfuckers will come and tell me how old I am. You know what I mean? And I don't want nobody to be claiming she over there acting like she young. Well, that's what the men will do. Men like throwing that shit up. And the raggedy ass bitches who will start calling me old. But when I turn on this motherfucker cam on their ass, they shut the full fuck up. I might be a big bitch, but I'm a big, beautiful bitch. How about that? Okay? They could talk that shit. But some of these raggedy ass bitches, yeah, girl, let me tell you something. Because I heard somebody, and it was like, but Bomb? Why would he be in Bomb's DMs? I'm gonna show y'all. Give me a minute. Let me go connect something. Give me a minute. I'm gonna turn on this little light. Let me see. Where's my phone? I think I brought my phone up this time. What did I do with it? Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Maybe Siri ass is around here somewhere. What's Siri ass at? Siri not answering. I think I brought it back down. Hold on. Hey Siri, where your ass at? I thought I brought her down. I must have left her at the top of the stairs. Let me see. Ah, man. Oh, no, here she goes. Is she in here? Siri. Hey, Siri.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Open settings.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
Okay, there you go. Let me see, y'all. Bluetooth not connected. We got it on. We're gonna connect you. Okay. Why Bomb though? Why Bomb though? Why would he be in Bomb's DM? Bomb though? Like, why Bomb? Why would you be in Bomb's DMs? What would he be in Bomb's DMs for? Huh? Because I'm realer than real, that's why. But why would he be in Bomb's DM? Give me a second here. Player. Let's see. I know motherfuckers would be like, oh, that wasn't her. That was, that's something old. So we're going to match it up. We're going to find something brand new that we know that I couldn't put a old video up, right? Because that they've been claiming that for years. They be like, ooh, that was 10 years ago. Nigga, what? that was you when you was like 20. For real though? No, like, okay, so let me see. 2022 hits. No, I don't want to do that. It's a playlist I have with women rappers, okay? Actually, let's do something that I know YouTube won't mess with me with. We're gonna do something like this. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. I got that. Okay, let's do it like this. Let's see. Video. I got that. Big girl love. Listen, I got that. Oh, baby.
Send your location, drop the pin, I pull up committing sin. Catch it for it, hit the ground, baby, lick it off your chin. Pulled up at 945, out of there by 10. You can't post me on your feed, not even in your close friend. The bitch texting begging me, hit her with that Do it while I'm holding on my gun, she like a real hood. As I should, so no hope false, I can throw you at. Chillin' with my bae, I see a collar, hit it glow.
Oh, let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop.
No, you cannot get a repost.
Yeah, I'm playing around. I'm playing around. Listen, I'm a woman. Okay, I'm a woman. No makeup, no nothing, no filter, no nothing, no nothing, no nothing. In fact, I ain't even got my hair combed. I have a bonnet on. The sometimes don't even have my hair combed, have a bonnet on. What the fuck is you talking about? And I got a pretty tone. You know what I'm saying? Listen. Yeah. Why would y'all think that a man wouldn't want to, you know what I'm saying, be pushing against all this goddamn cushion? What's going on? Now, all men not gonna want to push against the cushion, just like I don't want all niggas pushing against my motherfucking cushion. Okay? I'm not for everybody and everybody not for me. But it's weird though, right? Because we got bitches on here, and I'm talking about the raggedy bitches, right? Who always got something to say about another woman, her shape, her size. Why nobody? No, well, why would Carolyn want this? Girl, you better ask somebody. Luckily, we're on YouTube right now, because I will really show you, right? This is me being fully clothed. But I don't have no problem getting naked, bitch. Okay? And that's why Carolyn wanted to be in my motherfucking DMs. Okay? Now, I said I was going to leave that shit alone. I just don't like when bitches try to act like I'm a liar. I ain't got to lie on your man, but what I was trying to be is like your friend. Or should I say friendly? To kind of warn you that you might want to keep an eye out, or maybe you might want to turn on some music and let that man know that you got that And if you don't have that that you're willing to learn to make it to where he think you got that And for you motherfuckers who think just because a woman got older, what does that mean with a vagina? What y'all think? These niggas, y'all don't hear what they say. If you keep your motherfucking vagina right and tight and all that good old shit, right? Even a young man get in it and he won't have no problems. They got a lot of young men who like older women, right? When they don't want to have to deal with a lot of bullshit, when a woman's not concerned about his pockets, she's okay. She may be even supportive of him. But he gonna end up going with a younger woman eventually, the younger woman who has those same beliefs, right? The younger woman who gonna be rocking with him, gonna help lift him up in time of need. And what I mean by that is, let him know you could do it. And only if he can do it. Now, if the nigga can't do it, don't lie to the nigga. don't be looking at a nigga talking about, baby, you could be president. No, nigga, he cannot. No, he cannot be president. But, that doesn't mean that he can't go and make some money and he'll take care of his family. Some of these niggas, they just gonna be in these motherfucking streets taken from others. Well, we know where that ends up. Most of those niggas end up in jail or dead. Okay? You starting families with dead end losers, then that's on you. We got to be very careful who we start families with. So then these niggas be talking about, ooh, they want Pookie and Ray Ray. And then they get mad when they say you with the educated lame. Like they call a dude who's educated a fucking lame. Like these niggas are actually against themselves. And some of these women, they backing them. Okay. Now I'm not gonna be called too many motherfucking liars about some shit that I've already proven. So I'm gonna make that very clear. Now I've been nice. I really have. I know some people like, ooh, Bomb over there. No, Bomb been nice. Because there's a lot of areas in which I did not go into, some things that I do know. Right? I try to stay out of certain areas within the family. I don't do that. You might hear other people talking about those other areas, but I remain silent. I don't want to talk about no kids. I don't want to talk, I don't do that. I'm not doing that. But remember, I understand why the other women are doing it, because when you talk about 10-year-old girls and what they doing, and we would want to question, like, what is your child doing? What is your child doing? But I stayed out of that shit. You see what I'm saying? Y'all, I stayed out of that. I stayed away from that. You see what I'm saying? I was like, I'm stop right there. We're not gonna do that. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. But I'm gonna be cool with it. But I'm gonna be like, but I'm laughing a little bit. I'm like, ooh, somebody said something. I'm like, oh, she went there. And I was like, but hey, it's all fair when you're talking about kids. Remember, she the one who brought up kids. When people start mentioning, hey, but don't she have a daughter and a son? I'm like, I don't say shit, but I be thinking. I be over here thinking. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna go over there. Maybe before, because I'm gonna go take the salmon out, take y'all with me in the kitchen. But and then I'm gonna come back over here and show y'all what I've done so far. And then I'm gonna get on this machine, right? That's called the industrial sewing machine. That is the ones that are in factories. You see it? It's a Juki, and I bought the 1181 in. And this is hard. This shit is steel, baby. This is all iron. The whole thing is constructed in iron. It's inside of its own table. It's have all under it. I'm gonna have to rethread it because which this is the first time, I think this is the second time I threaded it. I also loaded a bobbin with, so I'm going to change the color of the thread. This is real thick ass thread, right? I'm making handbags on this. This thread is almost like when you go fishing, that fishing line that are used or netting. This is how thick some of these threads are. This thread is tougher than like Kevlar. This one is tougher than the Kevlar thread. Kevlar thread is strong, but not as strong as this. Okay. So if I make you a book bag, a duffel bag, if I make you a tent, you ain't never got to worry about that motherfucker breaking apart due to weight. Okay. I think this holds up to like 50 pounds per square inch or some shit like that. Okay, so that's some very, and it's thick as hell. You just can't, if I show you regular thread, which I will, when I come to do this, I'll show you, I'll compare this thread to regular thread. And then you'll see just how big of a difference it is. Here you can't really tell because it looks like thread, but this looks more like yarn. You know what I mean? That's how thick it is. And the needle is big as fuck. I'll show you that. I can't not sew regular things on this. I can, but I'll show you. It needs to be heavier fabrics. This take heavier fabrics. I can make the light fabrics heavier, which I did do. I'm gonna show you that later too. But anyway, right now we're gonna go to this kitchen. But before I do that though, let me turn this off. And then I'm going to look up some recipes, but I'm going to put the link in so we could be chatting it up. I do want to say, like I said, thank you for y'all support, everybody. And I'm going to tell you why I don't look in the chat as much. Hopefully y'all understand what I'm about to say. I don't like to be performative, right? I don't like, how should I say that? If I'm having a discussion, I want it to be organic, right? Y'all could come up and start a conversation and we just flow with it, right? I don't look in the chat because I don't want people, it throws me off. Like somebody might make a comment that throws me completely off. Because they may not even be talking about what I'm talking about, or they may say something, that get me popped off, or I don't want, like, I have my thought process about certain things. I feel like if you disagree with me, come up and let me know, and then we can have a conversation about it. I want to thank everybody who comes up, including what his name was up here yesterday, Cyber, right? So let me tell y'all why I like when the men come over, even if we disagree, because they usually help me with a topic. And then it could become educational, not just for myself or you, but for the person I'm talking to, right? Cyber thought he was educating us on something, which is kind of weird, because I could see if I was a young woman and had no children and didn't go through the things I did. I don't think he understood, because he didn't know what I was talking about, right? If I tell you I had a hysterectomy, which I did have a partial hysterectomy, right? Well, then he didn't know what that meant, and therefore he just kept telling me, go read. I don't need to read, dude. First of all, I took biology. I know about the human body, but I know about my body. If you would have caught me when I was 19, 20, maybe even up to 24, before I had my first child, he would have been right. He would have been right to say that I need to go and read something. He would have been right. Okay. And so I get it. There are some women who don't understand. We hear things, because I say it all the time too. Hey, don't give her your seed. 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 Right? That is biblical, though. Right? That's biblical. That's something that they say in the Bible, and so we repeat it. But scientifically, though, the process and how this thing works, the man is not giving a seed. He's fertilizing the seed. So, like, when the women came up, I think this probably was a year ago. I think it was Verbal and maybe Mother Earth, right? Because these women are smart. These women are fucking smart. These women are educated. Some of them are still learning. And so when I said, hey, stop giving the woman your seed, and they say, bomb, they don't even have the seed. That's my first time hearing that, right? And so they got up here and they explained that shit. And I was like, huh. So I did go. That's why I was letting him know. Well, I did go and read that up. We've had this discussion over here already. That's why I didn't have to go read it, baby. These women corrected me, and I didn't just take their word for it. In fact, they know me by now. They know that I'm not going to just take their word for it. They'll give me, bomb, here go a link. Just like what Cyber did, which I appreciate, right? They say, here go a link. And I go and I read it. I shared it with everybody. We read it through. And then I thought to myself, well, damn, I've been hearing this all my life. The man has to seed, the man has to seed, the man has to seed, the man has to seed. Now, I understand why they say it, but scientifically, that's incorrect, though. So that's why I wanted Cyber to know. That is why I did not need to go and read what you put up there. We had already done it. Okay, we've already done it. So I'm very confident. I was very confident in what I was saying yesterday about that, because we've already gone through the process. And then when I started gardening, right? That, how some of us are, I am more of a, how should I say it? How there are different type of learners, right? They got people who learn with hands-on. Like, you really have to put your hands on it. You really have to get in there and touch it and see it, right? That's the type of learner I am. And there's some people who could just read and they get it. I'm more of a visual learner. And so when I started gardening, like I'm talking about gardening without the help of my dad, like I was out there with my hands in the sand. For the first time all my life, I've gardened with my dad's help, right? Right there on the side of my dad. You know, we would be in the garden talking, you know, that's me spending time with my dad. But I didn't know what the fuck going on. He would tell me to dig and drop something in, the seed in, boom, bam, boom. Right? Every once in a while I'd get out there and I would you know, water the garden and shit like that. But not until I had to do it without my dad's help. Even before he passed away and I started gardening myself through the years, it really wasn't me. I was just doing what my dad told me to do. I said, Dad, I want to grow some snap beans. And he would say, what, pole beans or what, bush beans? And I was like, I didn't even know there was a difference. And then he explained the difference. But even though I've been doing this with him for years growing up, see, I didn't understand the difference. You know why? Because I never had to worry about any of the details. I just did what he said do. He gave me instructions, I did it. Somebody, you could be working a job and not understanding the workings of what you're doing, right? Lots of people work at computers, but they don't understand computers though. They know how to type on the keyboard. They know how to input some shit, you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean they know anything about the computer itself. And so that's what I'm explaining. But anyway, so by me gardening without my dad's help because he passed away, and now I don't have no instructor, nobody just to tell me what to do. My dad would tell me, he would say, oh yeah, just make sure, get you some seeds. I'm gonna send you some seeds. He would tell me, and dig the hole 6 inches apart and then put the seed in, cover it up and water it every other day. That's what my dad would tell me. And I would go outside and do exactly what he said. Boom. And then next thing you know, my shit would grow, right? It would just grow. Because he told me what to do. And I did it. When he passed away, though, and now I'm looking at the packets. I have to go online to see when to put it in the ground. You know what I mean? Because I no longer could call my dad and say, hey, I'm about to grow these beans or this lettuce. When can I grow it? But you could grow lettuce. Lettuce could survive in the cold months, right? I didn't know that because my dad would just say, oh, yeah, you could go out there and just those. Yeah, you could go do your lettuce now. So, anyway, what I'm saying, though, is this, and I hope because I know I ramble. What I'm saying is this. When I started to go out in that garden without instructions, and I had to figure this out, and I had to have an understanding. I'm no longer just doing what somebody say, but I have to have an understanding. And so a few years ago, my dad passed away in 2018. And in 2019, I wanted to continue my garden, and I had no instructor, so I had to do it myself. And that was the very first time, y'all, that I actually, when I was doing what I'm doing, because I was growing from seed and I was doing it inside my house. Some of y'all watch me do that. I shared it to you live and I posted the video up as my gardening was growing. That was the first time I grew from seed indoors. My dad didn't even teach me that because my dad is in the South. He could start growing shit in December. You know what I mean? Outside. But here up north, we have a shorter growing period. So I started doing research and I did it indoors. And when I watch a seed, I watch the hard shell of the seed kind of break open. It softened up, y'all. And it became the root. Like it opened up and it became, and what was in it came out of that shell. That's what I was trying to explain. Like the seed itself would be considered the egg because the egg actually turns into the baby. The seed itself becomes the plant, the item in which you're trying to grow. That's what I was trying to explain to cyber, but maybe because I've actually seen it, I'm explaining that way. Maybe he don't understand what I'm saying because visually he couldn't picture it, right? So I get that. But remember what I said, dude, the man is the fertilizer. If y'all are saying that you are providing the seed, then you are holding, that means you had the baby in you. You didn't have the baby in you. You fertilize the egg. The egg actually the embryo is inside of the egg. And we women are born with every egg we will ever have. When we're born, they're already in us. And our eggs, the word mature, you got to define it, right? The maturing of an egg means it matures, it turns into something, it matures and grows. But so when he said that our eggs matures at puberty, no, that's not what happens. Our bodies start a process. Our body matures. Our bodies, our system is at a point where now puberty happens. That's what puberty means, maturing. So our body matures. Now hormones and things are now starting to talk to cells, and now things are happening inside a woman's body, right? She can't get pregnant all month because her eggs are still in her ovaries. And when the egg drop, that is the only time she could get pregnant. Her sperm does not find its way into our ovaries. Okay? Sperm finds the egg once it's released. One egg usually released at a time. If 2 or more eggs released, then that's when you end up with twins and triplets and quadruplets and all that dangerous shit. Because Lord, twins run in my family. And so, yeah, I'm quite lucky, okay, that I don't have no twins right now. Okay. Anyway, and I just wanted to say, but what I really want to say is still thank you for the conversation, Cyber, right? Because it's an educational moment. It's another educational moment for men and or women who may not know how this process works. A lot of us don't. I didn't know the full process. I've always understood that the man, though, his sperm has to meet the egg. We understood that the woman carries the baby. Like, I think we all know those basics, right? It's just that the terminology and what we're calling it. So because I grew up hearing that the man has the seed. And so I understand when you men say that. I understand when the women say that. I understand if I go on the internet and it says that. But scientifically and reality, the facts are, right? The facts are the man is the fertilizer of the egg. Okay. And that's what I want to say about that. But I do want to say, I don't want Cyber to be mad. I want men to think, oh, she's up there. No, we had a conversation. I disagreed. Just like when Rube come over, which we love him over here. I love him. You know that. And if I disagree with him, I disagree with him. And he might be still trying to, but yo, you're not listening to me. Like, yeah, we're listening to you. We just disagree. Or I just disagree with you. Right? We need to, I think we should be Googling more shit. If we're talking about something that people can learn from, that can absolutely help them. It helps you men to understand a woman's body, because you can prevent pregnancy if you want to without worrying about, condoms. You don't have to worry about her tricking you if that's what y'all claiming that happens. If you just understand the body. You can literally be dating a woman. You could actually go on a date for the first time with a woman, and right before you have sex, you ask her, hey, when was the last date? When was the first day of your last period? right? Ask her that. Like, hey, you sure you good? You know, it might be a weird question, but you know, you let her know, look, we just want to make sure no babies come out of this. Ask her that. And go in that motherfucker and count them days down. Okay? And maybe she, you know, she shouldn't have a problem with it unless you're trying to get pregnant. If y'all trying to have sex without the condom, y'all should, nothing wrong with having those type of discussions. Shit, I hope you're gonna ask her like, hey, you know, you ain't got nothing, you know, you no leaking, no, I don't know. Listen, I know look, it's hard to have sex when you got 100,000 questions, but it's harder to get rid of some of them goddamn diseases that you might not be able to get rid of. So I don't know what to tell you, but I don't think I would have had a problem with a man asking me certain things, especially when we were about to be intimate, right? Just don't ask me the last nigga I've been with. Don't ask me no shit like that, nigga. They ain't got nothing to do with what we about to do. don't go that goddamn far. Anyway, y'all, let me grab the link because I do need to go in this kitchen. Let me see. They need to make this easier, y'all. They should just have a link right there. Invite. Let me see. Invite. Then I gotta copy the link. That's weird as shit. They know if you're gonna invite people. Why they just don't have an invite button? And then it just copies to your, you know, thing right away. Now I gotta find the chat. The chat should be under here for some reason. Let me just put right there. Okay, here we go. Hey, Koja, I want to grow some collards. Oh man, it depends on where y'all at, y'all. It's time to start growing. Anybody need any help growing some things? We could definitely start that series again, right? Showing you how to grow. Right now, though, it's warm pretty much all across our nation, right? So now, if you want to grow from seed or do you want to grow from plant? For the first time, especially it's so late in the year now, I would just say grow from plants. So if you could go and find you a collard, you know, some greens, a plant already, and then grab it, keep it in this container for a couple of weeks and then put it in a bigger pot, okay, until you're ready to put it in the ground, okay? It's too late for me to grow from seed too, even though I do have some seeds. Because usually from seed, it takes maybe about 3 weeks from seed to plant to a seedling, right? But it's a small plant. So it depends on if I'm growing lettuce, I could grow lettuce because you could grow that even through the harvest in the cold months. Watermelon, I have a hard time doing watermelon here, although I was successful a year before last because I started from indoors, right? I started in January or February. And so by the time it was time where I could put it outside where it warmed up, now I had this full plant, right? So for new, yeah, collards or collard greens, baby. We have turnip greens, collard greens, mustard greens, right? Mustards, collards, and turnip. So there's greens. Lettuce, and I think greens though are kind of hardy. So you could grow greens can even last through a little frost, a little cold months. So yes, those are perfect to grow. Depending on where you at, you could grow them year round. Up north though, where it get real cold, anywhere up north, no matter what coast, yeah, where it start freezing, yeah, that shit, you know. But I'm not sure about squash. I've never grown it, and I don't even know what squash is, to be honest. I don't know what that is. I think, isn't it yellow? I've never had it. Not that to my knowledge. Maybe, maybe if I've seen it cook, because my grandmother used to cook all kinds of shit. My dad cooked all kinds of shit. Sometimes you didn't know what it was. You just know his shit was good. It didn't matter what my dad cooked or my grandma cooked, man. You be in that motherfucker eat. You know, I had friends come over. I starting to get embarrassed at my friends coming over because not because they hated to eat, they would come over and you would smell in my dad's kitchen, right? In our kitchen, you'd be like, damn, Mr. Manuel, what you cooking? Oh, you want a plate, baby? He had no problem feeding anybody. My dad was a motherfucker. Gee, baby, he was a cook. Okay. And everybody who came to my house wanted to eat. The thing that pissed me off and that had me embarrassed is that they eating it. They're like, damn, Mr. Manuel, what is this? Alligator, rat, nutri-rat. Like my dad from like motherfuckers, and then they sitting there like I knew better than to eat that shit, right? But they like I would be like, you know, I don't think you might not want that. Oh yeah, give me a plate, Mr. Manuel. Shit. My goddamn daddy, baby. My daddy was my daddy. One time I had a friend. What was he cooking? It was something. I'm trying to think what it was because he'd have done this so many times. But I had a friend and they were just shocked when he told them what it was, but they didn't stop eating. Oh, it was rabbit. That's what it was. It was rabbit. They done had turtle. I had friends who ended up eating turtle. They can't say they don't like it. They just told him that they like, oh, Mr. Manuel, what is this? I never had this before. What is this, Mr. Manuel? That's turtle. My daddy was ooh, baby. Hell yeah. We ate. Listen, my dad had traps for the nutri-rat right there in front of our house, right in the water. He would go out there if he saw an alligator, because what alligators do, right? Alligators will come to the top of the water. You can see their eyes, right? Sometimes I used to, when I was younger, I didn't know if it was an alligator or snake, right? Because they would pop up depending on how far they decide to come up, but you could see their eyes, the two beady eyes, right? If my daddy saw two beady eyes and a nose, that's when they come up a little farther. And he, based on the nose length, he could tell how old that gator is, right? How long it is, should I say. And if that motherfucking gator came up nose and my dad thought it was big enough, my dad would get in his boat and row out there and take that paddle and whack his ass right between the eyes. What, bam! And pull that motherfucker on the boat. We'll be eating, well, not we, he'll be eating gator. Okay. I watch, my dad was a part of the crew. He used to be, they used to, because my dad was a real Cajun. It's like, when motherfucker be like, there ain't no black Cajuns. What are you talking about? If you're from Cajun areas, right, and you live like a Cajun, black people, why wouldn't they think black people could be Cajuns? That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. But my dad was a real Cajun. I'm talking about grew up barefoot. Didn't even, when he went to school, he had no shoes, right? His education was all about the land, living on the land. You know what I mean? If we didn't have nothing to eat, well, we ain't never really had no issues like that, because his ass would go in the motherfucking woods and come out dragging some shit. It'd be birds, rabbits, deer. You know what I'm saying? Now the nutri-rat, he ain't never really cooked nutri-rat. At least that's what he would say, because he know I wasn't eating that shit. The nutri-rat, he would skin it and sell the hide, right? I heard that nutri-rat is now taking over. Like they become, where they was paying people to kill nutri-rats now. But man, listen, gator tastes like chicken if you cook it like chicken. But gator, the best ever goddamn ribs I've ever had, ever in life, was gator ribs. And people don't even talk about it, right? Because they only eat the tail. That's how you know that they don't know what the fuck is up. My daddy you would eat every part of that goddamn gator. You understand what I'm saying? Black people though, you know, black people, my grandmother's mother was a slave. Yes, my grandmother's mother was a slave. My great grandmother was a slave. When slavery ended, she was like 7 years old. I think I'm right, right? Is that my grandmother's mother or my grandmother's grandmother? I think my grandmother's mother was 7 years old when slavery ended. And so that's how we ended up with that land we got, and things like that. She told me a story about that. But you lived on the land. So the difference between Creole and Cajun is this. Creole are city folk. They are the people who wanted to be classy, I guess you would call it, right? They didn't live off the land. They had jobs and they washed their clothes, like, you know what I mean? And then, so that's my mother's side of the family. My dad's side of the family, though, lived off the land. Like my grandmother, as far as I can remember, until only when we went to go stay with her would she go to a store. They didn't have to go to no store for nothing, except maybe when they did go, they would go to get milk. That's even when they would go get us some milk. And what else? Because she baked her own bread. She made her own detergent and shit like that, right? Yeah, we spoiled in today's society. Some of y'all young, so y'all don't understand how things have changed. Like, but I watched shit change. I watched my grandparents having a washing machine that used to be outside. The washing machine at the bottom would just shake, right? And then you took the clothes, you had to still be out there, right? Because then the clothes went through a wringer and the wringer was at the top. And so you took the clothes and this wringer would be two rollers spinning in opposite directions. Wait, were they spinning in the same direction? No, opposite direction. No, same. Wait, opposite directions. And you would take the clothes and let it go through the wringer, right through these wheels. And that would wring the clothes, wring the water out of them. And then from there was no dryers. You hung that shit up. Okay. You gotta so what's going on, everybody? Some dude, how you doing, baby? Did I put the link in? I'm not even sure, but if not, I'm gonna do it again and I'm gonna pin it this time. Everybody's welcome to come up. We can talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. I'm good with it. Okay. Pin message. When, I come from what you would call, it was crazy because one side of my family had indoor plumbing and my dad's side of the family, when I went there, we had an outhouse. Okay. My grandmother, by the time my uncle decided to build my grandmother a house around the house. And so for those of you in the South, you build the house around the house so you could continue to live in the house, right? Okay, you build a house around the house so you could continue living in the house while you're building around the house. That means you might end up with an old portion of the house and then you have these new portions that you're building on. And the first thing he built was a bathroom for my grandmother. My grandmother she wasn't used to that. So she would go in that bathroom and sit on that toilet, use the bathroom and walk out of there. She wasn't even flushing the toilet. So one day, me as a little kid, I'm happy that now there's a bathroom. Because while I was there, y'all, when I was a kid, we had to use a bucket. That was an actual bucket inside at nighttime. But in the daytime, you had to go in that motherfucking outhouse. And let me tell you, okay? You motherfuckers would never want to be in a outhouse. You look down and you see motherfucker. I saw snakes down in that shit. I'm not even lying. I looked down one day. I was a kid and I was scared of the outhouse, but I had to use it. My grandmother, I used to go in behind the house and take a crap behind the house because I hated that goddamn outhouse. Go in that outhouse, I looked down there and I saw something just moving around. I always thought to myself, why them snakes didn't come up and bite them on the ass? How you doing, babe? Who came up? Who that is? Twin? Hello?
Hey, hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
All right. Hey, Bob.
Uh-huh.
Did you see a glimpse of what the service was like yesterday?
I did see that he only had like about 40
I
people there.
said high value. I said move, and then it was like a struggle funeral. It was one. Let me tell you, one sister gave a perfect example. You know what she called it?
What?
She said, "Below average at best funeral."
Yeah, I did see that. And
Okay.
go ahead.
I was gonna say that, this is a learning experience for people when they get money. When you don't have your stuff in order,
Mhm.
this is what can happen.
Dude,
Because
that don't make sense what you're saying.
No,
So
he
you
didn't have nothing in order. He didn't have nothing in
he
order.
have what do you okay? So you saying that he had money, but he have nothing in order, or you saying he didn't have money?
He had money, but it's
Hi,
gonna be
okay.
proven
So let's back it up, dude. You listen. What you're saying makes no motherfucking sense.
No, his best friend said it. Was saying that
Was
he
saying what?
made. They said it was reported that this man has made $4 million.
Dude, we know that's not true though.
I'll just tell you what the news.
Okay, but wait a minute. So he made money. He had money, and you're saying that
he can't get to it.
Wait, that don't make sense. What you mean they can't get to it? That they absolutely can get to it.
No, they can't because he didn't do stuff right.
Oh my God, dude. Listen. All they had to do is show that he died and show he had a daughter. She has access to everything. It don't take long. All she got to do is show that he is her dad, right? If they proven that he's not married, which I've always said that I couldn't find a divorce decree for that second wife. I've been saying that for a while. That's why I didn't believe.
They had the divorce paperwork on the Texas website.
When?
On the Texas doc. You got to go to the Dallas you put his name in the Dallas government court system and it'll come up.
Okay. Well, you showed me that. I'm talking about for the second wife. Not talking about.
Yeah, that's the second wife. The Dallas one was the second wife.
Okay. Well, anyway, so if he's not married, which I'm not saying he is or isn't, right? But if he was married, she definitely got access to everything. If she's not married, right? So you show her, if he got a bank account where his money is going, all you have to do, and it's really simple, right, is go and show his death certificate, which they give you. That don't take long. We got my mother's death certificate and my father's death certificate like that, right? They give that to you actually with the paperwork, with the funeral and things. But if you needed it beforehand, so it's not as hard.
It's another thing I want to ask.
So wait, so you're saying they have millions of dollars, but nobody can give him a funeral, a decent funeral?
Yeah. That
don't make no motherfucking sense. Right. Unless somebody in the family is greedy as fuck, and they didn't like him.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
One lady,
I was talking about family.
I was gonna say one lady did a stream. And I want to ask you, is it common to wait 16 days to have a funeral?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's not uncommon.
Because she was saying they waited 16 days to put this man in the ground. So I was like, some people wait that long.
Yeah, some people wait that long. And it's many things that could be the reason, like right? But they may want an autopsy and the family might decide they want another autopsy. And then on top of that, when did he die? Was it in the middle of the week? Because if it was, they want to have the funeral on the weekend, right? Then on top of that, it could be family. Like, hey, like I have a family. I live in Delaware. When my parents died, well, in order for me to get everybody from all these states to get together, so we made it 2 weeks out. So
then they had to ship the body too back to Oklahoma.
Yeah, which I'm not sure why they did that, because he ended up getting cremated. He could have got cremated where they were, and then shipping him would have been even simpler because he would have been in a little box.
No, I think they said he had a burial. Because they was doing yesterday.
Well, why didn't they have? I heard that that they didn't open the casket, and so why wouldn't they have the casket open?
Some people request a closed casket. Some people request an open casket.
Well, a closed casket means something traumatic, right? Maybe your head was blown off, you were burned, or something like that.
No, but you can request a closed casket if you want.
Okay, so why you wouldn't have a casket then? Why have a casket if the casket is closed?
She probably didn't want nobody over her son like that, you know.
Oh yeah, dude, you just come. You don't make no motherfucking sense.
No,
And then the probablys. Well, I'm telling you though, but it makes no sense because I don't think you know how much a casket cost. Now, so you're gonna have a
casket cost.
How much a casket cost? Go.
They can depending on which ones you get. They can range from $500.
You the goddamn lie. You ain't finding not zero casket.
That's that little box thing. The little box thing.
Listen, if you're gonna either listen or not, you go and show me one motherfucker casket for under $5,000. Go. I'm gonna give you 30 hours, nigga. Go find a casket that's under $5,000. Go ahead. Why do you think cremation is cheaper? Because you don't have to buy a fucking car, because that's basically what you're buying when you have a casket. You're not gonna find one casket for under $5K, right? You're not gonna do it. So why would you have? And I'm actually putting it up at $15K, but I'm gonna say you're not gonna find one under $5K. They running anywhere from $10K and up. Okay, and that's just for the casket. My mom paid more than $5K to rent the casket just for the service, because my dad did get cremated. So she rented it just so his body could be in it, just so we could do the service, and that costs more than $5,000. That's to rent it for one day. So you don't know. So why would you, if you gonna have this expensive casket, then why wouldn't you have it open? Unless, right, they could be closed. Usually that's when the body is, they don't want people to see what happened to the body. You don't want nobody to see your people burned up, head cut off, but they can replace the head. They can make up. You could have got shot all in the face, make up or fix all that. Them people good at what they do. But you got to pay for that too. So you claim that you got all this fucking money. Okay, y'all claiming that he made $4 million. How would y'all know if nobody could get to it? Then who told you then? I know the niggas in the manosphere just making up shit.
I guess they're going off of the numbers from the YouTube, YouTube.
But we know that's not true, right? We know that. We know that that's an estimate based on how many people, and they're guesstimating, this person with this many, because they probably say that my site makes money, but I'm not even monetized. And by the way, my site, I get about, 500,000 people who visit my site every month. Okay, I'm not talking about my YouTube, I'm talking about my website. So, and they guesstimate how much money you're making. You might not be making zero. You might not be making nothing because you might not be monetized. So that's just a guesstimate and things like that to promote people to even start channels, because they think, oh, I want a little bit of that money. Let me make a channel. But anyway, I don't even know how we got here, because I wasn't talking about him, but I'm okay with talking about him, but you got to make sense though. So you mean he had a struggle funeral and yet he's a millionaire? He's a millionaire, but nobody could get the money. Are they gonna ever be able to get the money? What you think they're going to do to get the money?
It's probably gonna be held up in probate.
Probate. So probate. So wow, baby. Y'all look at too much motherfucking TV, baby. Y'all look at too much. They're gonna be held up in probate if he only got one child.
Like my uncle, right? My uncle that died. His money was held up in probate because he had a house and he had money. And, my mothers and my sisters and uncles, they had to go to court for the money for the house.
Your mother, his brothers and his sister had to go to court.
Yeah.
So them motherfuckers is fighting for your brother. No, you said your uncle. So let's think
No,
about
yeah,
this.
they was fighting against, because it's two sides of the family. And the thing about it is the courts, because there's too many next of kins involved.
Next of kins do not get your that. What you mean
Too many of them, like too
dude? That
many,
don't make
too many
sense.
people that could be entitled to that house.
No, that's a lie, dude.
Because he didn't have nobody, he didn't give it, he didn't have nobody on his will.
Oh my God. Listen, there is a hierarchy to this shit. If you do not have children, then your wife, right? Even if you have children, your wife get it. But let's say you have ex-wives. Well, that's already when the divorce happened, that shit was already settled and what's gonna happen there. Let's say you have no wife, but you have a child and you have a mother. Who you think get it? There's no probate. The child gets it. If the child is a minor, then whoever controls her.
My uncle did not have any kids.
Okay, he had no kids. He had a wife. But he had a mother and a father.
His father and mother was dead.
Well, I thought you said your mother. I thought you said your uncle.
No, it's my great uncle. My great uncle.
Okay, so your great uncle didn't have no mom, didn't have no children, didn't have no father, mom, didn't have no children, didn't have no wife, right?
Nope.
Okay, so the next people would be, you're right, brothers and sisters, right?
Yeah, but all his brothers and sisters passed away.
So who in the fuck was in the probate? Who was trying to get it then? Because now this don't make sense.
His nieces and nephews.
His nieces and nephews, okay.
Which was my aunt and my mother and my uncles.
Your aunt and your mother was his niece and nephew.
Yeah, man, my mother, my aunt.
Wow. Did y'all hear what he just said? Listen, you just said your niece and your mother, your niece and your mother was his niece.
My mother's his nieces. My mother's his niece.
Okay.
My mother his niece. My mother is his niece.
Okay, so your mother is his niece. And what that makes your sister?
Yeah, no, I say my aunt, which is my mother's sister.
Okay, your aunt and who else?
And her brothers.
Uh-huh.
And then
you mean his nieces and his nephews, right?
Yeah.
His nieces and nephews, they wanted.
That's what
okay. Okay, so in a situation like that, yeah, we got people because there's a lot of people gonna end up sharing, right?
Yeah.
God damn it, you're in a situation like that, then yeah. But now let's talk about Kevin's situation. Let's talk about the difference in Kevin's situation. Kevin has a daughter. Kevin still has a mother, right? So Kevin, where does probate come in? But there's not a lot of people gonna be fighting. They might want to fight, but there's a hierarchy. So his daughter is gonna get it.
But it depends if he put it. But what if he put it in the LLC or something?
Now you talking? Oh my God!
No,
bye.
I said what these people are saying.
I'm okay.
You know it's like you really can't believe.
Say bye.
Everybody keeps saying different things.
Okay, he gone, y'all. He gone. I hate this. What if? That's what if? But what if? What if? But here's the thing, though. What if? You see how he went to his mom and then it was his mom and aunt. The mom and aunt was in probate fighting. Listen, there's a hierarchy to this shit, right? And in Kevin's case, who we was talking about, Kevin has a daughter. And therefore, she gets it. She get it all. Unless there's some other kids out there, and then she'll have to split it. You motherfuckers just too much. And I don't give a fuck about that nigga anyway. The nigga had a struggle, goddamn funeral. I can show you my dad's funeral, baby. And then let me tell you something. I can even show you how many people came through viewing the body and everything. And then I can show you my mom's too. And it was a party, baby. It was a party. What's up, Mr. Kev? How you doing, Kev? I can't hear you.
Hey, Bob, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you been?
I was just listening to you.
You see how he changed the topic, man? He
What
always
y'all
does
call
that.
it on internet? Moving the goalposts?
Oh man, he moved the goalpost back and farther back, and then he got twisted. The nigga pulled up the goalpost and painted it a different color and everything. He was just doing too much.
But for what y'all was saying, it's just gonna go directly to his daughter. That's not to be in question.
Exactly.
Yeah, that goes directly to his daughter. Especially if she's his only child, it goes directly to her.
That's right.
I'm pretty sure all business assets too, unless he had partners or whatever like that. But she in there.
Right. That's exactly it. And so we know. So that if he had millions, even if let's say they couldn't get it, they see his bank account have this amount of money, right? And then so all she had to do, even though maybe she can't get access to the money quick enough. So what she does, she goes with her birth certificate, his death certificate. She goes to the bank. They'll give her a letter saying, yes, this here, but we need this type of paperwork, right?
Right.
Then she could go to the people gonna do the funeral, and she says, see, I have this coming to me, but I can't get it right now. So they would have her sign something. That's right. They'll have her sign something saying you're gonna be held responsible for this, and then they're gonna do everything you want as long as they can see that money is real. They're gonna and they're gonna hold you to it, and then they're gonna do whatever you want to do as long as
that's like what my mom, we did, we had a life insurance. I'm the child, death certificate can go straight to the people, and it was like, okay. And then I had a copy of the my insurance, burial insurance. So
that's right.
Like,
you ain't have to have no cash, right? They just took it off.
They got started on it immediately. Exactly. All the transportation and everything.
Exactly. He's like, they couldn't get to the money fast enough. Dude, you ain't got to have the money in hand. But you're gonna sign that promissory note. You're gonna sign that.
Yeah, them funeral homes know what they're doing. They're making a killing.
Look, he said they're making a killing. What's going on, Taylor?
And Obama, when I was listening to you talk about home and stuff like that, and I used to tell people, I said, man, my friends from out of town, I said, y'all read about slavery. I met some who were going into it,
right.
And a lot of the stuff we were told, like you said, your great aunt, my great grandmother was born into it. Her sisters was born into it. So we used to hear them, even as young children. And then they had another old guy. He was real old when I was young. He used to tell us a story. I was telling a guy, I've been knew about Black Wall Street when I was 7. Y'all ass just reading about it. They got a whole lot more y'all still don't even know about.
Right.
As far as our Black history is concerned.
No, you're right about that. Hey Taylor, how you doing?
Hey T.
That's good.
I was cracking up. I was cracking up. You twin already coming up here talking about what he heard from who and who said what. And I was so talking about an L. Well, what if he had an LLC? That tickled me.
That's when I had to kick his ass off. God damn.
That was funny. Oh, that was funny. That was so funny.
Oh man.
I don't know why he'd be doing that. Like, we'd be talking about something else, and he'd just be coming up, derailing the conversation.
Hey, Bob, did you hear about the funeral? Nigga, yes. And I should have asked him why he didn't go, Y'all love this so much.
Yeah, like how many the man is, well, it was a private funeral. I wonder how many he got a lot of them paid. They could have went paid their respects.
That's right. Instead, they're on here trying to prove that Kevin had something that, like y'all saw. I didn't know that was an O'Shea video, right? Until I started looking, and O'Shea showing the apartment he lived in without showing the apartment he lived in. Think about that. They supposed to be real friends. They don't even have pictures of this man in his place, but they showing the picture from the outside of the building.
They're showing the building.
Yeah. Then they're not even showing if it was the building, because they're not showing nothing. But they was his friends, and they trying to save the manosphere because Kevin. I always said the destruction of the manosphere was gonna come with Kevin. The bigger he got, the worse it was gonna get. But by him dying, now they trying to save it. They're trying to save it by claiming, yeah, he made all this money, and they're trying to do that because they saw that funeral. And look, that I saw the funeral, right? Some of it, and if you got to get internet people, right, to get up there and start talking because you ain't got enough friends, real friends, but you had because Anton Daniels up there talking about I met Kevin 3 years ago, nigga, you ain't really meet him like that. You met him online, and then y'all, you know what I mean? And they talked about just the channel and getting views and shit like that. Is that what we call friendship these days?
But to be honest, Bomb, I think that they are clout chasing that man in his death, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves for doing so.
Yeah, they should be ashamed.
They really should be ashamed of themselves because I don't think that they were real friends like that. I don't. Even with that Dennis Sperling dude, I think he you know, I don't think they were real friends like that either. Like, I think to be honest with you, I really think that they are clout chasing this man in his death to get his followers or whatever they trying to come up on. Which is horrible.
That's exactly what they're doing. They are worse than they claim that black women twerking on his grave. Those dudes is worse than anything. Y'all gotta cook this salmon. What y'all think? How should I cook it, y'all? You ever cooked salmon before, Taylor?
All the time.
Yeah, I bake it.
All the time. My daughter loves it.
What you do with it? What you do with it, Cal?
It depends. Like if I got a little angel hair pasta or something, I make that, and I'll just go ahead on and use a little garlic. I could use a little light sprinkle of tonics. You don't want to make it too salty, and cook it in a little olive oil or butter. A little parsley on it, stuff like that. A little onion powder. That's all I do with it. I just grill it up on a skillet right quick.
Okay, so you grill it, you bake it. Okay, so y'all got a recipe? I need a recipe, y'all. I ain't never touched it before.
you know, we just cook the taste a lot of times. Let me see how.
Right, I agree, yeah. But I don't even know what shit tastes like. I don't think I've ever had it.
When I cook the back of it, I cut it into slices. I cook the back of it. It's gonna loosen it up, and you'll be able to peel the back skin off.
Oh, okay. Some people like the crispy skin, right?
But sometimes they still got the whatchamacallits on the skin, the scale.
Yeah. So I gotta cut this off. I gotta take this off or something.
Yeah. When you take it off, you can rub it and see if it got the scale on it. But they do have a little scale on it. Now you can cook it a little bit on that scale part, and it'll peel off. Or you could take a sharp knife and just cut along the back and pull it all the way off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it shouldn't hurt you though.
Just like a regular fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually ate it before. Shit.
I always peel it off.
So people don't eat the skin?
Some people do.
Oh,
some people do. It depends how scaly it is for one.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. So
when you open it, you'll be able to feel it, just like a regular fish. It just don't have them strong scales like regular fish does.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I never. So I'm gonna cook that today. What's going on? Back up, Twin. What you got to say, Twin? About? Come on, what you got? What you got, baby? What you got?
I was going to say that it was a tragedy that a lot of people, supposed to be his friends, and they were just like live streaming the whole channel. You should have heard Jessica X. She was like, she knew him, and he was so supportive of her. He loved her. She loved him. And she was like, he gave so much to so many people. And, he's gone, And she's just talking about all the great things he did for her.
So she talked about their relationship? Or did she just say, generalizing by saying
like a relationship, he was a good friend to her and everybody else around him.
But when the hell were they at for funeral then?
She's live streamed the whole funeral on her channel.
She didn't live stream.
And she had the super chat.
Was that a live stream or was that a recording that somebody?
It was a live stream. She was live streaming it.
Was she at the funeral, Twin?
No, she live streamed from the church page.
Okay, so
Church
she
had
was
a-
live
the
streaming
church-
what everybody else was live streaming then.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
she
with you
had-
people.
So yeah, the church had their own live stream.
Ooh, y'all funny.
She
Dude,
just
what?
streamed-
Okay, listen, Taylor, listen to what he said just now. Say that shit again.
The
She did
church
what and the
has-
church did what?
The church has a live stream on Facebook.
Right.
All she did was share the live stream on her channel so she can get paid.
Right. Okay.
So she wasn't in attendance.
Right.
Like,
I was wondering
We
why
actually
Dennis
was
Scrolling
we
didn't go
asked what
down
why
there.
she wasn't there. You said she live
No,
streamed.
I didn't know. No, I didn't. No, I must I missed the question. Give me
Got
to
it.
that.
Well,
But
you
what I
missed
was
all
going
the
to say
questions.
is, I don't know why Dennis Scrolling didn't show up in person for the funeral, because he said he don't really need YouTube. I've got millions of dollars. I'm here just helping, you know.
Mm-hmm. Dennis Sperling should have definitely been there because he was claiming that he's talking on behalf of the family and that he gonna sue people for using his name.
And he said preserve his legacy, remember?
Yeah, well, we about to destroy him and him. Fuck them. Okay. Make a little clip about all this negative shit he done that these niggas want to act like he didn't do and didn't say. Talking about he wasn't mean, he was just telling the truth. Okay.
You should have heard him yesterday about the fair use document. He said, all you guys, I understand this fair use thing is out there, but I'm letting you know, if you have the money to defend yourself in court, you might win, but you're gonna be broke. You might win, but you're gonna be broke.
Anyway, I'm drinking directly out of my Sunny D to keep everybody away from it. Anyway, so I gotta cook this, y'all, and I'm gonna sew. Look like hubby did kind of straighten up the kitchen for me, so I don't have to worry about that too much. But yeah, today I wasn't gonna talk about Kevin. Don't worry, I'll get back on it during the week. We're gonna still break down that video of him telling all them lies, because that's all he did. So I know we got people who enjoy liars. Okay, just like you come up here, you come up with all the excuses. Like, so do you think that when somebody passes away, that the money, the insurance money, just is given to you, like right there and there? Twin. Oh, you got no answers?
It's given to the people who's closer to the person. Like,
when is it given to them though?
Well, the check, they'll get that check cut to them through the insurance company.
When do they get that check that you're talking about?
They get it in the mail after the check. Well, the check, if you're doing it through like how the guy just said it, with the commissary of the arrangements, the funeral takes their portion, and then they'll cut a separate check to the remaining amount of what that insurance check is.
No.
Because I've seen it done. I've seen it done before.
Oh my God, y'all. That's not true.
You, I might not have got it down.
Okay, listen. You won't even fucking shut up. Damn.
Say that again.
He's made it seem like the check will be cut to whom first?
The funeral gets the check gets forward.
Let him say it. Let him say it. So the insurance paid the funeral home, and then the funeral home cut the rest to who?
The funeral home would deduct their amount from the check, right? And then whatever left over, the family would get. The family
from whom? Who get the leftovers? Who get it?
Well,
who's giving it to them? Who's giving it to them?
The funeral home.
Okay, well that's incorrect. God damn, that's not right.
I don't know. I've seen it done a long time.
But if you don't know, just say you don't know.
It was a while ago.
Well, no, that's not how it's done. Okay, so remember, there's paperwork that's signed up. Paperwork, the mortuary or whoever doing the body and all that little stuff. They contact the insurance company. They want to make sure that they definitely gonna get this money. They make a contract between them, you, and the mortuary. The mortuary then sends the bill to the insurance company. The insurance company gonna send them their portion out of the insurance money directly to the insurance, to the mortuary. What's the difference comes directly from the insurance company to the family members. Because see, the family member, the insurance company gonna split that shit up the way it's supposed to be split up. If they got children, the children get it. If it's just a wife, the wife get it. So you're wrong. There's a system in place. So when the daughter, when she goes and she shows that there's insurance money, the mortuary gonna call the insurance company and they're gonna make their agreements. They're gonna say, okay, we're gonna see this bill. With this bill, we're gonna pay within 30 days. And so they're gonna do everything you want them to do as long as it's in the amount that the insurance company say you have to spend. And they want you to spend it all with them. They don't even care if you get money after the fact or not. That mortuary will charge you, and that's why, right? That's why you need to look at the packages. You need to, before you even let them know about your insurance and all that shit, find out how much shit costs. Otherwise, they're gonna try to get you to spend it all with them. But why would the insurance companies give all the money to this company, and then the company then divvy up the money that's not used with the family? That's not how that shit works, dude. Okay, the insurance company have to do things legally. So that's not how it's done. And it's crazy. Like, yeah, I understand if you don't know, but stop acting like you do. And then you cause you know everything, because somebody in your family has done everything. You've been there for everything, you know. And dude, that don't even make sense. That don't even make sense what you said. Anyway, welcome back. Hi, Mimi. How you doing? Who that is? I don't think they sound connected.
I don't think their audio's connected yet.
Yeah, let me make you a cool, because girl, this driving me crazy. I gotta make sure it's the right person.
That's the twin. Like, twin, you crack me up.
Twin is funny.
I can't even be mad at you no more.
I don't be mad at
You
him.
used to get on my nerves, but you funny.
Yeah, he is funny, and I like him, but he just, you know, how long you gonna be juggling Kevin's balls, dude? That's what I'm wondering. How long y'all don't even see no money. Like, we see nothing but poor, and yet y'all keep hollering high value. When you going? So you mean to tell me this wealthy motherfucking man had 40 people, but it wasn't even the people, right? Because let's say they just wanted the family members there. You don't think he had more than 40 family members? But okay, let's back that up. Let's say they just wanted close family members. Where was the roses? Where was the plants? Where can you tell that there wasn't even okay? Let me say something, y'all. So, did you know when you have a service, you pick the church, right? And the church usually have a choir, right? They have choirs. And if you don't have enough family members to come and speak, those people will go up there and speak. They'll just say anything, right? They'll just make a basic speech to make the service look better. If that was his home church that was doing it, they would have remembered him as a boy, and things like that. That looked like a struggle, very struggling. You mean to tell me poor people have livelier funerals than wealthy people? And then this is weird. If Beyonce had passed away, even if her family was small, you know how many motherfuckers would have been trying to go to that funeral? So you 1.4 million people, and nobody tried to show up? They wasn't even outside? Y'all wasn't outside in y'all suits and shit? The family wealthy enough, they could have, they should have had a nice service, a nice repast. They didn't even have flowers at that thing. Am I correct? Because I think when I saw Anton Daniels up there speaking, I didn't even see no flowers nowhere around that church like that.
I didn't see any flowers personally. There may have been, but I didn't see them.
I didn't see, like, my mother and father's service, and even aunts and uncles, like people was sending flowers and plants and trees, like for you to grow outside. My mom ended up getting one of my my brother's girlfriend mother bought my mother a tree to plant in the yard on behalf of my dad, because people were sending so many flowers and roses and shit. And she called to say, well, what you want? And my mom said, well, you could get him a tree. Get a tree, we'll plant it. Kevin didn't have none of that.
Yeah, George Floyd had a bigger funeral than Kevin did.
Right, but George Floyd was gonna have a huge thing. His thing was symbolic, to a movement. So I'm not even gonna compare him to that. Let's compare him just to a regular person, though. Like he don't have more than 40 family members. Like I had more family members show up at my dad's funeral than 40, most definitely. Oh my God, like, are you serious? Kevin was my age, older than me. And where is all these goddamn family members at? That says a lot. Like, let's say we don't care about the manosphere showing up, which is weird because they say that's my daddy. That's their daddy and godfather, but they didn't show up to his funeral, right? But what about his family, though? If you pass away, how many family members you think coming to your thing?
I passed away?
No, not you. I'm talking to him.
Oh.
Where you at? Twin.
Oh, a lot of people gonna come.
A lot, right? People probably just grew up with you gonna show up. Like people you know what I mean? The people you've been nice to when you walk up and down the street, you say, hey, you speak to people and they hear that Mr. Twin passed away, they're gonna come. The people who you work with, if they can't show up, they'll send flowers. And that's why I'm right. So, and then look at what Kevin had. So what you think based on the people?
I know a guy that had a bigger funeral than Kevin. And he wasn't, he made the news because he killed his he killed his child, and he attempted to try to kill his baby mother. And it was on the news in Philly because I used to work right next to him. And I didn't know that he went off the rails like that. But when I went to his funeral, that joint was packed. I mean, even though he committed a heinous crime, because he killed himself after he did. So
is that the one who tried to kill a woman and she was over his body?
What?
Is that the one who tried to kill a woman, but she survived and he killed himself? Yeah.
His name was Tyrell Styles.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to kill his baby mother because she kept cheating on him. Because remember, he used to tell me on the job, he used to talk to me.
How you know she kept cheating on
him? He told me.
He
was telling me, and I was.
Who was telling you that? Who was telling you that?
No, the guy that killed the guy that tried to kill his baby mother, and he killed this child, but he wasn't successful with the baby mother. She actually lived.
So, okay, let's back up. Let's slow down, y'all. Goddamn. Okay, so you said he did this because she kept cheating on him, right?
She kept cheating on him, and then he started. Things started to turn left. And wait a minute.
Listen, motherfucker, stop it. I'm sick of this. Right? You tell a story and then I slow you down to talk about it, and then you want to curve off.
Okay.
So wait a minute. So you said he killed them because she cheated on him. I said, how you know? Because he told me. Okay.
Yeah, he told me.
Okay, so now he told you that he was gonna kill her because she cheating on him. What he told you?
No,
he told you.
No, he didn't tell me he was going to kill her. He didn't tell me that.
So tell me what he told you. Go shoot it up. How long ago? And what he told you?
Well, we was
We
in
was
the building.
we was in a
insurance.
building. You was in a building. What you was in a building doing?
We worked at Prudential Insurance together.
Oh, so wait a minute. So you told me you've been working your own job without working for them for years. So how long ago was all this cheating?
This was years ago. This is like
wait, but didn't he just kill the one that long ago?
No. This is like he killed her like
Oh my God.
2012.
He killed her when?
2012.
Okay, so he killed her in 2012. Okay. So I thought that was the story that we were just talking about. Now you switching it up to something else.
No, not that. That part is a different one. But there's so many stories like this.
Okay, I know. And all of them, the man told you in all those stories, he told you that he cheated on she cheated on him.
I said, yeah, he was complaining about what she was doing to him. And I used to tell him, I used to be like, yo, chill out, man. I said, you don't want to lose your license, and you want to lose everything that you got going for yourself. No good.
Okay, let's go back to the story. Okay, so this wasn't a recent one, y'all. This is a whole nother one. Okay, so the man, he killed, because you said it. You say he killed his wife and child because she cheated on him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and because she cheated on him is why he killed his child.
Yeah, he didn't want her to have a life outside of him. So what happened was,
wait a minute. So he killed his child because his wife cheated on him. The mother of the child
wasn't his wife. Wasn't even his wife. That's the amazing part. Wasn't even his wife.
Okay.
And
listen. Slow down.
You gotta stop lying like this.
Yeah, because this lie. Okay, but we don't care if he was if they was really married or not. I'm asking you a question. Remember, you said because she was cheating. This is what you niggas like to do. You blame it. Yeah. Okay, so she cheated on him, and okay, he wanted to kill her because she cheated on him. Why kill her daughter? Why kill his daughter?
Well, it wasn't his daughter; it was his son.
Now get your ass
off.
Kick his ass off. Look, I can't get that quick enough. You got to go, nigga. You got to go, nigga. Bye. Say bye, nigga. Bye. You did say daughter, nigga. Now you turn into a son. God damn. See, that's what I'm saying, y'all. We gotta listen. Oh my God.
Like, who lie like this?
Lord,
twin, like nigga, what are we doing, twin?
I don't even know. Yeah, these men in the manosphere, baby. This is what they do. This is
he did say daughter. I heard that.
He said daughter. He kept saying daughter, and then he said yeah, and now he said, well, it wasn't even a daughter, it was a son.
Oh my God.
Oh, so God damn, baby. Woo!
He always confiding in twin about some shit. I'm getting ready to kill my baby mama. Let me tell twin.
Man.
Oh my God.
This is crazy. This is what they do. Let me see. Hey, Miss Chantel, what she said. Let me see what she said, y'all. She said, ever since my son took a gardening cooking class, his clinic started to teach children healthy cooking and healthy eating. He's been requesting food items and cooking his own food since he was 12. That's good. That's good. My son, yeah. Hey, my green eyes. I'm gonna cook some okra and cornbread. Listen, I got an okra stew. I haven't cooked it in a while because I'm up north and it's hard to find some of these things. I gotta wait till they're in season, like crabs. So in the okra stew, there's crabs, and I'm talking about whole crab. I'm talking about the crab meat. Okay, crabs, shrimp, and okra and sausage, and you put that shit all together. Woo! And then you pour that on top of a bed of rice, and that's okra stew, baby. That's okra stew for you. Let me see. Some of y'all. Let's see. Somebody said, "I'm not a backer. A catch clean cook dude, but yo, I need a okra cornbread recipe." Yeah, you know I got it, baby. I have I made some cornbread from scratch. I never made it with the corn, or the actual corn, but I do cornmeal. I've seen people. I didn't even know. I didn't know people use whole corn in cornbread. I never, until I saw that on YouTube. But I made all those recipes, and when I lost my last channel, that's where all of them were. All my cookies, and I can't find a lot of them. Some of them on another computer though. I'll grab them one of these days.
Oh, Bomb. Miss Mimi says she left you a message on Zoom. Did
Zoom?
you get it?
Yeah. Let me see. I did see her come up, but let me see the chat. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. You said if you're available tomorrow, I'll be in the chat. Well, you want to do it? You want to do it? Because I don't remember. Wait, who? I saw the name Mimi up here. So who
Are you
is
talking
that?
about the topic?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. I don't know what topic, man. Listen, I'm old. Remind me what we supposed to be talking about. Me and my husband gonna be talking this evening, y'all. I asked him would he talk with me. We're gonna talk about whatever y'all want to ask us. It's a married couple, about parenting, what him and I and our differences. I know the men want to know why you let your wife do such, and let him give his motherfucking answer. You know what I mean? But can you cook gumbo or etouffee? I've made those videos already. Yes, people watch me make my gumbo, and I made shrimp etouffee, and yeah, I didn't make I can't find crawfish. Right, it's hard to find crawfish. I did make a crawfish bread. I had that video. I don't know if I still have the video. I think I need to go look at my iCloud, and hopefully they still there. Some of them. So yeah, the channel used to be called Creole and Cajun Cooking with Bomb Cherry, and I lost it like 7-8 months ago due to my due to me on that bullshit. Me being on that bullshit, baby, being on this bullshit. I've lost 2 channels a year for the last 5 years, damn near. Okay, I haven't lost any this year yet. Yeah, the one this year. What month we in? So I guess it was the end of last year, right? We're only in the 5th month. Yeah, we're on the 5th month. It's regarding the commentary you made on the comment I left. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, I got you. Now I remember who you are. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, if you want to come up now, we could talk about it now if you have time. Unless you wanted me to do it on your channel. Yeah, we could do it now if you want. I'm just gonna be.
I'll go on mute and y'all got, because I need to straighten up around my house anyway, so I can listen in.
Yeah, me too. I gotta get. Well, actually, I'm about to sew them bags. Yeah, you could come up and because the good mother, right? The good mother. She came over. She tried to. What she tried? Well, how would you say how it happened? Because you saw it. You saw what happened with the good.
Well, she thought she was gonna come over here and kind of get off of her white woman explaining herself about feminism and whatnot. And she's well within her right to believe whatever it is that she wants to believe. But I mean, facts are facts at the end of the day, and history is history. So she didn't want to talk to us. Well, we were being very respectful to her. And then she said that then she gonna make the mistake and say, well, she's not having fun in this conversation. And then everybody's like, all right, bitch, then you can get the fuck out of the They basically dismissed her. Like, okay, bitch, bye if you're not having fun. Because I mean, essentially what she was going to do was she went back on her panel and made it seem like we were attacking her when we were really just having a regular conversation. And she, she didn't like the conversation. She didn't like what was being said. So she, started white womaning and different things like that. And that bitch is very racist, Mom, because I was recently she's going after this one lady. Her name is Alice. I think she's another white lady. And she's harassing her, like making videos about her. And Alice basically put her information out there like that and then reviewed one of her videos. And then tell me why she sat up on the panel and said that because Alice had a grill in her mouth, and there was another Black woman on her panel, and she said, "Isn't that your culture?" Talking about the grill being in her mouth. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, nah, bitch, like, not you think that, you know, just cause she's Black, she gotta have a grill in her mouth. What makes you think that's our culture, man? Like,
Right.
but yeah, she's extremely racist.
Yes, she is very racist. Now, what happened? Hey, Mimi. So what happened over here? Let me give you a little. What happened? So I was talking about SKC or SCK, whatever the meaning is.
Yeah, Supreme King Coon.
Right, and she was on that channel. So I was breaking down like why they have a white woman over there telling them what to do, telling them how they should act, and of course, since those Black men are against feminism and she's against feminism, they were like doing this collab, and I was laughing at them men, right? We was over here laughing at them. Wasn't really talking about her in a negative way because to me, she was shitting on them men, and I thought it was funny. And when she saw that we was talking about her, so she decided to come over. Remember, Taylor? She came over here in the chat and was like, you know, she would like to speak. So I was like,
she
okay.
did. She came over here.
So I was like, you can come up now, you know, because that's what I do. I'm like, you can come over now. And she was like, nah, we can do it tomorrow or whatever, right? But then later, I guess she wanted to advertise what was going to happen. So she was over there. She told me to come look at her channel because she's looking for views. She added me in a video, and then she started all that, what I considered racist. I could tell her racist. She's clearly a racist. Like, you listen to.
She started calling us crazy Black bitches.
Yeah, that's right. Even before she got over here.
I'm sorry. I had called her, like, you have the comment that I left her, just so you know, Bomb. You know, you read it on your channel, and I was a little offended because you didn't know my situation, but I could see on the outside in.
Right.
On the outside in, it may look confusing. If you want, I can discuss things from the beginning.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna give you that because I
okay.
And let me wait before. Okay, give me a second. First, let me apologize to you, right?
Okay.
And I apologize to you because I'm disheartened when I see Black people, right? Us when we go on that woman's channel, right, and then we start sharing like it is obvious she is racist, but. So when we start sharing, she wants us to share those things so she can attack it. And so that's what you heard from me. I was like,
I realized that.
Okay. Yes. So I just want to apologize to you because I didn't know you. I was just.
No, that's okay. I know from the outside looking in, you know, I've been, you know, people will judge me, but basically what happened to me a couple of years ago, I have 2 daughters. I'm married. I've been married. I've been with the same man for 12 years. And what happened was, you know, I got married when I was very young to my first husband. I got married when I was 20 years old, very young, had 2 children with him, 2 girls. And in the course of the marriage that I was in with him, he began to be physically abusive. And I was trying really hard to hold on to the relationship because I wanted my kids to have a family. I wanted to have a family. And I kept it a secret for a while. But when I left the marriage, it was because one day he decided to put his hands on me, and he did it in front of my sister. And I actually had to get cosmetic surgery on my front tooth because of that. So I started staying with my mom after that. I was diagnosed with PTSD and anxiety. And started staying with my mom. I was working 2 jobs, taking care of my mom and the kids, and my mom would babysit my kids. So I started noticing that my oldest daughter at the time, she was very young. I started noticing behavior problems, and I was trying to figure out where it was coming from. Like, okay, maybe because I'm working too much, I don't know. So what I did was I went to a kids therapist, and I put her on a waiting list. The waiting list was so high. I live in New York, and the area that I live in, all of the therapists that were in the area were booked. So then I met my husband, my now husband, met him, and we clicked very fast. And my mom started to, she would give me a hard time. Like when she met my husband, she said that oh yeah, I like him, he's a nice guy. But then she would, turn around and talk shit about me and him. She started creating rumors saying that how he was in the mob because of the neighborhood that he grew up in. And he's a good guy. He does construction for a living, and she tried to ruin his reputation. So when I started seeing what she was doing, and then I remember my oldest daughter started asking me, "Mommy, do you love me?" And I said, "Of course I love you. Like, where is this coming from?" And she's like, "Well, Granny says that that you don't love us because you're not home during the day." And I had to explain to my daughter, "I'm not home during the day because I'm working." And to explained it to her. So long story short, when my husband and I got closer before we got married, we decided to move in together. I told my mom, I said, "I'm going to be moving," and I let her know that that I was onto her, what she was doing, telling my daughters that I didn't love them and things of that nature. So when I moved in with my husband, I remember I got a phone call from a family member, and my daughters were in school. My youngest at the time was 3, she's now 15, and my oldest was 6, she's now 18. So I get a phone call that my daughters are in the hospital, and I was in the middle of doing laundry and preparing the place that we just got. So I run down to the hospital, and when I get there, CPS is there, all in my face. And I'm just like, what's going on? They wouldn't allow me to see my kids. My husband was with me. Some family members were there, and I'm looking at my mom, and I said, "What did you do?" And I'm looking at her, and she's like, "I don't know why they're here." So from what I was told, the CPS worker told me that my mom told her that my husband was abusing me and locking me in the closet. And she said this to my children. So then the worker told me that she was indicating me, and that's a term that they use in court when they try to put something on you. And this is how the court system tries to F you over. And this is what I was bringing awareness to. I've shared my story on Mr. Palmer's channel, and I also shared it on Mandy's panel because she told me that she had a mother who was a welfare queen and who was dysfunctional. So I said, okay, cool. This was like last year. So I shared my experience in the court system that I had with my mom. So back to my mom, when they indicated me, my mother immediately, she went to family court. She put an order of protection on me. They granted her the order of protection, and she also told the courts that my husband was in the mob, and they started doing a full-on investigation on my husband. And it was a very, very stressful time. I couldn't see my kids for 3 months. I had to wait 3 months just to get one court case. Couldn't see my children at all. I go to court, and the first time I go, my mother makes up another lie. Then she says that I was a drug addict and I'm a prostitute. So when she put that petition in, now it takes another 3 months for them to investigate that. This is the game that she was playing. And the first thing that she did was she went down to welfare and she got benefits for my kids because they were staying with her when this court stuff was going on. And when I went to go see I had to wait 6 months before I actually had to sit down and see my kids, and I had to go down to social services. And I remember my daughter, my oldest daughter, being angry with me, telling me, "Well, Granny says that you don't love us, and this is why we can't see you." And there was a worker there telling me that I couldn't speak to my child about the past. I couldn't prove anything. I couldn't ask my children questions or anything like that. So to make a long story short, the next time I go to court, I had a really, really good lawyer. And my lawyer started calling my mom out on her BS. She requested a psychological exam on my mother, and we pointed out how she was manipulating my children. So I remember I was leaving the courthouse, And I had no interaction with my mother. I went home. 2 days later, the police come knocking on my door. And my husband answers it, and they're looking for me. And the police officer says, we have a warrant for your arrest. And I said, for what? And they said, well, your mother put a family court order protection on you, and she says that you threatened her life outside of court. I said, you guys have cameras outside of the court. You guys would have seen this. And the police officer was like, I'm sorry, but this is what she said. You're gonna have to fight this out now in criminal court. So I had to spend a night in jail because of my mother's lies. I come out, and the court system, so my lawyer at the time had to verify that she walked me over to the car and that I had no interaction. So then she had to recuse herself from the case. So then my husband and I had to get a lawyer and spend $10,000 to fight the case. And let me tell you, Bom, this went on for a whole year. And I'm gonna keep it real with you. I was so hurt that my mom did this, and she was telling my children, if you don't tell the judge that you want to live with me, your mom is going to die. Your mom is going to die because she's being abused and this and that. Because they kept asking my kids, who do you want to live with? And they kept saying, grandma. But then when they would be with me on visits, and then they would ask the kids, who do you want to be with? They would say, mom, but we don't want to stay. We can't stay with mom because we don't want her to die. You see, like the manipulation my mom was doing.
Yes.
So I'm gonna keep it real with you. So after a year of fighting, I had to take drug tests to prove that I was not a drug addict. Then that was cleared. My criminal case was cleared because I was able to prove that I had no interaction with her. All of that stuff was thrown out, thank God. And then after a year of going through all this stuff, she just kept putting petitions. It was like every month was something new about me. And I got to the point where I wanted to commit suicide. And I was so serious about it. And I actually checked into a mental hospital because I was so hurt and my heart was completely broken at the fact that I couldn't see my children and knowing that they were being manipulated. So I shared all this, and this bitch used this and says that how, try to use this situation against me. And I'll explain in a little while how she did it. So I got out of that situation. I got stronger. I got a therapist, and I was able to talk things through. So after 2 years of going back and forth, I was finally able to get my children back, and everything was all good. The problem was that my daughters were so used to doing what they wanted with my mom that whenever I would enforce a rule, such as keep your room tidy, fix your bed when you get up in the morning, don't eat, I don't like you eating on the bed, please eat in the kitchen, clean up after yourself, because I'm teaching them how to be young girls. And whenever they wouldn't get their way, they would call my mom. So there was one time I didn't pay this happened about 2 years ago. I didn't pay their phone bill because their rooms were a mess. It was an absolute mess. And I'm like, you're young ladies, you can't do this. And I said, I am not paying your phone bill until you clean your room. So they called my mom, and guess who turns on the phone? My mom. And I was really pissed off about it. And then they came to me and they said, we want to go live with grandma. And then to teach them a lesson. And people may look at me and say, oh, you're a bad mother. I don't give a shit. I love my daughters to death. I'll do anything for them. I said, okay, after everything that we've gone through, you want to go live with your grandmother after what she put all of us through? You know how much I love you guys, and you know how much work that I've done to get you guys back and to keep her away from us. And this is what you guys do? Okay, go live with her, right? So after a year of them living with her, and I was still financially supporting them, I was still seeing them and stuff like that. And my mom was letting them do whatever they want, as far as letting them go out with their friends on a school night, which I don't allow. They're good kids, but there are certain things that she was allowing them to do, like dyeing their hair certain colors, getting a nose piercing, things that I wouldn't allow at this age as a teenager. So after a year, they started complaining about my mom. They were like, we don't want to live with her. She's dysfunctional, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I told you, but this is the choice that you decided to make. And you need to learn that when you make a decision, you need to know exactly what you're getting into. So what I did was I set up therapy sessions with my kids and we talked everything out. I then went back to the court, and then my mom was still trying to get custody of my kids and make me give up my rights. I never gave up my rights. I said, nope, I am not giving up my rights. So she tried to do that custody thing with me. So I was back and forth for a whole year with court because I was trying to get an order of protection on her so that she can stay away from me and my children in the future. So that way she doesn't contact my kids. So my kids are living with me now. They're doing well. And the courts have actually granted me an order of protection because I requested that they do a psychological evaluation on her. And I've even recorded conversations that I've had with her, because she would send me nasty, the most disgusting messages you can imagine on my phone, harassing me. So that was granted. So everything is all good. So the reason why, and I'm also I'm going to school to be a peer counselor, which is like the middleman between a therapist and a psychiatrist. And you can actually advocate for families in court. And this is what I'm trying to do, because I know how the court system can do you dirty. They will find, once somebody makes an allegation on you, and they will find any little thing, what is called an indication, which will fuck you over. So this is what I was trying to do to help educate families. So I shared this on Mr. Palmer's channel last year, and then a friend of mine used to go to Good Mother Mandy's channel, and he said, "Oh, you know, she came from a dysfunctional. She had a dysfunctional mother. Maybe you should go over there and share your story." I said, "Okay, cool." I knew nothing about her content. I went over there, shared my story. We had conversations about relationships and things like that. I went on her panel 3 times last year, and the conversations that we had were about relationships and abusive mothers and stuff like that. And then I didn't go on for a couple of months because I just got busy with life. And I ended up reaching out to her a couple of months ago. I sent her an email and I said, "Oh, hey, by the way, how are you doing?" And she's like, "Oh, you know, come back, you know, say hello in the chat." So I went back a couple of months ago, said hello to her in the chat. I can't remember what she was talking about that day. It was like she was having a discussion about something that happened on Discord between 2 people. I'm not sure who she was talking about. So I just went in to say hello and I got out of the chat. And she gave me her Discord, and I went on her Discord, and the only thing that we would post on Discord would be articles, because I had a personal conversation with her over the phone before this, and she told me, I said, "Well, what is your content all about?" She said, "Well, I'm going after the indoctrinated women." And I said, "Well, this is interesting, and feminism." And I said, "All right, that sounds interesting to me. You know, I'll listen to your videos and I'll support what you're doing as long as you're doing the right thing, right?" So she also tells me that her ex-husband, father of her child, was Black, left her for a Black woman. And this is why I think that she has a problem with Black women, because
there it is.
And there it go. God damn.
Hold on. I have recorded conversations with her and she knows it. And this is why she's fucking with me, because I'm going to put it out on a larger platform. She wants to be famous. I'm going to make her fucking famous. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not all up in chat rooms. I don't bother anybody. I listen to different people. I mostly come on here to share music with a YouTuber friend of mine that has a music page, and we share music. That's what I do when I come on here. So I recently went back on again on her channel a month ago. I went in, said hello, and usually when I would go in, I would just listen, and I'm cleaning and I'm doing everything else. I wasn't paying attention to the chat or anything like that. So 2 white men from her Discord actually reached out to me and said, "Hey, Mimi, do you notice the racist titles that that Good Mother has on her channel. And I said, meaning what? And he pointed out crazy black bitch and the comments that she makes on her channel in her videos. I don't have time to watch every live stream of hers, so I didn't know that all of this was going on. So what I did was I said, before I jump down this woman's throat, let me sit back and just watch her content. And I did it for a month, and I took snapshots and I paid attention to what she was doing. Then she started this beef with this girl, with this woman, Alice. I noticed that she was going back and forth with Alice. I don't know who the girl Alice was. So one day I go in the chat because she was playing a stream about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation. And I was interested in that case. So I went into the chat and I was chatting with people regarding the case. So then Mandy asked me, she said, hey, Alice is going to be, no, this is what I asked her. Then after that, she played a clip of Alice. Again, I noticed that again, she was playing a clip of Alice and dissecting Alice again. So then in the chat, I asked her, I said, were you guys cool at one point? How did this whole beef start? And her words to me were, oh, it's because she made terrible life choices. And she also asked me to help her dissect Alice. And I said, before I make an opinion on this woman, I need to have a conversation with her because I don't even know how this all started, to be honest with you. So then in the chat, she goes, I'm gonna go over to SKC's channel. I didn't know who SKC was. So I said, all right, I'll go over there and see what all of this is about. So I go over there, and to be honest with you, I didn't like the way that Black people were being portrayed. I can't tell this man what to do with his content, but for me, it just wasn't for me. So I didn't go there. Plus, Sunkissed, who's a fucking backstabber, who I looked out for, personally told me that she's like, why would Mandy send you over to SKC? SKC doesn't like women of color. He doesn't like Black women. And I was like, oh, okay, well, why would she send me over there then? I was like, it's a good thing that I didn't, go in the chat and do anything like that. So when I started seeing Mandy's titles, Crazy Black Bitch, and I started paying attention to stuff, and one day there was a guy in the chat that wrote, white is right. Then another person wrote, this guy, Billy the Goat, writes in the chat, oh, I saw a Black woman telling her Black child to steal. And I'm thinking to myself, what did that have to do with the topic that she was discussing for him to just freely come out and say something like that? So what I did 2 Fridays, excuse me, what I did 2 Fridays ago was I sent her a message, a personal message. I said, hey, when you have a chance, I would like to have a conversation with you. She said, okay. Then she called me a half an hour later and she tells me that her channel was struck. And I said, well, what happened with your channel? She goes, oh, this guy RBR struck my channel. And I said, okay, well, while we're on the topic of your channel, I said, we need to have a conversation. I said, because I think that your titles, I said, are outrageous. I said, crazy Black bitch, come on. This is what I said to her. And she's like, well, these women are coming after me. I said, maybe they're coming after you because of your titles. That is very triggering to come from a white person, crazy Black bitch. I said, where are your titles that say crazy white bitch? Where's the balance? And she goes, well, how do I get past all this? I said, if people are coming after you and you feel like you're doing nothing wrong, then you should put your head up high and keep going forward and continue doing what you're doing. But I'm letting you know that what you're doing and what you're saying in your titles and the stuff that you've said and the stuff that I see in your chat is wrong. And I don't want to be a part of it. And then I confronted her about the Alice situation because there was one time she made a stream about this girl, Alice, where she had the girl's son on her panel, like a video that Alice had posted. Mandy has shared it on her channel. And some of the men are dissecting this woman's parenting and the child. And then she called the child, she's saying that, oh, Alice's child, they're a bastard. So I said, I don't know how this beef started, but as a mother and as a woman, I said, did you really have to call that woman's child a bastard? I said, and you want me to side with you? I said, and then you asked a YouTuber to infiltrate Black Zoom rooms and you expect me to be okay with this? I said, you need to have more conversations with women of color to understand where we're coming from and the things that we have gone through. So she says, oh, are you saying that I'm running a white racist national page? I said, Mandy, do not put words into my mouth. That is not what I'm telling you. I said, that's not what I'm telling you at all. I said, I've had conversations with men in your chat the times that I've been there. And I said, me personally, I haven't experienced any racial activity or anything like that, other than those comments that I saw from this one gentleman, Billy the Goat. That was the only man that I complained about. So then I told her, I said, listen, I said, I'm going to remove myself from your Discord and I am unsubscribing from your page because I don't want anything to do with you. And I also told her, I said, keep my name out of your mouth. Don't mention me or my children going forward. And she goes, well, I have a client, so I have to go. I said, Mandy, go do what you have to do. Go to your client. So a half an hour later, she texts me and she says, crazy bitchery doesn't look good on you. So I texted her back and I told her to grow up. I also told her it would be in her best interest not to contact me again, and that I did record the conversation so that she does not twist my words, because I know how she does. And I did record the conversation, and this is why she's pissed. So she decided to do a stream on me and start lying on me. She alluded to the fact that I had something to do with her channel being struck, that I was like involved with RBR. So I didn't even know who RBR Network was. I had to go over to that man's channel, send him a message. I had to go up on his panel and I asked him, I said, have I ever met you before? Do you know me? Do I know you? He's like, no. I said, have I ever been in your chat? And he's like, no. I said, so I don't understand why Good Mother is linking me to you when I've never met you before. And he made me laugh because he goes, it's because you're Black. And I started laughing. And I had a conversation with him. He knows that my husband's white, and his thing is that all white people are racist. Him and I can agree to disagree, and that's cool.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Yeah, RBR.
I knew he was gonna say that because you're Black.
Yeah,
RBR.
So then he gave me shit.
That's
So
my
I go in the chat.
nigga there.
So I go in the chat every now and then, because even though at least the thing about him is at least I know where he stands. With Mandy, like I told Mandy, I was like, you're hiding behind this whole feminism shit so you can continue doing your bullshit. And she continuously is making streams about me. She brought up my children. She said in a stream, oh, her Black mother took her kids. Her Black mother took her kids. It's like, bitch, go back and why don't you go watch what I said when I was on your panel? Then she tried to allude to the fact that my children were bastards. So I told RBR, I was like, RBR, I was married to the father of my kids. I said, I'm gonna send you my marriage certificate to my ex-husband, father of my kids, when the stream is done. And I know she heard the stream and I debunked her ass. And she's such a psychopath. She started harassing my friend who's a YouTuber. She got hurt. She got all upset because my friend has a man's channel and I'm not in the manosphere. Do I listen to some stuff in the manosphere? Yes. However, I don't go into the chat. But in my friend's channel, I go into his chat and I say hello to him and I show him love because I've been friends with him for a long time and he actually knows my family and my husband on a personal level. So he gave me a wrench last week. She finds out that I get this wrench, goes on her channel and tells the men that how I said that I hate MGTOW men and that I was complaining about all the men on her channel. And my friend lost 10 subscribers because she lied on my friend.
Wow.
Because she's upset because she has a problem with me. And the thing is that she took a conversation that I had with her to the internet, and I'm not even a fucking YouTuber. I'm not a YouTuber.
Right.
And
Well,
you're
she
sitting here
sounds
talking
crazy.
about me, you're lying on me, slandering my character. I left a numerous message. I told her, I went into her chat last week when she was talking about me because she brought up the fact that I had went away from my PTSD and anxiety, which I'm not ashamed about because I'm in the mental health field. Because I called out a man on her Discord, a man that has a YouTube page. His name is Zhang, and I reached out to him one time because My daughter's friend sees a therapist, and he was telling, and the therapist had reached out to me and said, listen, your daughter's friend is having a trauma bond with her. And I wasn't too familiar what a trauma bond was. So I reached out to this guy, Zhang, because he seemed to be very educated in psychology, religion, all that stuff. So I sent him a message on Discord and I said, hey, you know, I have a psychology question for you. It was regarding that. And the messages that he sent me were disturbing. And I'm not here to out anybody. That's all I'm going to say. So Mandy uses that situation and goes on her stream and starts saying, well, that I need to be understanding because this man is bipolar, and that how I've been in a mental institution and all this bullshit. When I'm like, wait a minute, I'm in class with people who are bipolar, recovering drug addicts. There's people who are schizophrenic. I interact with them, and never in my life have I ever received a message like that. And being bipolar is not a pass to send me a message like that. The messages that he sent. And Bomb, I will share them with you, and you will see exactly what I'm talking about. The messages that I received. And this is the man that she talks to and gets her information from on quote unquote psychology that she speaks to for hours and shit like that. So when she was talking about me in a nasty way last week, Friday, I went into the chat and I told her, I said, why don't you let everybody know about your STD? Let's talk about your STD that you contracted. Do a stream on
Wait, hold on.
Do
Pause,
a stream on that, you
pause.
fucking whore.
Wait a minute, Mimi. The tea is piping hot, Mimi. Hold on. She got
Okay.
an STD?
And I have a sound bite of that. She said it on a stream, but she wants to sit there and judge everybody else and talk shit about everybody else. And I did nothing to the bitch. I could understand if I went on the internet and I was talking shit about her. I told her that the conversation that I had, and I knew she was going to bring this into the internet. This is why I recorded the conversation with her. This is exactly why I recorded the conversation with her. Then I had Sunkissed back too, because Sunkissed was in the chat one day and had a difficult time. And when Sunkissed left the chat, Mandy says, oh, I don't like her way of thinking. So I brought that up in the conversation to Mandy. I said, if you don't like Mrs. Sunkissed, who is a YouTuber, if you didn't like her way of thinking, why did you have her on your panel several times if you don't like her way of thinking?
I think I know who Sunkissed is. That's that same woman that came up on the panel trying to check us, Bomb.
Right, I remember told her, and I also and I saw that stream, and I told Sunkissed, don't go over there anymore. And I have recorded conversations with Sunkissed as well. And I'm gonna put her on fucking blast because she was participating last week Friday talking shit about me when I've been nothing nice to this woman. I've even helped this woman build her Discord and for a way so she can have her subscribers and to help her build her channel. And she's gonna turn around and participate in slandering me when I've been nothing but nice to her. But I was warned about her. She has said that Mandy is a white supremacist, that Mandy asked her to infiltrate Black Zoom rooms. She's not going over to Mandy's channel anymore. Next thing I know, she's on Mandy's channel.
That might be why she came up here. Remember, she did try to come up here and put us in our place.
And got cussed the fuck out.
All the way out. Okay. They don't run us, we run them. Okay. But we're gonna let you continue on. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just taking a sip of my coffee. Yeah, so I'm just like, I was like really shocked at Sunkissed and said, wait a minute, I even purchased a reading from her, you know, to show support. I'm not really into the whole tarot card readings or anything like that. And I purchased a reading from her to show support. I sat on the phone with her and figured out how to do Discord, and then you turn around and you backstab me for what? For Mandy, a person that doesn't like you, and when she goes on the panel, they laugh at her in the chat. This is what kills me.
Is Sunkissed black or white?
I have a hard time having female friends.
Is she black or white?
Like
Sunkissed is that black hillbilly. That black.
Was she black? Yeah. I wasn't sure if she was black or white, but
no,
she's over black. There with. Yeah, because she's over there with a racist. That's what's shocking. Like, I don't understand why people. It's plain as day. That woman sits over there and she says things that racists say because she believes that only certain type of speech patterns come from Black people, like talking about the grills, and she thinks all Black women are welfare queens, and what I mean? It just goes on and on and on.
And Mimi, nobody was harassing the good mother. She came over here fucking with us. Nobody knew who she was.
Exactly.
So for her to tell that lie that
I just
people
saw
were
the
just
stream.
attacking her.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
saw
true.
the stream that you guys had together about 2 weeks ago because Sunkiss told me about it. And I said, well, I didn't know who Bomb Cherry was. I was like, let me go over there and see what she's talking about. And I watched the stream. And I even told Sunkiss, they said, you do know that she used you, right? She used you. And she's
man. But yeah, I think Mr. Cav might have came up because when you was talking about your mother, he got a similar story about some, mothers trying to do some terrible shit. I have a terrible mother-in-law, right? In a sense, right? So Kev, you want to say something?
Yeah, I came in when she was talking about what her mom was doing. I had to go through those similar situations. That DPS called twice. The police entered my house 6 times.
Wow.
And that's all because my daughter's grandmother, who mother passed when she was 3, she's 10 now. She just won't custody of my child. So all this old lady has to do is just keep running to the system and sending the police and shit like that, just causing trouble. So I can feel you on that. It's frustrating. And the fact that she trying to brainwash your kids, that's a real problem.
Yes.
But you can't really get mad at them because they're kids.
Right.
But I could understand your frustration with that.
What you have to do is back yourself up at all times. This is what I had to do with my mom. I had to, everywhere I went, I got a receipt. If I went to the store, I got a receipt to prove where I was. It was very stressful because at any moment she could have lied and said that I harassed her, like what she did to me. Like just take proof of everywhere that you're at all times. Record the conversation. If they're calling you on the phone, record the conversation. That's what I had to start doing.
I did all that. And then I got the police reports and stuff and like that. And then I also recorded her, talking to my daughter and with the little sly manipulation stuff that they try to do with kids. And I showed it to the CPS worker. And it just so happened that one time when she called, my daughter was just getting out of school. And the CPS worker she already visited my daughter at the school when she came to the house.
Right.
And when my daughter got off, the grandmother called. So I put the grandmother on the phone with my daughter and let the CPS worker who was here at the time listen to what the grandmother was saying. And then, she was just picking through my daughter to see if anything wrong with your aid, all kind of stuff like that. And, the worker could understand what the grandmother was doing. So I had to go through that. And then she put all kind of foul shit in there. My daughter sleeps on the floor. She doesn't have her own room. She don't have any clothes. She sleeps naked, stuff like that. She doesn't go to school, which my daughter had excellent attendance and won a numerous amount of awards. So those things that I had to keep, track with so I can bring it to court to try to get, hey girl, somebody know I'm talking about a bomb. Look. You say hey about? Well, I got the earbud in, but she can hear me. So I had to go through all of that type of stuff. Now, my daughter at 10, she understands what was going on because it got to the point that even when she outside playing, the police would pull up and they were like, oh, that's for you. And like, what'd you do? Now the kids kind of tease about it, but it's embarrassing, to my daughter and stuff like that. Right. And that's what really parents are when you're playing with our children like that. And then having people question them and yours was taken away, which takes a different amount of strength because I knew I'd have cut the fuck up. I'd have just probably want to end up losing my child acting a fool behind it.
Right. Remember, they tried to steal her, though. They came to cop trying to steal her.
Yeah, trying to kidnap her.
Yeah.
Because with that story there, I let my daughter visit, and her grandmother lives in Chicago, and she has one son who's a security guard at a jail or something like that, but they came back like they was trying to return her because it was in August, school was about to start. So their bright idea was to get round trip tickets for her and my daughter and her son to come down, rent a car, pass in front my mother's house or the house I was staying. I was taking care of my mother at the time. So the GPS can see that it went down my street. But my daughter told me at 3 or 4 years old that I told grandma we live right here. But they rode around, ate lunch, and was about to get back on the plane within 3 hours. When I called to try to see where they were, so because they was dropping them off, the grandmother told me, well, if you want your daughter, you should be able to catch up with us. But she didn't realize I can get to the airport and I had to catch them in the line at Southwest, in line with a ticket, with nothing, and had to get my daughter from there.
Wow.
All right, so I had to tell her uncle, nigga, the only thing saving you right now is
We at
that your
this
fucking
airport
ass is in this airport.
No, that's right. Now, y'all understand what Mr. Kev said? So they were supposed to return her, right? But they had no intentions of really returning her.
Right.
So they did everything to make it look like they was returning her. They drove, they flew in, went into his neighborhood and drove around, probably when they got some receipts to prove that they went there. And then they went back to the airport to take her home. And he was able to catch up with, they was about to get on a plane with the daughter. Now, how did they even buy this ticket? You know what I mean?
They got a round trip ticket, so there was no intention on it.
Right.
So the thing is, the problem was gonna come in, Bomb. Even though I got father and parental rights in Louisa real strong down here, if you're the parent, it goes to the parent, the next parent who's willing to, and able to take care of the child. The thing is, if I'd have got up there to Chicago, I'd have had to deal with Chicago system and the shit that she telling the Chicago people, and her son was already a deputy sheriff. And so I'd have had to go through a whole lot of ball of wax in Chicago to get my child. And I'm not going through Chicago course. I was coming to get my kid.
Right.
And that
they knew that.
Thing.
They knew that, and just like Mimi said, once you get in the system, once the system take a hold and grab, that's when you got to fight to get them, right? Because I'm wondering why did they believe? Because let's say somebody called in and say, I did something to my child, right? They gonna come in and do the investigation. They don't just come grab the kid out. Don't they do a little investigative work beforehand, right? Before they take them.
Well, what they do is they
interview them and do some stuff like that, And see, and that's like the thing with my situation. I was like, well, you could talk to my daughter if you like. She's like, well, I already did. I'm like, damn. Well, you took my daughter out of class?
Yeah,
because they went to the school first. They don't
Right.
need your permission then when it's something like that. But the CPS worker was real nice. She was, I was told on, I keep the paperwork from court dates and all the bullshit right here in the living room. That way, because I was so used to the police coming, I just hand them the folder. There you go. And but yeah, I mean, it was going extra mile. I just got to keep stacks of paperwork to keep my ass covered. But even in this day and time, this woman is sending the police to my house, and with the reason when she was able to do that, because she was sending it as a welfare check, right?
Yeah.
So the police go come, not that there's a crime or anything, and these people come and check on a kid like a child is in trouble, and then the shit that she make up, they got 3-4 cops come pull up at one time. Like it's damn near missing child. So those kind of things, damn, my daughter sees that stuff, and she got old enough where I can explain and understand it. She can understand it, but she wants somebody questioning their damn child while they're not around. It's a good thing my shit was up to court, because I'd have had a real issue.
You know what you should do too, Kev? You should put a petition into family court and request a forensic psychologist exam.
Mm-hmm. Now, what I did was I tell some of these younger dudes in the manosphere and stuff like that, young fathers and stuff, dudes that be bitching about, they can't see their child, which I call it false bitching, because if you really wanted to, you can go down to the court without a lawyer and file a mandate requesting to see the child. Just like I had to file a mandate on her. I just let her, hang herself to take out the grandparental rights for the grandmother. Right. So I can have complete control of that, because there is such a thing called grandparental rights. But I got to show that you abused it and the child is an issue, and and the police, and I got those reports, pretty much letting her hang herself and bring that down there, and I could really sue the woman for harassment. And then just have it when at this point here, I just told her eventually, because I wanted my daughter at least have a voice of a grandmother or something from her side of the family. I just told her, don't call my phone anymore, and left it at that.
Wow.
And so I had to go down to court and just solidify everything, and that covers my ass.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely keep your records. They call you. I don't care if they call you to say hello. You record the conversations. Record them.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I always tell people, look, especially for the men, look, don't give me that bullshit. You paying child support and the woman don't let you see the kids. The court will make that woman let you see your children. So that's not even an argument anymore, because the courts realize that the father could be in a life long as he, decent, halfway decent, and they're not harming the child. So those days are pretty much over with dudes like, I pay child support, but I can't see my go down to court. It don't cost you nothing but a little ink, and it's free. It's a mandate that you won't see your child, or visitation ain't proper.
Right.
And you actually not paying your child support.
Now, if you're not paying your child support, that's something else. Now you got to deal with the court on that, because they're gonna make you pay it.
The judge will tell you, you can't stop them from coming to get their child. Your visitation and child support is two separate issues. So even if somebody, let's say, fall on hard times or they get unemployed, like with COVID, the judge like them two separate issues. They get to see a child. But you got to be careful with those CPS people or whatever they call them in your state. You really got to know your rights, because they come like they friends. And if you know you a good parent who ain't done nothing, you got to know your rights. I don't let them bitches in the door. When the fucking police come to my house, I go through the fucking, like, stick my hand through the door and walk around the house and come to the side door or whatever. I don't even let them bitches see in my house to see if they say, oh, we found probable cause for this to come in, but you ain't getting a look in here.
Wow.
And you got to cause they with the privatization of foster care and foster care services, you got to really be careful. If you ain't no bad parent, plenty good parents done got caught up in some bullshit. I ain't talking about for the ones that's unfortunately, it seems like the worst cases slip through the system, and they don't really fuck with them people. They just fuck with the ones who trying to do right, and they can end up in your life. Them bitches like roaches. They come in and they'll never get the fuck out.
You're right.
And stuff, and it's a whole big racket. So I just tell people to know your rights. Don't agree to no case plan, because they'll say, oh, if you just do this and that right there, we'll be out of your head. Them bitches could be in they could come back within 2 years.
Right. Hey, Koji, you had said something. You had said something like in Florida that they was taking the children and separating the children from decent Black families because of different. I saw that article one time, and I saw a report on that when they stopped a Black couple on the interstate and took their child, with the police talking about, you denied health care at the hospital, shit like that. And I was like, okay, well, now, Koji might have a point that they're trying to separate and take these kids.
You got to think about how many people eat off of these kids. The guardian even the fucking guardian ad litem, they got paid guardian ad litem in Florida. So you think, oh, they just the old little no, I don't want to volunteer. They got some free ones, but a lot of them bitches is on the books now. They will be advertising jobs for guardian ad litem. So you got to think about anybody that getting paid by that system got an investment in keeping that system going. Because once you know how the government is, if you don't do 20,000 cases this year, you lose your budget. So you got to keep these cases up to keep getting your budget.
Yeah, no shit. I didn't even think about that. You're right.
An employee.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to cut you off. I have to pick up my daughter from work. And like,
I know that.
I
all
really
right, but it's good talking to you though,
conversation.
baby. Every now and then we come and share a few stories.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna come up. I'll make it a point.
Wait a minute.
That's how we learn.
Wait a minute. So make sure my email is voluntarylive@gmail.com. Any
Okay.
clips or anything you want to share about her, share it. Anything
I
you know
will.
about her, because she's over there running that mouth, baby. We gonna shut
I
her
will.
up
I got a lot of evidence on her, and I
Yeah.
will be sending it. So you said bombcherrylive at
at
Gmail.
Gmail. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
I
you
got
for
you.
sharing with us, Mimi.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you for welcoming me here on this panel. I really appreciate
Okay.
it.
Come back and
You
see
guys
us
have a
one
blessed
time.
day.
You have
Talk
a
to you
good one.
later. Have a good one.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Yeah. See, with Mimi, them children come around. They come around, but you know, if they had that influence by somebody foul, it's gonna be a little backlash that she got to deal with. But I figured
How
when
many
before she
people eat
finished,
off?
yeah, I
Now,
figured before
how
she
many
finished
people
saying those kids go want to come home by their mom.
trying
Mhm.
to think about how many people eat off of them? They get more judges, the more dependency cases they have. The psychologists, the
Some
people
people say you feel the scales, but they said some people eat the skin.
You
foster
real
care
low,
parents.
Koja. You low, Koja.
What you mean scale?
There aren't any. I mean,
Oh, okay.
they scaled is just some on there, but
Am I still okay?
so it's up to you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Put the skin
we
on.
But the king had walked in the building. The king
Yeah,
walked
but
in the
he-
building. King Mark.
Whether they don't.
Tell Mr.
Hey,
Mark I say
Kev.
hi, Bon.
Kev, wait a minute. Oh yeah, he's right here. He can hear you. So
Mhm.
when you say, so when we touch it, we don't feel scales, but we have the skin. So
Yeah, go against the grain. You feel it?
yeah, and there's no scales. It's just so I can keep the skin on, right? Or should we take it
Yeah.
off? What
See,
y'all
what
think?
I do is I cook it a little bit and then peel it all. Or you could take a little fish fillet knife and just cut the scale off. Some
Yeah,
people
that's
just don't eat.
yeah, that's what we do. So it's no scales. It's just skin. So do you
Yeah.
eat the skin at all, or you don't?
I can eat the skin. It don't bother me. Depends how you cook it.
Okay. What
Yeah,
about you,
different family
Taylor?
is
What you
different.
do? Taylor,
Say that again, Mom.
do you eat the skin on, or should I take the skin off?
I take it off, and then when I take off the skin, I season the bottom of it.
Okay.
Now I watched a video that they used a knife to take the skin off. Now even if you cook it without no scales on and anything, when you cut it, it's gonna come off the skin anyway.
Oh, it comes off anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna tenderize like that.
Okay, so what you want to do, baby? You think we should just take it off? How about take off it but leave a little a little bit on it, and we'll test it. Cause this is my first time cooking it, and you ate something.
Good life. It's just a good life. It's just
Huh?
Oh, we can't hear you, Koja.
Say again, Cozy.
It's
Hubby's
them knives, them pickle knives, them little bougie knives, you know, that's above my pay grade you got. Cause it look like you
oh, baby, you look like you think it.
That's sorry.
Okay.
yeah, that's them a couple few $100 knives right there. You know, they look like the Ross at Kmart.
Girl, he got some bougie knives. He do have some bougie knives, okay? he got a set. What you want me to keep that and try to do something? I know. What a cowboy knife down here. Yeah, let's see. Look at this, y'all. He's a Cowboys fan. Can y'all see that? Knives with cowboys on. You see it?
They cut good.
Yep.
Steak knives,
Okay.
girl. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how. Was somebody bunching this thing, huh?
Hey, they're trying to cut some with some badass knives that's not sharp.
Yeah, we never used these. These are steak knives. Oh, we did use one. Look like one. Got used. Yeah, I be trying to hide this sports stuff because it'll be all in the house. Everybody who gave him a gift, always cowboy shit. Cowboy posters, pictures.
Well, that's his only flaw. That ain't bad. Being a Cowboys fan. You know, we Saints fans, so yeah, everybody entitled to at least one flaw.
That's Mr. Camping. Like, I know you know his voice. Oh man, we still gonna talk later on you want to do it another time?
I just heard the storm coming through here, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, that storm coming through. Yeah, he found a recipe he want to try, and it's called let's see, maple salmon. Maple salmon.
That sounds good.
Yeah, so it's glazed with maple syrup, which we have a lot of.
I think it's soy sauce too, right?
Oh, they say soy sauce. Let me look. Yeah, so it says, 2 tablespoons maple syrup, soy sauce, garlic salt, and pepper. That's simple.
Hey, simple.
Yeah, do you, when y'all use it, do it really be that simple?
I've never made maple salmon before.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty basic as far as the way I make my salmon and stuff because I'm always on the go, so I don't have time to be, making extravagant meals like that. So I'll just put some complete seasoning on it, put it in the oven, and call it a day.
Yeah. Yeah, I see people giving it some. Did you look at these comments, man?
No.
Okay.
Why?
No, I'm seeing people. They said they made it twice. They like it.
Oh, I did read one. I didn't say her husband liked it.
Okay. Well, anyway, we got so much I can make it 2 types. But you say how long it is, y'all? That thing long. How long that thing is, but yeah, it is longer. It's longer than.
So I'm gonna drop down. But if CPS ever come to your house, most of the time this is to record them. So grab your phone and record them, cause they will double talk their ass off. But once they know you fucking recording them, they watch their mouth with the lies that they tell. So that's just I feel about it. If they ever come to your house, let them know, hey, I'm recording. Listen to your laws. This can be recorded.
Mm-hmm. What you want? Put it with it, babe. You want some noodles or you want some rice?
It's up to you.
I saw them noodles up there. I was gonna do Alfredo sauce. You ever tried it with Alfredo sauce, Taylor? Or anybody? Because that's what I was thinking. I was trying to think. Remember how we did when we made
salmon with Alfredo?
Oh,
that don't sound right.
I saw somebody pouring milk on a so I assumed it must have was cream on a video on YouTube. So
milk on what?
On the salmon. That's what I'm saying. I just saw a video. Let me see what they. So I figured it wasn't milk. It must was cream, which Alfredo sauce is just cream and cheese. That sauce. So that sauce that we make wouldn't go good with salmon. I never had salmon, so I don't know. Oh, she said I don't know about that. Taylor said, "Mom, I don't think that's gonna work." Let me see.
I don't know about that.
Wait, let me see. Let me find the recipe. I was I can't. Is it on? There you go, baby. It's called salmon with garlic butter sauce. And so to make garlic butter, butter's made with cream. So that's how they did it. They made it garlic butter sauce. So I guess it's not Alfredo sauce, but it's garlic. So that's what I was going to do. But I'll do it with the recipe you gave me. But I have to marinate this in this maple syrup, right? Good thing we just bought that last week, didn't we? But don't we have some in the refrigerator already?
No.
Oh, we used it? We had some.
There's not much in it.
Oh, okay. This maple honey. So just you don't want this maple syrup plus honey. You just want me to use this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let y'all know how it come out, I guess. Anyway, we'll be talking. So what y'all think of? I can't wait. So she had a disease. So Taylor,
or
her husband left her for a black woman. No wonder she over there pissed at.
No wonder why she mad as hell bomb. It makes sense now because when I forgot who it was, but when they asked her, is your son biracial? She was just like, I'm not answering that. And whatever she said. And I'm just like, well, I mean, it's a yes or no, but it makes sense why she treat her son the way she treat her son.
Probably because he's just a man, or what? Because he's not biracial, right?
Her son is biracial because she said that her husband at the time left her for a black woman. So her kid is biracial.
No, think about He ain't got to be biracial. A white man will leave her for a black woman.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
She never said her kids were biracial. And all we know is that her husband left her for a black woman. That don't mean he black.
I could have sworn she said that was the father of her son.
What? Who was?
Mimi.
No, I mean, yeah, the father of her son, but who saw her husband? Who saw her son? That's what I'm saying.
But if her husband was black and that's the father of her son, then her son is half black, right?
Yeah, but who said that her husband was black?
Mimi.
I didn't hear Mimi say that. She just said that. No, Mimi said her. Mimi said she's married to a white man. Mimi's black, married to a white man. Right? Heard that. I didn't hear Mimi say that she was married to a black man. I just heard her say that her husband left her for a black woman. So did anybody else hear her say that her husband? Because we was making assumptions, and the reason we was assuming was because she's all in our fucking business. So we assume it had to be some black somewhere, something going on that she now hate black people. And
let me look in the chat.
Yeah, let me look.
Let me see. Am I hearing stuff, y'all? Did Mimi state that her husband, her black husband, who's allegedly the father of her child, left her, right? Or am I getting that mixed up? I just want to be sure. But either way, it makes sense now as far as why she's a hater, why she be hating on black women so bad, the crazy black bitches and different things like that.
Somebody say salmon Alfredo is delicious. That's Queen of Salt, because it sounds. Listen, Alfredo sauce go good with everything, especially if you make it yourself. Like, I don't know about buying it, but I will make my own Alfredo sauce. I always keep heavy whipping cream.
Yeah, homemade Alfredo is better than store-bought, hands down.
Hey, Black, hey, Zap, how you doing? Because I may have missed it, but all I heard her say is that her husband left her for a black woman. I didn't, we was assuming, hey, you probably got a black man over there. Because you know why we assume that? Because she in black people business. But it could be that she's in our business because her husband, who was a white man, left her for a motherfucking black woman.
We shall find out. If you in the chat, if you could confirm.
Yeah, please confirm. Because not that it really mattered, because her husband left her for a ghetto black woman, according to her, right? And she probably is, pro-black, probably, a feminist and all that shit. That's why she mad. Girl, don't be angry that your husband left you for. Girl, you have to know if he is black. Chances are him going cheating on you, going to a black woman is strong, girl. Yes, that's strong, girl. He gonna want some of that real cooking, and he gonna want some of that real loving. He gonna want, he gonna want a black woman in his bedroom at some time. Okay, I'm sorry to say it. That's just what it is.
Your raisin potato salad wasn't cut, man.
Girl. Yeah, this is pure 100 maple syrup. This is not pancake syrup, y'all. This is maple syrup. And let me see what the instructions tell me to do. I never made this before, so I'm not going to act like I know what to do. My husband sent me a recipe, and it looks good. Let me see if y'all can see it. I've never eaten salmon before, not that I know of.
Ooh.
Let me see.
Nice.
Let's see if we can.
I'm pretty sure it'll come out great.
I hope so. Is this it? This might be it. Let me look. I think that might be it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that look like salmon to you?
That looks like salmon, yeah.
Oh, it does? That look like a pork chop to me. I don't even know.
Probably the way they cut it.
Oh, okay. So what's next I need to know. How should I cut it? I'm gonna cut it in like these strip.
Filet.
Yeah, like a strip. Like I'm a.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna cut it. Or you could tell me if I should cut it different. I'm gonna cut it like in chunks like that, like from here to here. Like it'd be chunks like that, or should I cut it another way?
No, that's perfect. That's how I
Is
cut
it?
mine.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, to see how long that is. That thing big as the cutting board.
Yep.
So it's thicker up this way. I was
That's
going
fresh salmon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like fresh better than frozen.
Well, no, it was frozen. It was frozen.
Oh.
No, when I bought it, it wasn't frozen. Right. When I bought it,
So
it wasn't
fresh.
frozen. But I put it in the freezer. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
I bought it last Sunday. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't frozen when I got it. Okay. So I'm gonna cut it, and then they tell me to let's see what they say. It says it only takes 20 minutes to cook, but it's 30 minutes additional for prep, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't take that long to cook salmon at all.
Yeah. They want me to stir together the maple syrup, soy sauce, garlic, salt, pepper in a small bowl. Okay. And then I need to put it marinated in the refrigerator for 30 minutes. Okay, that's cool. Should I beat it? should I pound it? You know, usually that's how you marinate. People marinate by taking it just like, if it's not fully submersed in the liquid, then it's not really being marinated. Shouldn't have to do all that. I shouldn't have to put that in the refrigerator. What I do, I'm gonna poke some holes in it. I'm gonna take that whatever that, and pour it on top, let it get all in that meat, and maybe sit it to the side for 10 minutes. Then I'm gonna put that shit in the oven. I think that's where you cook it. All that sitting in the refrigerator for 20 minutes, that's a waste of motherfucking time. Okay, marinating your chicken overnight and shit. Thinking, look, there's better ways to doing that.
1,000 ways to skin a cat.
No, that's right. I ain't gonna pound it because you don't want it to be flat. I don't want it to be too flat, but I do have something that you kind of hit it, tap a little bit, so it creates little pockets, but it seasoning and stuff will go inside it, I'm not gonna do that. I might mess it up. Oh yeah, I might mess it up. So I'm gonna mix this shit up. Anyway, what you got planned? What else we want to talk about, y'all? We didn't have one fool come up here on some bullshit. Did you hear when he said you could buy a casket for $500? Did you hear that?
For $500? What casket is he buying for $500?
Girl, I asked him, hey, how much you think a casket costs? He said, well, anywhere from $500. I said, dude, are you serious? $500.
What the fuck?
It costs a couple of $1,000 for my mom just to rent it, just for the day, just for the service.
Caskets are very expensive. I don't know what bootleg casket that he got sold, but there is no casket for no $500 goddamn dollars. He told a blank lie. There are either 10 or up. $10,000 or up.
That's right. I told him I'll send him $500. He could show me where you could buy a casket for $500. Yeah. Yeah. $500. That's why cremation is cheaper, because by the time you pay for a casket and all that shit, yeah, that's high. Okay.
When is funny though.
It's funny. Why did I kick him off the last time? What did he say that made me? Like,
because he was getting ready to tell one of his stories about, I guess the dude told him that he was gonna kill his baby mama and the kid. And first he said it was the daughter. And he said no, it was the son.
Right. He the one who started off the story with the man killed he did say he killed the child and the mother because she was cheating. And I said, well, how you know? Because he told me. Man, these niggas like to lie, baby. They like to lie.
Everybody telling twin. Ain't nobody going to the police. Ain't nobody telling nobody else. It's just twin. Twin got all the information. Oh my God. That is hilarious. Hey, Just Me, how are you?
Hey, just me. How you doing? Anyway, let me see what the chat doing. So I done kicked him off twice already.
Twin
like-
State getting kicked off.
Man, let me see. Okay, y'all. Let me place coat with the mixture. Okay, let me make this mixture. Look what they say.
Hey, Mella.
Hey, Mella.
Topic monkeypox. Mass shooting in Chicago. Baby formula is on the way from Germany. I don't know nothing about that, Mella. Not no monkeypox. I haven't heard of that. That's a new revelation. What does monkeypox even look like?
What is it called? Monkey who?
Monkeypox.
Oh, monkeypox. Oh no, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
We're not around monkeys, so I'm hoping.
Right. Like what?
I need.
I'm gonna Google it. Let's see. I got the chicken pox once when I was like 5. That wasn't fun. But I haven't heard about no monkeypox. That's another thing they probably gonna make us get vaccinated for, and then infect us with some shit. But I can't believe, Amanda got an STD. This supposed to be
Ooh, that's the part right there, the STD, baby.
Like she talks about feminism and different things like that, but why are you slinging loose coochie to people, Miss Amanda, and getting burned? That's what I want to know.
Unless her husband, who messing with, out there cheating on her ass. 2 tablespoons of soy sauce.
Bless her heart.
So I think I'm going to have to double this. I'm going to have to double this recipe because that's a lot of salmon. So let's see. So,
and I know what woman she's talking about, that sun-kissed woman. That lady ought to be ashamed of her goddamn self sitting up under that white woman while that white woman is blatantly being racist, making racist comments and stuff.
Right. Remember, she was over here trying to rock with it for a minute, but then I saw her over there and I called her ass out again, And so I made her, that's probably why she ain't been back.
And then she gonna try to come over here and basically say that what we doing, we need to talk to her. Like, basically like this. We were like, wait a minute, bitch. Like, who the fuck are you?
Right.
Nuh-uh.
That's some crazy shit, man. Like when she
is Amanda Cyber's wife. Mella's so stupid. Oh, Mella. Who knows? I don't know. Don't summons him up here, Mella, please. We ain't trying to. Bob may want to talk to him, but I sure as hell don't. Cyber.
Oh, no, Cyber was okay. The conversation yesterday was educational. As he was trying to tell us about our ovaries. I asked him how many ovaries do women have. He was like, tell me. I'm like, God damn.
You decide. You should know.
We should go see what David Johnson had to say over there when talking about women's vaginas. Man, they're in our business these days, huh?
They in our makeup bag, Bomb. In our coochie bag. They in everything. They are in our damn business. I'm just like, y'all can listen to David Johnson if you want to and end up itching and burning. Like, he a damn fool. And why you gotta put hydrogen peroxide? I want to know what bitches he fuck with. They have to put hydrogen peroxide in their coochie regularly as a wash, because she must got some horrible, BV be
Yeah.
using hydrogen peroxide like that.
But yeah, that's how you kill BV from home with the peroxide. You put it on a tampon, put the tampon in you. But BV is a infection, so
Right.
that's a home remedy. But so yeah, if she got that issue, like like I said, remember somebody said she was smelling bad for years. She said every boyfriend she had would start talking about her smell, and so yeah. So I kind of gave her some advice, but just like yogurt, you can put yogurt down there if you got yeast infection.
Right. Yogurt is a good what is a probiotic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can either eat it and hope, but it takes longer, or you could put it on a pad and put it on down there.
Yep. Plain yogurt.
Yeah, don't get no strawberry yogurt down there, ladies. Throw you off. Even worse. Let me see. I need garlic salt. What else? Some black pepper.
Oh yes, Noah. I got back my wallet. He gave it back to me. He's a liar too, because I didn't have to sign no fucking paperwork like he said. So he could have gave me my shit back last night.
Yeah.
He just didn't want to come. He didn't want to drive back to where he dropped me off at. That's the issue.
Well, he wanted to hold out so he could get that extra money. Because he made, they supposed to check when you leave. They're supposed to look back there to see if you left anything. Right? And that way, so he probably looked back there and saw it and pulled off anyway.
Right.
I would have gave him a tip. You know what I mean? He would have still got a tip if he would have, because they could call you. You know that. They call me. If I be outside, they'll call my motherfucking phone and say, we out here.
I had to call him and he didn't answer my call at first. And I'm like, oh, hell no, motherfucker. Like, so I sent him a message through the app. And then he confirmed, he hit the little button that confirmed that he found my item. And then he didn't want to call me after that. And then after I called him the third time, I'm like, hey, can I have my wallet?
And they robbed the highway robbery, baby. I told you the woman act like she about to run out of gas on my ass. I'm like, this is your job. How you gonna drive people? You ain't even got no goddamn gas in your car. So here I am thinking we're gonna be stranded, right? And then she got me there, and then she was like, yeah, I don't want to be stuck on the road. And my dumb ass fell for it and gave her some money. I give her no tip, but I paid her, because you pay automatically through the ride, right? And then any money I give her, but I need to call and tell on them. You know what I mean? Because they shouldn't be doing that. And then elderly people wants to help. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Man, I hate this.
Yeah, these Lyft drivers are very interesting. Like I knew it was gonna be some bullshit with him, because when he initially picked me up, like he kept passing my destination like twice, and I'm like, dude, it's where that pink arrow is at. How do I get to there? I'm like, you gotta turn around. Like, what do you mean? Oh, okay. I'm like, let me get the fuck out of this car. But I was trying to pinpoint, like, at what point did my wallet, did it come out, or did I take it out and just put it down and forgot it? It don't matter, but I got it back. But still,
yes.
I was thinking, what happened?
Be on that bullshit, man.
But yeah, I didn't fill out no paperwork. He lied. I was like, oh no, nigga. Yes, Queen of the South. She said everybody's body chemistry doesn't mix. I'm assuming she meant if you have been sleeping with a man and you constantly have BV or use infections, it's time for a new man. Don't even worry about if he's cheating. Yep.
That is true. And you know what? As a young woman, man, I was dating this one guy, and I just like it just wasn't right. Like it seemed like I was always with a yeast infection. You know what I mean? And I'm like, what the hell? And then I started noticing, like, okay, just something ain't right here. Like, why isn't my shit always itching after? They don't itch no other time until I mess with this dude, and then my shit itch. So then I realized, yeah, we just don't mix. We don't mix with everybody. Okay, we women, we the ones. I don't know about the men because they don't tell us. I never hear about a man saying he was itching at, what's happening with him afterwards. But it seemed like maybe it's just us that get the signals. You know what I mean? Shit.
Literally.
And the hell is the pepper? I'm looking for the cracked pepper. I'll be getting in my kitchen, y'all, and then I can't find nothing. This whole thing over here, it spins, and that's where all my spices are. Most of them, the ones we use often, are over here. But I could not find that I cracked, the one that I spin.
Mm-hmm.
It must be up here. I see, that's chicken seasoning, poetry. I see white pepper. I guess I'm gonna get that. How do I get it? I'm too short to get shit in the cabinet, so I remember these are tongs my friend wanted to use to go in her vagina with. She wanted to go in her vagina with these. I told her hell to the no.
She wanted you to use your tongs.
Yeah, look, she wanted to go. I was like, you gonna put that whole thing in your goddamn looking for a condom, girl? And not mine. No, look, you go in your own kitchen and buy you some or something. You what it look like? And these probably the same ones from way back when, girl. You don't really replace things like this. We got a couple of them. We got different lengths and things. And she went in my kitchen and grabbed it. And I said, what you about to do? She said, I need help trying to get that condom out of me. I know it's in me. I said, girl, you better put my shit down. Can you help me go in it with it and find the condom? I was like, girl, you sure? What kind of vagina you got where a condom is stuck in you for a week? Girl, nooks and crannies. That's the one who didn't take a bath, but until we was going somewhere, she was sitting there for hours. She had shit growing all in there. Must be, yo, these gnats. They not
That
dying.
is gross. Oh my God, that is funny. She was dead serious about you going in with them tongues.
Yes, she was.
Like,
she was not joking. Then she gonna ask me to do it, bitch. You crazy? What you gonna lay open with your legs up? I'm supposed to go in like I'm a girl. You better go to a doctor.
Like you a doctor.
That was my friend, but we weren't friends like that.
Right.
No, we wasn't friends like that. Let's see, 1/8. So if I need 2 1/8 equals 1/4. Yeah, so I could just get 1/4.
That is crazy. What else is going on in these YouTube streets?
Besides the accusation of and me lying about somebody being in my DM, that got blown way out of proportion. But in a sense, not really. I guess I don't know. Let me see. 1 pound of salmon. Okay.
I think she went live yesterday to review the I guess the panel discussion, and she had like a therapist up. Oh shit! What fell?
Oh, she had a therapist up there.
Yeah, she had like a professional therapist up there, and I didn't watch it in entirety, but apparently, based on the cliff notes, I guess the professional kind of told her she was wrong.
I know, that's when I went live. I didn't know that was a professional, but it was a woman up there. And so I went over there, I was listening to her, right? And she said, well, what do you think about what we just said? And the woman said, well, you have a right to your opinion and everything. She said, but I see what the women are saying. And she was like, but what if? But what about? And that's when I started my stream. I was like, damn, she asked somebody over their opinion and she don't even want to agree with that. So,
right.
So was it a good stream?
I didn't watch it in entirety.
Okay.
I'm assuming it was.
So the professional understood what the most of the women are saying, though, huh?
Yeah. How it came off.
Yeah. And that's all. It came off kind of, messed up. Let me see. Let me make sure I got everything in there. The maple syrup, soy sauce. Oh, I didn't put the garlic in yet. I put the garlic salt. Yeah, I put the garlic salt, pepper. Yeah, I need it. And it says how much. A clove of garlic. What that equals? Because mine already minced. Let me see. A clove of garlic. Let me see what. Let's see what one clove of garlic equals. One clove of garlic equals how? Okay. The amount of garlic you get from one clove of minced form is roughly 1 teaspoon. 1 teaspoon of minced garlic. So I need 2 teaspoons.
What else is happening in these YouTube streets?
This is a teaspoon, right? Not tablespoon. Yeah, teaspoon.
I don't follow everybody like I used to. I don't be knowing who's live or different things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I be confused as far as what be going on. Like that, like recently when you went live on the ladies, I didn't even know. I was like, where did that happen at?
Did you ever go check it out? It happened on a tour.
I did. Yeah, I did.
And you see, they were like, it was in the
Sneak
chat.
dissing.
Yeah, man. And I could take that, but okay, when I start talking, then why you ain't commenting back? You know what I'm saying? I can
Right.
make the dissing, but when I call your ass up to come up here and talk on it, don't act like I ain't calling you. I'm sending for your ass. I sent the whole bus for all of them. Like, come your ass up here.
You were like, who gonna make me denounce rude? That's the part that killed me. You're like, I want you to make me. He was ready, bum.
Because some of them play this game, and so they think, okay, women, we got to get together. Oh, and Bomb, she's not doing what we wanted to do, so let's make her do it. And so they see everybody jumping on board, you know what I mean? And then they start crying. Yeah, we got to get her to get on board too. Okay. Now, the only thing I will say that is that dude you don't really like, he did at least come up here. I saw him somewhere where he said he did a stream. But if you had something to say to me, say it when you was in my face. Don't go get on your channel after you telling me, Bomb, Jerome should be ashamed of his goddamn self.
Yeah, he was ashamed of himself. I blocked him a long time ago, so I don't see what he be saying. I don't talk about him.
Girl, he was popping it. He was twerking in the chat too, talking about, yeah, Mom supports you. Like, listen, y'all just like people. Because you know what's weird about it is eventually people make up and they'll be cool when they cool with the person, they're cool with what they say. Mm-hmm. And they may disagree with what the person say, but we understand you could be cool with them. Okay? I'm cool with who I'm cool with.
And he don't need to be talking about anyone for the simple fact that he's threatened women too.
Hell yeah, he has.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Shit, I threaten women. You know what I mean? Look what I look like being mad at Rude for threatening women when I threaten women. How about women? We threaten women. You know what I mean? We on YouTube, y'all. Okay?
Yeah.
Babe, I need him to come and tell me how you want me to cut this fish, because how big it should be.
Queen of the South said, did I miss Bomb talking about Kevin Samuel's funeral? The church was not full. It really was just his family. Most of them looked older than him.
Yeah. No, yeah, we spoke about, they said like 40 people. Y'all want me to go? Let's go look at it. Let's see if we can find.
And then they said his cousin sang the first song is she did an amazing job. That was the best part about the funeral. You could tell nobody really was checking for Kevin in real life. Yeah. People weren't really fucking with him like that, clearly. Even C Boogie said that Kevin, like him knowing Kevin for the amount of time that he did, he was a very lonely man. He did a lot of things by himself.
Yeah.
Oh, it makes sense. It's unfortunate.
But when you see Kevin, have y'all seen him when he go out and he recorded himself being just nasty to people? Like, you know, they telling you can't come in because they know you're on the list. You're on the list where you can't come in for stealing. And then now you got a little money, you think you could go in there, a little sharper. But no, dude, you're on the list. So he goes in, the woman telling you, well, sir, you got to leave. And so he starts recording. Well, where's your manager? Where's your manager? So the manager comes and she says, please don't point the camera at me. Oh, I'm not putting the camera. And then he's rude to them. You know what I mean?
He thought that they were supposed to forget he forgot stealing. He showed up in there in a suit on, thought they was going to forget.
Yep, thought they were going to forget. But nah, they ain't forget. And how is it that his ass stealing this man of all this value? Okay, this man, even if, let's say he has a lot of money, but we can tell he's not a high value man, right? He's a thief, a liar, a cheater. Come on now. I'm gonna just cut it. I'm gonna cut it. Okay, I'm gonna let you see, and you tell me if I cut it too big or not big enough. Let me see how I do it. Uh-oh. Come on, hit it. Oh, damn it. My hands must be wet. Okay, what you think about that size? Is that too big? Not big enough?
I think that's perfect. I mean, you could cut the little tail.
Oh, cut that off?
Yeah.
That's not going to be nothing to eat? We just cut that off like that? Bam, like right there?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, gotcha. Anyway, yeah, listen, y'all. Y'all ain't got to come to my funeral, but goddamn, at least send a rose or eat.
Or a bouquet of flowers or something.
Yeah, it don't even have to be a whole bouquet. You know what I mean? The people who close by, y'all welcome to come. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't wealthy, so you ain't even got to come, to be honest. You ain't even got to come. I ain't claiming that I'm wealthy with all the wealthy friends and all these. You know what I mean? Y'all listen, if my funeral would be poor, you just know she was poor.
No, I'm just really kind of like baffled with the individuals that's supposed to be his friend. The way they clout chasing off of him. Yeah. Except for Anton, because Anton showed up to his funeral, so I mean, it's more believable in a way, in a sense, if they were friends. But why didn't Dennis Sperling, did he show up?
Nope.
Oh wow. Okay.
They said he didn't show up. That woman didn't show up, and plus they supposed to be high value, so I know they could have caught a plane, right?
Didn't they say he was supposed to marry that woman? Because they said that the woman that he got caught up with was like fiance or somebody.
The men saying anything to make, because she wasn't black. See, she would have been black, but she was a BBW, though. That's what she was.
Right. And I'm just like, well, how the hell was she his fiance if she just said I just met him tonight? Like,
right, these men is lying, and O'Shea Dukes is a liar too. Okay, gonna show his apartment, but say he don't know if it's his apartment. Talking about where his apartment like this. I'm like, aren't y'all friends? You mean you ain't never seen his apartment? You mean he living in large apartments like that? He's not even showing y'all when he got his new apartment? What I will tell you, though, it did come out that his apartment really wasn't his apartment. He stayed there, but it was a transsexual woman's. It was in her name.
Omar, right?
Is that what the person name
Is that the name, or am I getting them mixed up? There's so many characters involved in this.
I think they did say Omar, if I'm correct.
Oh, yeah, because they said the Omar she went by. I forgot. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it starts with the O. It was like a girly Spanish name. But then when they did a research on it, it said also known as Omar with the same last name. And I'm like, wait, is this a man? Like,
oh, okay. Yeah, that's what people thought her name was, the one who was there. But
yeah.
So they said that's why remember when she was calling, she didn't know the address.
Yeah.
And they mentioned his name, but when they looked, they couldn't find it. And even when they called downstairs, they didn't know. She didn't even know the defibrillator. Remember, she asked for them to bring it up, but she didn't know the apartment number though. So how they gonna bring it up if she won't give them the apartment number and the place wasn't in his name?
Right.
That's why I never got up there to him, because the place wasn't in the name. He really shouldn't even been there. You know, it's illegal to sublet, especially in them high-end places. Ooh, baby, well, it's not illegal, but they will kick you out. It's not. I don't think it's about legal or not, but subletting. A lot of people don't let you sublet, in them high-end places don't let you sublet. You can't. They can't approve you, but you're gonna sublet it out to somebody else. But he was subletting them, basically, even if he was the one spending the money. Yo, that look good just by surface. You see that?
It does.
Yeah, we're gonna let that. So
I am delicious.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it simmer. I am gonna let it marinate for 30 minutes. I'm gonna do 10 minutes on each side, 20 minutes. So hey Siri, start timer for 10 minutes.
Mela, you said that Cynthia.
10 minutes.
Go back up.
10 minutes, starting now.
Mela said that Sinji debunked the manosphere today regarding that report. Always used to blame Black women for feminists kicking Black men out of the home. I think you're talking about the Monahan report. Yeah, they lied about that report. Blankly lied. They didn't even read it. None of them read it, because if they would have read it, it didn't mention anything about men getting kicked out of the home, because the men were already gone. That was the whole point of it. So they were using that Monahan report as far as a talking point to make against Black women, saying that we sold the man out for some food stamps and some government assistance when they were already out of the home. So I mean,
what year is talking about? Because they did make that when they decided to let us get food stamps for Black people, we were required to not let the men be in the home to get it. So I don't know what year they're talking about, but that's a fact. Now, I'm not saying that all the men left, because people would just lie. They would lie and say, well, yeah, he's gone. Like my mom, right? Truth be told, and I could say this now, my mother passed away, so they can't go back and do nothing. But they, like we would have qualified with my dad being there, but he couldn't be there just because he was a man and Black. So she lied and said he wasn't there.
And they still do that today, though, Bomb. Like, even even if they say, hey, it's just me and my kids, 9 times out of 10, that man be in the home. They just don't report him unless someone sends out, reports them for fraud and different things, and they do an investigation and they find out, well, he is in the home. If they find that out, then of course he would have to go on the case. But I mean, they're trying to make it seem as if that these women didn't want men in the home. They just wanted government assistance, when government assistance wasn't really made for us anyway. It's like it wasn't.
Right. No, I agree with that. And I debunked that too. I was like, these women were just trying to feed their kids. And the man ate too. And also, he wasn't against it. He was right there. Right. He was right there, knowing that she was going to apply. So these men are crying and whining. But yeah, but it is a fact that the government did do that. They they acknowledged that they did that, and some women,
Well, according to BGS, the women and children should have starved.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's why my argument is, dude, what you want? You as the kid, because me and BGS is the age where that was happening. You wanted to be hungry. They eat, and and I guess he as long as it's not them, they don't care. Like they say, fuck these kids. They literally say fuck these kids. So I don't know how she debunked it. Maybe I need to go check and see what she said, but how you debunk something that's true.
I think she read the actual report. Because the report is not that long, that Monahan report.
Yeah, you got the link to it? We could go through it if you want.
Let me see if I can find it. It's a really short read. They didn't read it. So they were just saying stuff. They were just saying stuff based on what BGS told them.
Right. And that's what that's why I remember when I keep saying it's these old niggas that be lying to these young BGS, who everybody considered him to be their master teacher. That's what they called him. BGS was going around just saying any stupid shit. And that's why he was my first target on this bitch. I'm like, then I'm sitting, right? BGS, because he was what they called the master teacher. So I wanted to prove to them men that your master teacher is a dumb fuck. Okay? And jealous. And then when I put out his picture, when his picture came out, y'all, when y'all see these men, and then now you be understanding, you be like, oh, that's him.
That's why you look like that.
That's why he speak like that. That because you look like that, They're talking about Pookie and Ray Ray because look what they look like. I think BGS came up with that Pookie Ray Ray shit. They went over that, and also the octane bullshit, rating us like we gasoline. That
was so ignorant.
Good. And he'd be over there.
He would watch that show that
Insecure.
Yes.
Yes.
Talking shit about the characters on there, and I'm like, nigga, it's just a damn show. Like, what? Like, why?
He looking at a chick flick while claiming to be masculine to rate the women on the chick flick. Right? And you could tell he loved the show because he know everything about what the women doing. And don't let her sleep around and not be married. And then don't let her break up and then find somebody else and then sleep with, because then they start calling all kinds of names. Like they rate women based on all kinds of stupid shit.
On octane and different shit like that. I was just like, wow.
All them women more highly, more valuable than his ass is. Okay. But they want me to put the. Should I put in the refrigerator? Because I don't want to eat fish out. The fish is kind of finished. 10 minutes. Turn the fish over. Okay, what y'all thinking? Rice or beta rice or noodles?
I like rice.
Like rice? I think we have some. I have to make my own flavored rice because this is chicken rice. It's not gonna be enough anyway. It's not enough. I'm gonna make my own flavored rice. Let's do that. I do see some butter noodles up there, pasta. I like rice better than also.
Have you been to Walmart lately, Bob?
No, I haven't been there in a long time.
I went there the other day just to see how much their eggs were. And for 5 dozen eggs, it's like $14.
How many?
Going up.
Really? Because let me see. How many? This is like you can get 60 eggs. How many that is? That's
65 dozen.
Okay, so 5 dozen. This thing used to cost me about $7.
It's 14. The last time I went to the damn store, I said, what the hell?
Damn.
They just price gouging. It's getting bad out here.
Yeah. Find a farmer's market and go get you some real goddamn eggs. You
That's
heard
what
when
I was thinking about doing.
Yeah, that's where you go get. At least you'll know what, you know. Remember, I asked which come yesterday. What's the difference between when a chicken lay an egg that becomes a chick and when a chicken lay an egg that becomes that just is an egg that we end up eating? And he was, yeah, and so I was explaining the period, right? So and our egg. So I was explaining that when a chicken get with a rooster, right? The rooster is the male, right? The chick gets with the rooster sperm ends up catching the egg, and so when the egg comes out, it's hatchable. It would end up hatching into a chick. But if you never buy a rooster and all you got is chickens, you ain't never gonna have no little chicks. All you gonna have is eggs.
Right.
That's all you're gonna have is eggs. So so there's some people who decide they want to have eggs, and then they got some when they decide they want a chicken. They want a couple of chickens to keep, just keep a flow of eggs coming in with these chickens. But they never buy the rooster. So they wonder why none of these eggs has hatched into a chick. I'm like, are you serious? It's because you need a rooster. You need the male to catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you'll never open an egg and it ends up, because I remember my cousin used to tell me, oh, if it would have stayed there. Like, for instance, you ever bought eggs and they're in the refrigerator and they just there? Why don't they ever turn into chicks? Because people think that, well, egg would have happened is after a while, it is just turned into a chicken. I'm like, no, that's not true. I have these eggs in my refrigerator now for easily 2 months. Why they ain't turned into little chicks in your refrigerator?
They started barking. Bark.
People wonder how is that chicken in my god? And they could tell, and you could tell too, the ones that ended up that's gonna be chickens, you could tell from the outside. I think the color is slightly different. Let me turn it.
That was good.
He kept the skin on some of it, but not on all of it. So, because I want to see, what it's gonna be like with the skin on. Where in the hell did you take the skin off at? Oh, hit these pieces. Okay, I'm about to say, damn.
You were like, where the hell is that?
Yeah, where they at? Oh, I think I already flipped that one. Okay. Hey Siri, restart. Oh, you and him. Which one? The goddamn phone, man. Yeah.
Virgo said, can we talk about these chicken wings? How they look like they on steroids and lifting weights and bitch pressing. Yeah, them chicken is huge.
Them hormones, which is why a lot of kids, when we eat that type of shit, that's why we all messed up. That's why we having all kinds of diseases and shit. They pumping our food with hormones and shit, artificial shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why.
I'm gonna find a farmer's market around here. And although it's a bit more expensive, I feel like it'll be worth it. Because they don't, they raise their animals. They don't do, well, certain places they don't pump them up with a bunch of hormones and different things like that,
right.
Making them look crazy.
I don't even find it to be more expensive. The farmer's market, that's what I used to hear. I used to hear, ooh, you go to the farmer's market, it's gonna be more expensive because it's this and that and that. That's what they blindsided us with. They told us that, right? And it may have been true a while back, a long while back, but now, like you said, if you go to You go to get some goddamn eggs and it's $14. I promise you, you ain't going to no farmer's market and paying them $14 for no goddamn eggs.
Right.
You
That's
get
very
99 cents, you get your dozen of eggs at the farmer's market. See, because they got to get, they grow this stuff already. They just want to make their money. They want to make their money. They're not looking, they're not worrying about gas prices. See, gas prices is not affecting them, right? Or whatever, that's not really affecting them. Because at the farmer's market, the people, it's local. Most farmer markets is local stuff. Local farmers. And right now they should be, man, if people smart, you go find your farmer's market.
Is Sprouts considered a farmer's market?
Sprouts?
Sprouts, yeah. Is there Sprouts in your area?
No, I never heard that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, you're just looking for a place where the local farmers sell their things, and they sell them individually, you know, like, so the farmer's market is like a whole place filled with different people selling different things. And since I'm close to Amish country, we have a lot of Amish. You go get you some donuts, and people be liking that shit. I think their donuts is horrible. This shit is too bready. I could tell they're using, you know, the wrong, but people like home, see, especially white people, they like homemade stuff. As long as you put homemade on it, mention that it's homemade, they like it.
Yeah.
Them donuts is fucked up, okay? They're not light. It's the last time I went and bought some, I was standing in front of them, excited, right? Everybody was going there, the line be long, and I get mine and I bite into it, and I'm like, I said, did I get the wrong type of donut? She said, no, why? I said, why is this line so long for this shit right here? Like I could tell you use bread. It's like they use bread flour.
Was it that nasty? Like
it was nasty. It was too thick. You know, a donut's supposed to be light. When you it's supposed to be light and yeah, but it was dense, almost like bread, which that's why I knew they used bread flour when they made it. And I was like, I said, you use bread flour in this. I guess people just like the idea, and because it's homemade, it's not as sweet though. That's the one thing. That shit was nasty. Fuck out of here. That shit. I was like, people. I said, I waited in the line. I said, do I have the wrong type of donut or something? Like,
trying to figure out why everybody waiting in line.
Yeah, why are they waiting in line for this shit here? What the hell? What is going on with this? And hey Siri, set timer for 10 minutes.
Oh, that's funny.
Girl, I be asking
10
questions.
minutes. Counting down.
Cool.
I be wanting to know, like, I ain't actually, you know, I'm asking the people selling this, like, I'm like, this is too dense.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine biting into a donut and it just be. You said it was like breadery.
It was like bread. Yeah, it was heavy.
Oh,
it was like tearing. Like if I got a piece of bread, let me see. I got a piece of, like I had a piece of bread, right?
And
let me see. Open this. And you know, this is Walmart brand bread. I think this, and the inside of the donut looked like that, look just like that. And so when you bite into it, no donut should be like this. It's not how donuts supposed to be, but that's how that shit was though. And that means they use damn, what did I call it again? Bread flour, or they use regular flour and they rolled it too much. They kept, rolling it too much. And then what happens is start forming gluten. And once it forms gluten, it gets like bready. But donuts do not look like that. Donuts is light when you break it through. So remember, me and Mickey Leak was making donuts. You're not supposed to, you don't want the gluten to form. So, if I use regular flour, you hurry up and do it. You kind of get it, let it bounce a little bit. And then I will do it a lot for pizza. It's okay for pizza. You want the gluten to form there, but with donuts, you don't want it to be like that.
Right.
That's why it don't take long to do donuts. You can put donuts is easy to make. We just so spoiled. We spoiled, y'all. Because right now you could go buy a bag of flour for like $1, $2, right? And you can make lots of pastries. You can make lots of bread. You can make a piece of dough, and everything with that. It don't take long, right? It don't take long. The problem is we rather just go in the store and buy it. Now
it's just convenient.
Right. So it's convenient, but you bought the piece of dough, right? You may have paid $5, $6 for it. But remember, you could buy a bag of flour. You could buy 2 bags of flour and make like 100 pieces for the price you paid for that one dough.
You're right.
And so
I just think people just, they don't have the necessarily patience to be cooking anymore.
I don't even know if it's sad. Do you think is that we lost like people just don't cook no more? Because like especially bread, how many people can still make bread?
The only person I know that still make bread is my great aunt. She's older. So.
Right. And see, bread, now there's some good things to making bread because it's healthy, right? It's healthy. The bad thing with buying bread is that, if I make a loaf of bread right now, tomorrow we cut it, tomorrow it goes stale. Right? Mm-hmm. Bread lasts of course, you got to cover it up. You put in some things. It may last 2 days at the most. We got to understand what I'm about to say. It lasts 2 days at the most. But you could go buy some motherfucking bread that lasts 2 weeks. And how did that bread last 2-3 weeks? My bread lasts 2 days.
Right.
They put something in it. And that is what's making us sick. Right? People, they want to blame it on what we eating. Well, no, it's everything we're eating. Everything we're eating that we're not making ourselves is bad for us because they putting some sweetener in it and they putting something in it to make it last longer. So if it lasts longer than it would naturally do by naturally doing it. So what's the sense in using organic, this, that, and third? But then you put that organic tomato paste made with them organic tomatoes, you put it on some shit that is filled with corn syrup, fructose corn syrup, and lots of sugar.
Mm-hmm.
We defeat. Yeah, so it defeats the purpose of when we talk about healthy eating. Healthy eating means it should be clean eating. It means we should be making it ourselves. Y'all could get a bread machine and make your bread every day. I could put this bread machine down, put it on a timer. It legit have a pan in it. You put the flour in it. They tell you how much to go with the water and whatever else you want to put in it. It tells you to put it in there. I could put it on the timer, and every morning it'll start by itself. And by the time I get home from work, the bread will be fresh and ready, just like you do your coffee, right? Yeah. And therefore,
what's the name of your machine, Bob? The bread machine
this one is a Hamilton Beach homemaker, and this makes 2 pounds. I could bake in this. I can make cakes in this. I also can make yogurt in this thing.
Oh, nice! And it does it for you?
Huh? Yeah.
And it does it for. Oh, okay.
I did a video a while back. I could do another video showing you how simple it is.
Oh, you made pizza in that, huh? The pizza dough in that?
Yeah, I made pizza in here once. Yes.
Okay.
And so you can make pizza in it instead of doing it like y'all see me do it lately. I put all the ingredients ahead of time, and then they got a setting for pizza dough. I press that number, go to work. Right, I could put it on the timers. Let's say you get off at 5, right? You get off at 5. You go to work at 6. You can set it to start at 1, and at 1 it'll start the process. So as soon as you get home, the dough is ready. All you have to do is take it out, roll it into the size you want it, put all your toppings on, and put that shit in the oven. I'm telling you, man, And you can find these things in Goodwill. People be giving them away. Or you can buy one. Like for my birthday a few years back, I ended up getting 5 of these things. I don't know how that happened. The men, I put it on what they call it when you make a list, a wish list, or
yeah, your wish list.
Yeah, and then for some reason, like I ended up getting 5 of them. The men bought them. I thought after one person buy it, it's supposed to go off the list. But Walmart allowed them to keep buying that shit, and it just kept coming to the door. Like one day, 2 of them came. I was like, oh shit. The next day, 2 of them came. I'm like, damn. And then I got another one. I still got a couple of them. They're in the closet upstairs. So anybody want one, let me know. You can have it, but you got to pay the shipping though, because I can't pay the shipping on it. I ship that shit to you. Brand new, never open. I think I gave 2 away already. So I should have like a couple more of them upstairs.
And it's the Hamilton?
Yeah, the one Hamilton Beach. You want to see it? Let me show it to you. Give me a second. Uh-oh, what happened? I must have clicked on something. Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it. Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Nice.
And you can make your own bread. What else? It has 12 cycles. You can make jam. You can make cake. You can make what else it says? Yeah. So it makes I had gotten, when I first, especially when I moved here, I said I was gonna make everything. I learned I was gonna be a grandmother, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this, that, and that was the simple thing, right? I was like, okay, I'm still not gonna call myself old-fashioned because I got a lot of help, right? That thing is a big help. Back in the day, my grandmother used to get over there. She used to put that dough in, like y'all saw me make that pizza thing last time. And by the way, when I use that yogurt, which I do have some yogurt, I might make a piece of tomorrow. When is this gonna go off? I need to put the oven on. Let me see what degrees I need to put that shit on. I'm gonna start this rice, but
all these little gadgets that they have now, they're very handy. Like even with the rice, like I'm starting to make my rice in my pressure cooker.
Yeah.
And it comes out better to me.
Hell
like,
yeah.
You don't have to wait. You ain't gotta do all. You just put the rice, put the water in it, put your timer on, put it to high, and then boom.
Yep. I made videos showing people that. And by the way, a rice cooker is a pressure cooker. So people buying pressure cookers like $100-something, but you could get a rice cooker for like $30, right? The rice cooker is a pressure cooker. That's why it cooks so perfect and so fast.
I got the Ninja Fruity. It's like the 12-in-1. So it's an air fryer, it's a slow cooker, it's a dehydrator, it's a pressure cooker, it's a bunch of gadgets in one.
Yeah.
So it does a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I got that for sale too.
That's good, man. Because them things expensive. That's the one you saying. Wasn't it like $100-something at one time? Let me see what they want me to do. I gotta put the 400 degrees.
I haven't tried making bread. I think I'm gonna try that though.
Oh man, bread, when you make it, you could eat bread by itself. It's so good. Fresh bread, put a little butter on it, and you'll be eating it. You'll be like, damn. It don't taste nothing like that shit right there.
Right. You ain't gotta buy nothing in the store anymore. You can just make it. That makes a lot of sense though. I always wondered that because when my aunt, she made her bread, she would be like, y'all need to hurry up and eat it. Eat this piece or the loaf that's left because it's gonna go bad.
Right.
And I was thinking to myself, like, how was it gonna go bad? You just made it. Like, thinking to myself, but then you buy a loaf of bread that lasts you for a minute. So it's interesting. So clearly they put something in it, obviously,
Right.
or it to extend the shelf life. So
Make it, but the thing about, after the next day, make it some French toast with it if you got leftover, make it some French toast. What is that? They remember that back in the day they used to make bread pudding. That's why bread pudding came about.
I love
Extra,
bread pudding.
yeah, because anything you don't eat that one day, you take that. The stale bread is what you make bread pudding. Or what else you make with stale bread? Breadcrumbs. So there's a lot you do with stale bread, because that's what people you have to do back in the day. In our where we from, we would do bread pudding, French toast with it. You can also make pizza. The pizza with the bread. Because once it gets stale, you put some toppings and some cheese on it. That's what they used to do back in the day. But now, a lot of young people don't know that, because y'all get it, right? You didn't have your grandmothers. They wasn't doing that. Your grandmothers is my age. You know what I'm saying? Well, not my age, but yeah. It depends. I'm not old enough to be nobody goddamn grandma, okay? Unless you about 5 years old. Shit.
Right, Bob.
But I'm just old enough to be your mothers, but I am not old enough to be nobody. Lika is 2, and and my son had him at 23. No, 23, I think. And his girlfriend was 24 when she had it. Legally gonna be here today too. That's why I'm making this. Also, I wanted to make it on Sunday for family dinner. So some of the things you gotta buy when you're making bread: flour, have some oil, yeast, keep yeast, and maybe some milk, a little bit of milk, but it only take a little bit of milk. It don't take a lot. Yeast come in different ones. This is when I buy it in bulk. Buy it in bottles like this, or you can buy it in packs like this. My ass be buying yeast stuff. Every time I see yeast, I'll be bad. Bring some yeast, because yeast is a living. This is a living thing. I think this expired, so this is expired. I can throw this away. This one is not expired. Remember, because COVID hit, and when COVID hit, I had just bought this double pack. COVID, but actually, what happened? My mom died. I had just bought this. Then my mom died. Then went there, and then my mom died. So I stopped baking. I stopped doing a lot of stuff when she died. So all this shit, I could throw this shit away now. I was gonna test it. Let me test. I'm gonna see what what happens when yeast die. Cause I'm gonna test this. Cause we believe everything they tell us, right? But sometimes you gotta test it yourself. This was just open. I just opened it for the first time. Remember, it was hard. That means it was what they call it when they pack it and then they take the air out of it. Just now when I cut in it, I heard the air escape. So I'm thinking, why would it go bad if it was packed like that, right?
Right.
But they do have an expiration date on it. So I'm gonna do a test right now. See if this yeast dies like that. And how do you test yeast? In a little warm water. I'm gonna warm it up in the microwave. You don't want to go over 110. You don't want to go too hot. I'm gonna warm it up for a couple seconds. Do like
heard a lot of vegans, when they use nutritional yeast, they use that in replace of cheese. If they're making like some vegan mac and cheese or something.
Uh,
But I ain't never tried it. That vegan mac and cheese sounds nasty as hell.
it does, but I heard people like it, but depending on how they make it. So this is like a little warmer than, like when you put your finger in it, it's just a little warm. So you don't want it too hot. I'm gonna put some of this in it. Let's see if this is alive or not. If it foams up, then it's still good. And if it doesn't foam up, then it's dead. But the yeast is a living organism. Let's see what they say you can do with yeast. Let's see. Use very warm liquids. They want 2 rises out of this. It's forming up. Look, that yeast is forming up. That yeast is not even bad.
Not even, yeah, it's not bad at all.
That's right. Ain't that some shit? I'm about to throw this shit away. Because look what,
good thing you tested it out.
Yep, look what the expiration says, September 16th, 2021, though.
Mm-hmm.
So I was look at it. Look at it. It's forming up. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
That yeast is good, man. That's crazy. I was about to throw that away. That's why I was telling hubby I got yeast, but I was like, because it's sealed. It's sealed. It's like a brick. This one that I didn't open, it's like a brick. So why would it go bad? Why would I kept it in a cool, dry place. It's hard. It hasn't been exposed to air. So I kept saying I'm gonna test it. I was just about to throw it away, but I'm not. I'm gonna put that one back. And I'm gonna use this week. Yep, it's foaming up. It's doing its job. It's bubbling up. Okay, so I'm not gonna do it. See what I'm saying? When you ever see something with the expiration date, and then we look at it and be like, okay, let me throw this up. We don't even open it to see. They got a couple of things don't play with though. When it comes to milk, smell it, make sure it's not spoiled.
Right.
Heavy cream. I'm gonna tell you what I noticed about heavy cream. I might have one that's expired in here.
It gets those curds in it, right?
Yeah, that's what happened. And it happens right at the expiration date too, baby. Like this would say April 10th, 2022. So I don't think it's ever been opened. But if I go and pour it, it's like curds. Yep. Look, can you see the curds around it?
Yeah.
It look like ice cream. And let me take it to the sink so y'all can see what I'm talking about. So don't play with heavy whipping cream, because heavy whipped cream, first of all, it lasts long, right? I probably bought this, if this expired in April, I probably bought it in January, February, probably bought it in February, in January. They give you like 3 months. Cream lasts long, right? The thing is, I buy it a lot because I make my own ice cream, but then I might not use it. So let me show you what happens with cream. This is the cream coming out.
Oh, wow.
Don't it look like ice cream?
Oh, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, don't use it past its expiration date. And you know what? I'm not even sure. It might be still good, but I wouldn't fuck with it though.
I would even test it out.
Yeah. No, don't even mess with that. Yeah, just trash that. I'm gonna throw that out. What y'all think about cheese? You ever heard that cheese don't really go bad? Just cut off the molded part. What y'all think about that?
Say that again, Bo.
I think about cheese. You heard people say cheese don't really go bad. Just cut off the molded part.
Oh, I'm good.
No, yeah,
oh, no. I really don't eat cheese like that. I like cheese, but I'm lactose, so I really can't have too much of it.
Oh, okay, yeah. You ever had a pizza without cheese on it?
I've had.
Oh, okay. I never had one like that, but you know, if you make your own piece of dough, you can put a little sugar in it. It'll be a little sweet, right? That actually, who puts sugar in a piece of dough? Pizza Hut. Most people love Pizza Hut's crust. They got one of their favorite crusts. That's because it got sweet. It's sweet. So they add sugar in. And you have and some butter. They put real butter too, real butter. Okay, it's warm enough. That's this thing. I didn't hear this thing go off in 10 minutes. Or maybe I was talking and didn't. But I know it's been over 10 minutes. Oh no. Okay. I'm about to put this in the oven there, see it? Don't it look good? Look like that's turn it over one more again. It's marinated real nice. Yeah, that's marinated, baby. That's marinated. Okay. I've never eaten this before, y'all. It's my first time making it as well. The thing I like about it being cold, the garlic is sticking to you see the garlic sticking to it, the pieces, which is good. Okay. Should I put the skin down, you think, or should the skin go up? What you think?
Say that again?
Should the skin go down or up? What you think?
Down.
Down, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just eating. And let's see how long they tell me to cook. Like, I wonder if I should cover it. Let me see what they say. Okay, so preheat oven at 400 degrees. Place the baking dish in a preheated oven and bake salmon uncovered until flesh easily flakes with a fork, or about 20 minutes. I'm kind of scared to put this dish in there because it's cold going right into the heat. But that's what this dish is made for. I'm going to put it on top of something. Put it on top of this, make sure. Boom, boom. I'm going to start with a rice, I guess. Some kind of rice. My let's set it on in seconds. Okay, let me see if y'all can see it. Going in the oven, baby. Going in the oven. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me go slide in there. What was that? 400 degrees, uncovered. And hey Siri, set timer for 20 minutes. The rice
20 minutes, starting now.
The rice is going to take 15 minutes. And that's only if I do 3 cups. But if I do more cups, it'll take a little longer. So, do my rice. And I'm going to put some flavors in it. Rice cookers are easy, y'all. They tell you how many cups. This cup came with my rice cooker. And so you need the cup. If you don't have the cup, you're in trouble. Don't lose it. All right. Because 1 cup of this may not necessarily equals a cup. Right? Let's see. This dry stuff, right? This is a cup, and this is nowhere near that size. See that? So this doesn't really equal a cup. And that's why you got to keep this. I think this ends up being like 3/4 of a cup. In case you lose it, you need to know that. So if you lose this and you need it to use these, use 3/4 of a cup. All hard. It depends on the brand you have too, though. Don't listen to me. Read your instructions. So I'm gonna make 3 cups of cooked rice. So I'm gonna put 3 of these. 2, 3. And that'll take 15 minutes. Now, if I put another one, 4, then it'll probably take 20 minutes. Okay. So you need to know that, because I want this to be done. I want the husband to eat when the salmon is done. Okay. So then I'm gonna wash the rice. I'm gonna put a little salt in it. And then I'm going to put some bouillon cubes in it to give it some flavor. So with salmon, what you think? I don't have fish bouillon cubes, but I do have fish. Let's see. I made some homemade. Let's see if I have a salt. So I think 2 years ago, y'all watched me make this. This is stock. I made seafood stock, right? And what that was, I had some crabs, shells, crawfish shells, shrimp shells. And what I did, I took all of that, and then I had some onion, the ends of the onions and bell peppers, all the stuff. I called it trash to something. And I showed y'all how to take all that stuff and make you a stock. So I could put some of this in here, and that'll be the flavor. Okay, instead of buying stock from the store, which is really what they call it. I think my husband bought some before. It's not called stock. What is it called? Chicken. Is it called chicken stock? Because there's a difference between stock and one is from the bone. Say it again.
So you're talking about stock and broth?
Yeah, broth. So chicken broth and chicken stock. What is the difference? Well, chicken broth is more watery, less flavor, and yeah. And chicken stock, though, you can make broth from stock. This is usually when you're dealing with the bones, right? Because bones have flavor in it. Yeah. And so I could use a little less of this. Let me see. I might make. So since I'm doing fish, I can use some of this in the rice with the water, right? Add it like it's water, and it'll flavor the rice. And that's how you make your own flavored rice instead of using. Wasn't that a chicken pack? Instead of using this, this is rice. Oh, this rice and pasta. I never, my husband must have bought this shit. But instead of using these flavored things like this, you make your own broth. If you ever need to see how to make stock or broth, let me know. But if you cut up your onions, bell peppers, celery, and all that good old shit, the ends, like this part, even the part that you throw away, right? Like this. Throw it away already. Oh no, here it goes. So this here. So this is a bell pepper. Those are the seeds. Remember, I mentioned to somebody, you don't have to always buy seeds. If you want to grow bell peppers, take this part out, and all these seeds are here. Y'all need to just, if y'all got bell peppers, throw some of these seeds in some dirt around your apartment house and watch them bitches grow. That's the seeds right there.
Cool.
Yeah. This will turn into bell peppers. Actually, I keep them because I do grow them. So I don't have to buy, I don't have to buy bell peppers, seeds.
I love bell peppers. I could eat those by itself.
Yeah. But you live in an apartment?
No, I live in a house.
Oh, okay. So you can start it off in your room. You grab one seed or 2 seeds, drop it in some little dirt in a little small thing, watch it grow indoors if you want it first. And then as it get bigger, you put it outside in the yard and watch it spring up. All you got to do is just make sure you water it. Because you're in Arizona, so you got to water it every day. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, And because if it's just one plant, you really just go out there with a small little pot with some water in it and just water it and go about your business. Eventually, you'll have bell peppers. And they'll start out green, and then they will turn yellow and red, orange and then red. The longer you keep it on there, the sweeter they get. But it starts out green, so you can pick them. It takes about 2 months, and you'll have some bell peppers growing. I love growing bell peppers. So I like growing bell peppers. I like growing okra too. The thing is, the first year I grew okra, I did not know that the smaller the okra, the better. So I was letting them grow too big, some of them. So even though I cooked them, they came out okay. But when I found out that I should have picked them when they was like this small, but I was letting them get like this big and shit. I was letting them. The longer they got out, the more excited I was. But then I found out now they're no good. They're hard. So, anyway, let's say this part where I took the seeds from, I would throw this in a pot, onion, a little bit of onion that I didn't cut up, in a pot. You could put a cinnamon stick in there. That make it even better. And put some salt and pepper, and then boil it. If you got some chicken fat, right? The fat that you pulled off the chicken, throw that in that pot. If you got just the bones from a ham, throw that in that pot and boil it, and that is your stock or broth. If you use a bone, then it's stock. If there's no bone, it's just skin, like the chicken fat, then that's going to be just a broth. So what they say, but essentially the bone has more flavor than the skin. And
okay, that makes sense.
So that's why one is strong. That's why one is broth and the other one is just stock. It's stock. So, and then you put that shit in your freezer, put it in something, put it in the freezer. I made this 2 years ago, and it's been frozen. And it smelled like, I could tell seafood. I could smell the crab on it. I could smell the, I'm not gonna use this though. What I should make with the fish? I was thinking about putting some broccoli.
Broccoli is always a go-to.
Yeah, think about
rice, broccoli, and then the protein. That's perfect.
You ever cooked spinach before?
I've sauteed spinach on on a pan.
Yeah, I bought some spinach and I eat spinach. I ate it since I was a kid. But I never cooked it before. So I know some people eat it just like salad, right?
Some people eat it raw, just with their salad. Some people saute it, cook it, to me it tastes the same.
You do?
To me it does, at least.
I had spinach. I don't remember.
I love spinach.
Yeah, I've never eaten it raw before, but I'm gonna try to cook it sometime this week. I want Leaky to try the things that I tried. I never even made spinach for my kids. I don't remember doing it. I know. And my mom, I don't remember my mom cooking spinach. I used to eat it at school. You ever ate beets?
Not beet straight up. However, I do put beet powder in my water or smoothies on a daily basis.
Yeah, they said beets used to be good for your eyes and things. As my grandfather used to eat beets, and because I was a baby, he would feed it to me. I remember eating beets with him. Yeah, I remember that. But anyway, let me make this rice and clean this. Anybody want to come up and talk about something? Would y'all want to look at the funeral?
We could look at the funeral unless somebody else wants to come up here.
Okay. Or the honest truth, I'd rather, if y'all want to look at the funeral, I'll do that. I would rather go through his lives in that interview. You know what I mean?
Which interview? Because he has several.
The no jump interview. Remember, we wasn't finished with that.
With that Adam
Yeah.
dude. Yes, I remember that.
See,
We could do that.
Putting out his lies, unless y'all got something else y'all want to talk about, or someone else. But yeah, let's do that no jump. I don't want to look at his funeral. You know, hey, he didn't have a good funeral, or you know, I guess a funeral is a funeral. I guess it don't matter to him at all. It's all about the family, I guess, essentially. It's just that I think these men was ready to see something extravagant so they could prove that he made a lot of money. But yeah, I don't think his funeral did that, y'all. I think it's the opposite. Okay, so let me stop sharing because I'm gonna be sewing soon after I get this rice on. Let's see, take that off and then come share. Make sure I hit the sound. And then we gotta find the video. I know I have it queued up to where we left off. It's gonna be one of these. Let's see.
And from there, I fell backwards into a career in corporate sales.
Okay, here we go, y'all. We're gonna run just a little bit.
But I hated it. I quit my job.
Okay. Okay, y'all. If you hear him say something and you want me to stop it so we can talk on it, let me know. Because I'll be listening. I'm gonna be washing this rice and getting it ready. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna make it bigger.
That, you know, academics was gonna
fair use, by the way, fair use.
Help me get scholarships and things at college, went to college for engineering. Yeah, you know, did the normal stuff, but I hated it. I quit my job in engineering, decided to start waiting tables at Papado. And from there, I felt
okay, we want to make it clear because somebody gonna say he didn't say he graduated, he didn't say he got an engineering degree. He just said he quit his job in engineering. Am I right about that? Did we all hear that?
I heard it plain as day.
That's right. And you cannot be an engineer without having that goddamn degree. Okay. So he said, I quit my job in engineering. Well, they're making, oh my God, engineers make big dollars. And he became a waiter at Papados.
Right.
And that makes sense to you men, right? Oh my God. And if it does, that means your godfather was a stupid. If he did that, then he was stupid. Okay. And if you believe that he did that, then that make you stupid. Here we go. Fair use.
Fell backwards into a career in corporate sales. And if you've been around long enough, you remember with the telecom industry, the boom and the bust.
Right.
Well, I cut my teeth in that environment. Lots of competition, lots of money, lots of exposure, but it all went away. When that industry fell away, I found myself in advertising and marketing, selling it. So I cut from corporate sales.
Okay.
And the last little bit, I realized that I'm becoming older, I can make it up, but you know, these companies fall apart, such and so forth. Decided to start my own boutique advertising agency. That worked moderately successful, but how I really got into this business was from the PR side of that boutique agency. One of our clients was about to leave and take about 40% of our company's revenue, which is gonna hurt.
Oh, wow.
Hurt bad, and she was sitting here saying, you know, hey, I'm going to be put before the governor for an emergency appointment to a judge. But here's the thing, I don't know how to dress for that. And I'm sitting here thinking about all the money we're about to lose because she's going away. She's like, but
okay, I have to stop it right there because I thought about this, right? Remember, he's claiming that she is already his customer of his boutique, right? So essentially, he already have a boutique. Isn't he already dressing people? Right? Like, think about, like, because he made it seem like his boutique is where people came. Remember, this was his client. Remember, he's saying that this client, a boutique, is just a place where you go and buy shit, right? You go and buy your clothes or whatever, right? Am I wrong? Maybe I'm thinking of it wrong.
No, you're right.
Right. So he was already dressing people. So when he said that she now wants me to dress her, and he went online to go see, well, what is it called to dress people? And that's when he said it was a what? He said that's when he came up with this term, what do you call himself again? It's not a stylist. He's not a stylist.
An image consultant.
Image consultant. That's right. So he was already dressing people. Essentially, you come into his thing. You say, "How you doing? Can I help you? What are you looking for? Oh, check out this. This will be perfect on you." He was already doing that, and now he want to become an image consultant. An image consultant just don't dress you, you know. Image consultant tells you how to act, help you change your image. So I just want to put that out there, that he said that he had a client. It's like he stole his client from himself, because he was like, okay, she gonna leave. This one client was 40% of your business. Remember, he's just a boutique. Why? This dude knows that young people not adding this shit up, or they don't know what things are. A boutique is a fucking store, yo. Instead of, when you go to buy your shit, instead of you going to what they call Walmart or you know, Buy Scouts or things like that, they got people with small little stores. A boutique is something like a small little store where when they buy things, they're not buying a whole lot, right? So if you go buy something from a boutique, you're probably not gonna see a lot of people wearing the same thing in your area, because they buy things in smaller limits, you know, quantities. I'm sorry. And so a boutique is just a store. So when he said that this one person gonna take 40% of his business, then what the fuck was she buying like that? Was she coming in and buying up the whole 40% of the store? Coming in, buying all the earrings and all the shoes, all the skirts and all the skirt dresses. Like, this shit just don't add up, but it sound good. He talked real fast. And he's like, what is his name who come up here? Twin comes up here, talk real fast. And then when I start slowing you down, then get you to repeat it, it don't make sense. You see what I'm saying? Man, these niggas. Anyway, here we go. So he's saying that one of his clients was about to take his business away, but about to go away with his business. So he stole his client from himself.
But you always just so nice. Is that something you can help me with? Because I was doing her PR. I'm like, well, yes. And I went shopping with her to help her get ready for this thing. And I went and looked up. I was like,
so he went shopping with her. Remember, he had a boutique already. Remember when I told y'all he was taking people to other places to shop, but he claimed he had his own boutique. Why would he take you to another place and give them money instead of just ordering what it is that you think you would buy from it, and you buy from him? This shit don't add up.
I was like, what is it that when people help people get dressed for such and so forth? There's an image consultant. That's how I found myself being interested in image consulting, but it kind of goes in what I've done in my life. I've always had a sense of style, a sense of flair. So I got into the business helping men and women. And what really brought me here is when I started focusing on my guy clients, they were coming in saying, hey, look, man, I came into you to get a better outcome.
Do you guys see this app right here? It's called Audible. There's actually a better way to make money on Amazon other than selling physical products. And actually, it's using Audible. If you don't know what Audible is, it's actually
personally or professionally.
Okay, y'all, give me a second. Let me get this out there. It's really supposed to be flaky, right? Let me check. I don't know what the flaky means, but we're gonna see. Oh yeah, it's a little flaky. Okay. And it's done like that? That's how quick it is? Tell her. Am I muted? I don't think I'm muted.
I'm sorry, I was talking this entire time. I was on mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sam, it's that fast.
God damn, that was fast. Let me take this out with it. I'll show it to y'all when I finish putting this rice on. So I ain't gonna die in no goddamn sickness or no fish, huh?
No.
Okay, let's see. Ooh, come on, babe, come on. Oh, it smells good too. I can't even lie. Okay, we're gonna finish this. I'm gonna finish doing this rice and then I'll show it to y'all when it cool down a little bit. Okay, fair use. Okay, here we go, y'all.
But on the personal side, man, I'm looking good. I'm smelling good. I'm moving up the corporate ladder. I'm moving up. My business is expanding. Now I want to have a wife, a kid, a family, whatever. And I'm not finding any women out here who are kind of at my level or my new level. And then I'm hearing women say they can't find men over here. So what I'm really having is a conversation that my guys have and my women have. And I spent the first 3 years talking to men, but that didn't really catch on. But when I started talking to women about the kind of men they say they want, I asked one question: what do those men want from women? And that's what really kind of kicked this whole thing off. And, you know, the pandemic helped a lot too, because everybody's sitting at home.
Right.
So that's the conversation that's been happening since the summer. But honestly, man, I've been involved in relationship conversations since 1989, Shahrazad Ali college campus. I've always been in the mix with relationships, but that's what's taken off here. So, and that's what kind of led to this new burst of popularity. Just having the same conversation that we have on the basketball court, the barbershop, golf course, and I'm telling women what men really wish they could say, but they can't say this stuff in the corporate environment. I've been there.
Right.
You'll get canceled. You'll get.
I was trying to get it to stop, y'all. I was trying to get it to stop. Look like my computer is acting up. Anyway, remember, did y'all hear him say 1989? He said, I've been in these type of talks since 1989. Where was, and then he said, Shard Ali, where was he having these conversations at in 1989? Can anybody explain to me? Because we sure wasn't on the goddamn internet having these kind of conversations. Where y'all think he was? He said, I was having these type of conversations. Then he mentioned her, right? That's around that time when they talk about Oprah. That's why he mentioned her. I think she went on, not Oprah, I think she was on the Donahue show. It was either Donahue or what's that other? No, I am thinking about Donahue. So it was Donahue, Geraldo, and I think those was the only two serious males, you know, which come used to go in there and fight and shit. But so anyway, where was he doing this at in 89? And do y'all realize how old he was in 89 if he claims to be the age that people was claiming that he was? Okay. So I'm gonna just say that he been having these conversations for 89, y'all, since 1989. Some of y'all wasn't born, okay? Most of y'all wasn't born, as a matter of fact. And some of you who were born, you was a baby for real. What is going on with my computer? Oh, something's on the laptop. I'm not sure what's going on here. Here we go.
Me too. You'll get hostile work environment. And so many women are not understanding what the disconnect is. So what I'm saying is, I'm like, well, the kind of men you want are these guys.
I'm not sure what's going on with my computer, y'all. Weird shit going on. Hold on. Let me do a check here. Let me see. Make sure nobody controlling my shit. Connected. Okay, Zoom. Let me make sure nobody, it's just you and I in Zoom. Okay, because that's weird. I'm not even touching the screen and it jumped to that. Let me see. That's some weird shit. What did it do? Did it go forward?
And from there, I fell backwards into a career in corporate sales. Now, if you've been around long enough, you remember with the telecom industry, the boom and the bust.
Right.
Well, I cut my teeth in that environment. Lots of.
If I'm correct with the boom and the bust, I think that was in the early 2000s. If I'm correct, that's in the 2000s. Yeah, my kids was both in school. That's around 9/11 type of shit. What year that happened? In 05, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, early 2000s is what he's talking about now. So when he talks real fast. He's jumping through time hoops and loops and shit, and hoping to confuse people. Anyway, let me see what's going on with my computer really quickly. Rank. I got the Bluetooth on. I got the Zoom, Minicam. I got the protection. Okay, nobody. Okay, let me finish.
Competition, lots of money, lots of exposure, but it all went away. When that industry fell away, I found myself in advertising and marketing, selling it. So I come from corporate sales.
Okay.
And the last little bit, I realized that I'm becoming older. I can make it up, but these companies fall apart, such and so forth.
You're becoming older. What do you mean? We all get older. But if he's talking about the time since '89, right? He was like 20, 21. What the fuck is? I'm getting older. Y'all don't see the play on words, the things he say that make us all say, "Ooh, yeah," all of that. Oh yeah, and you're getting older. Yeah, that's when you're going. Man, oh man, fair use. Here we go.
To start my own boutique advertising agency. That worked moderately successful, but how I really got into this business was from the PR side of that boutique agency. One of our clients was about to leave and take about 40% of our company's revenue, which is going to hurt.
Oh, wow.
Hurt bad, and she was sitting there saying, hey, I'm going to be put before the governor for an emergency appointment to a judge. But here's the thing, I don't know how to dress for that.
Emergency appointment for a judge? Wait, what he said? Emergency appointment for a judge. Man, oh man. And it was a woman too, by the way, right? He was dressing women, I guess, back then.
And I'm sitting there thinking about all the money we're about to lose because she's going away. She's like, but you always dress so nice. Is that something you can help me with? Because I was doing her PR. I'm like, well.
So he's a man, and a woman looks at him and says, you dress so nice. Although you're a man and you dress like men, I'm a woman. You dress so nice. Can you help me dress like you? Is that what? Wow. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it alone, y'all. I'm gonna leave it alone. Fair use.
Yes. And I went shopping with her to help her get ready for this thing. And I went and looked up. I was like, what is it that when people help people get dressed for such and so forth? This and
he didn't even know what it's called. Before I finish this, let me stop that shit, y'all, and show y'all what I'm doing right now. Very quickly here. Okay. Boom, I'm back. Okay, so this is called bouillon. Better than bouillon, right? Let me show y'all. I don't know if y'all can see that because I'm not sure. I can't really see it. It's called Better Than Bouillon, which this is bouillon, right? This is bouillon cubes. Most of you have seen that's these. And this is called Better Than Bouillon. And what it is the same thing, except this is a paste. This flavor this is roasted chicken base. And this is chicken. And I think I have some beef also, I think, somewhere. But I'm not, since I'm doing fish, right? I don't have any seafood. So we're going to just go with the basic chicken. They say everything tastes like chicken anyway. Boom, boom, boom. So what I do, they tell you how much it is to use to equal what you're looking for. So this is my rice, right? With the amount of water and my dry rice that I need. So what I've done is I've taken some of this paste. I put a little bit in there already, but I'm gonna put a little more. Take a little paste and just drop it in that water. And by the way, you can use this paste to make chicken noodle soup, if you just need some soup because you're not feeling well. You want to add flavor to your ramen noodles. This or this, it's basically the same, I guess. And so I put it in there, and the water is a little yellow, right? I'm gonna put some salt in it. I might even drop a bouillon cube in it because I want some flavor. I want it to be flavorful. So I'm gonna drop 1 or 2 of these in there. Put some salt. If you want, you could throw vegetables in your rice. Like if you have carrots and all that good old stuff for people like that kind of stuff. You can make this or these type of things simple. And it's cheaper if you do it the way I'm showing you how to do it. Rice cooker, regular rice, bags of rice is way cheaper than this. This shit is like $1 for this little pack. And I can tell you that 1 scoop of rice that I put in here is not even in these bags, right? So you waste money with that. My husband bought that. You could tell because I don't buy that type of shit. I make the shit, right? And so I'm gonna put another cube. I'm gonna put a cube in it. Only because I only had 2 left, so I just put both of them in there. And then I'm gonna mix this up. Now, when I put my salt, I'll just put some salt in there, right? And let me tell you how you can tell if your rice has enough salt. When you stir it with your hands, make sure your hands clean when you're cooking. Please don't tell me Mom using her hands. I'm in the kitchen. I've already washed my hands before I got started. Okay, so and then see that water on my finger there? Just taste it and see if it's salt. I can even taste the chicken, right? That tastes good. God damn. Okay, I was shocked because it was already flavorful. I don't need much because that wasn't, usually I use more salt than that. That's why you taste it. Because I guess because I put the bouillon cube in there, there's salt in that, which we already know is packed with salt. None of those cubes. So this is already flavorful. And now I'm gonna just let that water that I'm using soak that up, and it's gonna be inside of the rice. And that's how you make flavorful rice. Okay, put that in my rice cooker. Here's my rice cooker here. Okay, it's plugged up. Is it plugged up? Let me see. Yeah, it's plugged up. I hit the power on. I'm cooking white rice. They got brown rice. If you want to steam something, you can put vegetables in here and steam them. You can make this a slow cooker, and I could put it on a timer. So I'm gonna hit white rice, and this thing gonna cook, and you're gonna let me know when it's ready, and it'll be done. And that's it. Okay. When it's done, everything will be done. I'm thinking about making a vegetable, but I'm not sure what yet. Okay, so we're gonna continue on. Oh, I'm gonna show y'all this in a few. Let me show it to you. Now, mind you, this is my first time making this, so I just followed instructions, which was a recipe. Okay, that's all I did, and I'm gonna see how it is. So it's flaky. See, when I turn that, and it flakes right off. See, is that how it should look? I'm gonna dip it in this little sauce right there, and I'm gonna taste that. I'm gonna blow on it. Oh, that's good. That's good. Wow. Okay. And that's ready. The rice will be ready in about 15 minutes. And I'll see if I'm gonna put something else with it. I'll think about it while I'm in here. Okay. So we're gonna stop this. Y'all got questions, comments, suggestions about the food? All I can see the recipe. Okay. I just followed the recipe. I doubled the recipe, right? When it told me to use 2 tablespoons of soy sauce, I put 4 tablespoons, right? Because I doubled it. If they tell you to use, I think they told me to use 1/4 of a cup of the, what's the name of that stuff was again? I don't know. Anyway, double the recipe, 2 times the recipe, because I had 2 times the amount of fish. I hope that makes sense. Okay, if you have more than the recipe calls for, then you have to add more. That's how you do it. Boom. I hope that helped. Okay. Now let's get back to Kevin Samuels. Scamming and lying. Okay. So I have to come back and share. I'll be sewing in about probably a half hour, y'all. Once I see if I'm add something to the dinner, and then I'm gonna get over there and start sewing bags up. Okay. If y'all want to come up, the link is there. And if y'all want to change the topic, just come up. Okay. If you want to comment on what we're talking about, come up. Everybody's welcome. And here we go.
Fair use.
Fair use. You have the co-host, don't you? You have a
Oh,
co-host?
yes, I do, Bon.
Okay, cool. Okay. Here we go, y'all. I'm gonna mute myself, and here we go.
An image consultant. That's how I found myself being interested in image consulting, but it kind of goes in what I've done in my life. I've always had a sense of style, a sense of flair. So I got into the business helping men and women. And what really brought me here is when I started focusing on my guy clients, they were coming in saying, hey, look, man, I came into you to get a better outcome personally or professionally. But on the personal side, man, I'm looking good. I'm smelling good. I'm moving up the corporate ladder. I'm moving up. My business is expanding. Now I want to have a wife, a kid, a family, whatever. And I'm not finding any women out here who are kind of at my level or my new level. And then I'm hearing women say they can't find men over here. So what I'm really having is a conversation that my guys have and my women have. And I spent the first 3 years talking to men, but that didn't really catch on. But when I started talking to women about the kind of men they say they want, I asked one question: what do those men want from women? And that's what really kind of kicked this whole thing off. And, you know, the pandemic helped a lot, too, because everybody's sitting at home.
Right.
So that's the conversation that's been happening since the summer. But honestly, man, I've been involved in relationship conversations since 1989, Shahrazad Ali college campus. I've always been in the mix with relationships, but that's what's taken off here. So, and that's what kind of led to this new burst of popularity. Just having the same conversation that we have on the basketball court, the barbershop, golf course, and I'm telling women what men really wish they could say, but they can't say this stuff in the corporate environment. I've been there.
Right.
You'll get canceled. You'll get Me Too.
Let me unmute myself. He's been in his corporate environment where he skims over. He said, yeah, corporate America. He mentioned some shit. He never said what he did or did, because he didn't do none of that. And then he mentioned golf course. This man couldn't afford to play around the golf, not in no place
Not
in
with
America.
no Papa though.
I know that's right. Shit. Listen, if y'all don't know about golf is one of the most expensive sports there is. Like, I'm talking about expensive. Okay. We talking about $1,000. You might be able to play a couple of holes, you know, and it depends on where you're playing. You better go and make some, what they call that, play golf, what they call it? The kiddie golf? What is it? Miniature golf. Yeah, he might be playing miniature golf. You want to take that, baby? Yeah, but he ain't playing no goddamn golf working at Papa Do's as no waiter. What you think of that? Anyway, I'm gonna play some more.
You'll get hostile work environment. And so many women are not understanding what the disconnect is. So what I'm saying is, I'm like, well, the kind of men you want are these guys, and this is what they want from women. And are you willing to do that? Or if not, at least now you know why the disconnect is. So that's about as simple as I can put it. So.
Interesting. Yeah, because that's one thing that I ended up saying to one of my employees over there. I was like, you know, I like Kevin Samuels because he just gets crispy every day. I don't really feel like I have that much of an incentive to present myself in that way. But, you know, certainly for you to garner the respect of these random people who are calling in and stuff, it very much helps to accentuate your brand. And you're talking about that like you've always sort of had a bit of understanding of sort of dressing for what you want to accomplish, right?
Well, coming from corporate sales, you know, the first thing they buy is you. So when you come through the door, and I'm talking about a multi-million-dollar deal or even several thousands of dollars, your image does play a part in it. And I spent a lot of time, money, and investment in getting coaching. I do the same things that I tell people to do, because there's a difference between, let's just say, insurance. Somebody works at a local State Farm, Farmers, or Allstate. There's going to be somebody up here that's making 500, 300,000, and somebody making 30 or 50. They're selling the same products to the same market. What's the difference? Network and appearance. So I've always known that your image can help get you in the door. What you do once you're in the door.
I wasn't even listening. Did he say anything? But they asked him. They're asking him about jobs, right? I'm over here with my husband, thinking about what we're gonna cook with.
Yeah, and of course he keeps saying that he worked in corporate America, but where? Like, what part of corporate America did you work at? Because Papa Do's ain't corporate America, okay?
Right.
It's not. You know, these people will believe in anything.
Yeah.
And he was talking about hostile work environment. Well, yeah, it's gonna be a hostile work environment. You better have their salad, you know, or he worked at Papa Do's. What do they got? They got shrimp and stuff over there. Better have their shrimp out on time.
Yeah.
Right. Better get it together.
Together, man. This fish tastes good. Man, you ate that whole piece? No. Oh, I must have ate it. Okay. You want a little piece right now? Okay. I'm like, I don't wait. I eat while I cook. That's what. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I agree with you. You want to say something else before I hit play?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Is the difference. So that's why I stress the points of image. And before I get too deep, image is 4 parts: appearance, behavior, communication, digital footprint. A, B, C, D. The appearance part just gets you heard, but how you behave, how you communicate, and then how you look online really kind of solidifies all that stuff. And that all comes into fruition on the show, because there are people who come in like, I don't like this guy, I don't like nothing he has to say, what does he talk about? But then when they sit down and if they actually listen to me, it makes more sense more often than not.
Right. I have definitely had more than a few people that I know try to like take issue with you. But, we keep having conversations. The more and more stuff that we watch that I'm like, listen, I can understand how you could say that Kevin is disrespectful. I can understand how you maybe think that he's prioritizing things. He's prioritizing materialism or money or youth, etc. I can understand how you might take issue with some of those things. But I can't say that I've ever heard him give bad advice. There's never been a time where I've been watching you.
So if he prioritizing certain things that shouldn't be prioritized, then how isn't he giving bad advice? Right?
Right.
If you're telling a man or a woman that money comes first, foremost, and everything, and all you should worry about is who got money. You don't have to be attracted to them. You know what I mean? So if you're telling a woman that or a man that, and you disagree with that, then how in the hell is that good? He not giving bad advice. God damn. It's like people stupid. Anyway, you want to say something before I hit?
No, go ahead and hit play.
Okay, fair use, everybody. Here we go.
Speak to a woman and thought he's giving her horrible advice. He's completely misleading her. You might be a little rough with your delivery at times, but it seems like you really are kind of giving people advice that they need, to be honest.
Well, and what's happened as of late, I have a private Facebook group that I talk about. And in this group, it's been up less than 6 months, and I pretty much handpick the people that come in, men over here, women over here. And in 8 months, and going on about 7 months, there have been 8 couples that have gotten together and 3 engagements. So even
8 months, 3 engagements. So in 8 months on a Facebook group where you ain't even meet these people, there's some 3 engagements, huh? Ain't that some?
I need some testimonials, some reviews.
I know that's right. We need to talk to the women. I need to talk to the women and their other significant other. And what we'll find out is that it might be like something similar to Sister George and which one, where they knew each other already. They was already talking to each other already, and they invited. He might have let one in, and then the other invited the other, and then now they're in there, and now Kevin got us together. What? You was together before you even knew Kevin. God damn. I'm not saying that's what Sister George said, y'all. I was using them as an example. Okay, so please don't say that Bomb said Kevin got them together. I didn't say that. Anyway, fair use here.
Even on YouTube, a young lady just posted a video last week. Kevin Samuels' advice is the reason I got engaged. And she got engaged in Aruba. So it's hard for people, it's becoming harder and harder for people to say your tone, you're this, you're that, when you're producing results. And what I often say is, I'm like, well, Simon Cowell on American Idol was allowed to become a multimillionaire.
Why do they like to talk about these certain people? He was already a known person, and him being rough, and he's talking about, isn't that America Got Talent? Isn't that what he did?
American Idol.
American Idol, okay. And what they doing on American Idol? They sing, right?
Yeah, they sing and then they're the judges.
Right. So wasn't he what was that dude before he started judging? Was he like did anything in the music industry or something? Manager?
To be honest with you, I think Simon Cowell, I think he has the ear for music.
He has the what?
I think he just has an ear for music.
Right. But he was famous before he became a judge on that. That's what I'm trying to figure out what he did. I'm not sure if he, like you said, maybe he was some manager.
Let me Google it.
Yeah, because
Simon Cowell. Let's see what Simon Cowell was. I used to think he was gay for the longest time.
Me too. And I think he's from another country too, I thought. Isn't he?
Yeah, he's from England.
Right. And so it's something about him. I wasn't sure, but I know he was famous before he even became a judge on that show.
They said he was a record executive.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes. So he was already wealthy, highly known, and in the music industry. And therefore, like you said, he was a judge because he had an ear for music, right? He has an ear for, and since American Idol is about them singing and doing their thing. But this dude, he trying to make it seem like, oh, because he was mean and nasty. And actually, I don't see them to be the same. I think if I go up there and try to sing and I sound bad, and you tell me I sound bad, then I sound bad. The fuck? You letting me know they got some people out here, you said not, you might say, hey, well, this not for you, right? This is not for you. What Kevin was doing was completely different. Kevin would put on mooing sounds. He had a lot of sound effects. It didn't matter if the woman looked nice or not. He asked the same basic ass question, same sound effects. He was just terrible. Okay, so they're not the same. Okay, but he of course he wanted, he was faking it till he make it. He wanted to act like he was just the same as these other famous people. Anyway, fair use, here we go.
And he is the reason the show was as successful as it was.
And we wouldn't be talking about him if he was.
No, I don't think he was the reason for that. What is he talking about?
What is he talking about?
He said that Salmon was the reason why the show was as successful as it was. I watched the show and I didn't care if Simon was a judge or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nobody was there to see Simon.
Right. And he just said, he's the reason it was successful. No, that's not true. It was the talent, right? It was the talent. Some people even disagreed with some of the judges. But okay, it was the goddamn talent. He gonna talk about he's the reason. No, I'm sorry, he wasn't.
Wasn't abrasive with his commentary.
Bars. Howard Stern was the pioneer of the shock jock kind of thing, and even to a lesser degree, Gordon Ramsay. And I ask people, is it my tone or is it the fact that I'm right? And my tone just gives you a reason to not like it. Because 2 + 2 is 4 no matter who's saying it. And we need more of that in today, where you can be a man and you can build all this and be successful for you, your family, and somebody can go back and say, hey man, something you did when you was freshman in college really made me feel uncomfortable. Give me half your shit. No, thank you.
Right.
No, thank you.
The world has certainly changed a lot in that regard. Yeah.
Yeah. So bring a little bit more of that back, and not just, and here's the thing, it's not just harsh or direct for mean's sake. I reflect what I get from people. So people who watch my show recognize that I just mirror back.
In mine, okay, women go out on that being really nice, and he's being really mean. Yeah, and the ones who was really being mean, like Nicki Minaj was laughing all in his face. The other woman from Love and Hip Hop, she was saying, yeah, I sleep with thugs. So she was just laughing all in his face. And he was just being all sweet and nice. That shit was amazing, baby. So no, he's not telling the truth. Fair use.
And there are times when I'm sitting there talking to somebody who may come in as a real advocate. Next thing you know, she's in tears going back to her husband. But people like to focus on the things that make their argument stick. And really, it's about staying comfortable. But I'm like, cool, be comfortable. But just be comfortable with your outcomes. Don't complain about them.
Right.
You're making a C? I'm good with C's. But don't want A outcomes.
Right.
Because we should have equality of opportunity, but not equality of outcomes.
Definitely. So that's the one thing that we keep coming back to from watching these conversations that you have with people, is it seems like a lot of the women in particular that I see you talking to, they just sort of have like a contrived image of what their life is supposed to be like. And I wonder where you think that comes from, because when you have a woman, and this happens over and over and over on your show, they're 35, they have maybe they haven't had a couple kids, they haven't been in a successful relationship, whatever, and then you end up asking them, how much money does a guy need to make to be with you? And they say $250,000 in a year, and you're kind of like, this is a very unrealistic world that you seem to be living in. That's a lot of fucking money. And what are you really bringing to the table that would, like, maybe you fall in love with this guy and you get lucky, sure, but it doesn't seem exceedingly likely if you're not bringing anything to the table, right?
Well, what I think, and this is where we start to have a multi-track conversation. One thing we all universally, Disney is always the prince, the girl comes from nothing, the prince finds her in the village and he picks her up and they move out from behind. It's Coming to America, the Eddie Murphy movie in the 80s. This Western culture to where we have to have the cathartic ending. I mean, if you're a Star Wars fan, or bona fide Star Wars fan, Star Wars was supposed to end with Luke turning evil. He wasn't supposed to go good. Well, we needed to be happy so we could sell merchandise. So something happened. There was a woman by the name of Sue Ellen Browder who used to write for Cosmopolitan back in the 70s and 80s. And she wrote a book called Subverted. And she admitted that in the 60s and 70s, Cosmopolitan, which was Playboy for women at the time.
Playboy for women. What the fuck is Playboy? Playboy for women. I need to see what that is. Playboy for women would be where there was men naked.
Right.
I think he just mean a woman's magazine. God damn, man. Let's see what he said what she admitted to. Let's see.
Openly lied to women, selling them this Sex in the City lifestyle.
There's still a lot of people in the Sex in the City lifestyle. In fact, that's what we have been right now. Do y'all agree that we have women who not married, right? You might have one. Okay, so we got women with friends, girlfriends, and just like girlfriends, right? The show Girlfriends. And you might have a married one in the group. Or you might have the one who's a little loose with it, right? You might have the one who's there, but she's in a relationship, but they're not married. They go back and forth. Sex in the City was us as women. It kind of put all types of women together in that little group. Which one was I don't want to call it a whore, but she was openly sexually. That was the older one. And then the one who was always with Mr. Big. Remember, she was dating Mr. Big on and off for years. Never got married. Then there was the lawyer. The lawyer was the one who she ended up eventually getting married and having a kid. But before that, she was the one who talking about there's no men out here. And, you know, and even when men was looking at her, they wasn't the type of men she wanted. But she ended up with a basic dude anyway, and she was a fucking lawyer.
She was with that white boy, right? The little
Yeah,
looking white boy.
Yeah, looking goofy and shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, that wasn't a lie. That essentially is what when we got together after college, maybe, or even high school, right? When you left high school and you become, you got with some roommates and shit, trying to live your life separately from your family. So what is he talking about? And those are white women.
He sounds like he's the superficial one.
Yes, he is. But why he trying to assume that the black woman is the superficial, only on the surface? He's the one who sold them that. The women who called in heard him say something and they like it. Like, who wouldn't want a man making six figures? You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, we want to make six figures and we want to be with men who make six figures. That's not a bad thing. But the realities are, yeah, that's not what's going on. It's not what's going on like that. But anyway, fair use. Let's listen to what he said. Oh, she said, she admitted they lied. Well, yes, advertisers lie. Now, I will agree with that. Advertisers lie. They tell us, hey, check this out. This is going to be the better thing for you. Hey, this is the easiest thing for you. But, yeah, fair use. Here we go, y'all.
And I did a podcast on how, feminism and that kind of stuff was so supposed to be about one thing: women having choice. If you want to be a housewife, that's your choice. If you want to be a corporate woman, that's your choice. And I think everybody can get on board with that. But when we've told women in particular, you can have it all. You can have everything. You can bring home the bacon fried up in pan, never let you forget you were a man. I'm a woman, Angeli. That's the 1970s, and that kept going on and on and on. But we as men, we know that ain't right.
Hell yeah, we could go to work, then we come home from work and cook dinner, and then we can still be with our man. What the hell is he talking about? We know it ain't right. Shit, them men are happy that, you know what I mean? My husband was happy that I would go to work because now I'm making our life easier. He was even happy when I came home and I would even cook. Shit, in fact, I was the one unhappy about that at times. And then we still ended up creating our family. That which means that's still when we still having sex. I was still. Anyway, let's hear what this fool got to say.
Step to Hottie over at the bar and you find out real quick where you rank.
Bars.
Real quick. So men get a dose of reality often, and then when we took away competition, when we start putting all these participation trophies.
What he keeps saying? He keeps saying this shit. When did you take away competition? He talking about in school, and even then, even with the participation trophy, there still was competition, right? You got a participation trophy, but you wanted to get first place, second place. You see what I'm saying? So there's always competition. It's you men who don't want to compete for real. You men just wanted to be there. You want to hop on board however you want to do it. And then if you decide you don't like it because you want something better, you want to be able to hop off and continue moving on. But you don't want another man to come along and be right there wanting to hop on board that same person. You don't want that. You'll be like, oh man, forget it. Let him get it. You know what I mean? Because you're too scared to compete. And then they got those men who don't mind competing for whatever. It don't have to be a woman, just competing for the job, nigga. But nah. Anyway, he talking about participation trophy. That if there's a participation trophy, that was just to make the losers feel good, the ones who didn't win. But okay, I never won no participation trophy because I wanted first, second, or third. I wanted to place. Look out of here. And even now, even with the participation trophy, wasn't that for children? I don't remember them doing that for older kids. I think that was so our kids, the little ones, would still be okay with, hey, didn't you have fun? Oh, and look at your trophy. That's elementary kids. But I don't remember in high school getting no goddamn participation, nothing. Okay. What about you? Did you see it in high school? Because maybe they changed it. She must be seat, y'all. Okay, fair use. Here we go.
You get, you get a trophy at the spelling bee just because you showed up. Well, it has an effect upon people, in particular upon women, because women.
So it has an effect on people, but particularly women, though. Y'all, we so much different. It affects us so much differently because we got titties and ovaries. Yeah. Okay.
By nature, want to consolidate on the highest value man possible. It's in their nature. But now
that's not even fucking true. And if it was, then why Pookies and Ray Rays got babies? Why Pookies and Ray Rays? Why these men who ain't got shit? Why they got babies? If all the women only want the man with all this work, this net worth, how do Pookie and Ray Ray have children?
You completely deregulated the sexual marketplace. There are no rules. And now you have social media and all these dating apps. So now if you're a man in the top 10, top 20%, you have almost 100% of women wanting men who can produce this outcome, which is massively unrealistic. You want a man who's making at least 6 figures. That's only 10% of the population, 14%.
He the one who sold that to them women. Them women was goofy. He got some goofy women to come up there. And he told her, hey, come on my show. I'm going to give you advice on how to get him. And then when she got up there, he said, hey, you're not going to get him. What make you worthy of getting him?
Percent. And coming from Oklahoma, the Bible Belt, factory worker family, military family, I'm like, yeah, I fit in this category, but I also take exception to you looking at my brothers and saying, hey, these guys aren't good because they're average, but then you get upset when I call you average.
It's true. Yeah, we'll always have that conversation on the podcast where we'll ask like a girl who's relatively young and poppin' or whatever, we'll ask her like, could you date a Foot Locker manager? Very rarely do you get a yes.
Right. I interviewed a professor, Dr. Tiosan Johnson, and he's California, University of California, Santa Barbara. He teaches Black masculine studies. And the net of it is he is on college campuses, right? And he'll have young college men and young college women in his class. And he asked the question to these women, 19 years old, and they're wanting men at a certain level. And these men in this room with their peers know they can't date them. They don't make enough money. And these women looking over at them like, come back to me when you have $100,000. That wasn't how it was when I was in college.
Right.
This is a recent phenomenon of the last 20 plus years as to where normal average ain't good enough. Everybody has to have a Mercedes, and you have to have a BMW, and we have to have a 5-bedroom house plus a vacation home, and we have to be able to travel to Europe. I'm like, wait a minute. We were happy if we went to Six Flags or Disneyland, but now you got to go to Paris?
Right.
Where this?
Oh, Lord, what is it you talking about?
He just got done saying that basically women, they want men that making $100,000 or more, whatever he said. Basically saying that we want what we want, and they're unrealistic or whatever the fuck he was saying. I'm just like, nigga, what are you talking about? Like, the majority of women are with men that are blue collar working men. Like,
right.
And people are okay with that. Like, you the one that's shaming blue collar working men.
Exactly. I heard him say something about Paris and Disney World. I'm like, what's wrong with having a fantasy or dream of one day going to Paris? What's wrong with that? But then we saving up our money to do it, right? Even if my husband decides to take me. What's wrong? We just got here and say hello. Want to say hello? You hungry? Let me see. Give me. Really? What you want, man? Oh, that's not apple. That's bell pepper. You gonna eat bell pepper, man. Mama gonna say, you hungry? Wait a minute, Nikki. Do we have food back? Oh, I think today was the last day. Hey, that's not an apple, Nikki. Let's see what's in here. We need to go to the store and get some food. We got some strawberries. Want some strawberries? Strawberry. Okay. Get some strawberries. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got the strawberries cold, huh? Let me cut that. Give it to Papa. Let me cut that off. So yeah, the grandkid just his mama rung the doorbell and said, "Here you go."
She's all here. I'll be back.
She said, "Here." She said she'd be back. Yeah, we don't talk, girl. That's my first time seeing her in 2 years.
Oh, damn.
That's only because I opened the door. Yeah. I ain't seen her in 2 years. Yeah.
2 whole years?
2 whole years, girl.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
He here all the time. That's some weird shit. Look at you.
That is weird.
Yeah. That's probably her first time. That's her first time seeing me in 2 years.
She.
You daddy? You see your daddy? Why you calling him? You asleep? Oh, you going to there with your daddy? He said he got his papa bring it up. You gonna put it back for me? You want to cut a couple more for you? Man, we love. Look, he's the baby in the family, the only baby. We got him a little spoiled. He said he wants some strawberries. His papa, they cut him some strawberries. What do you? Let him come get his strawberries. His papa got it. Wait, y'all, let me show y'all him. Give me a second. Oh, come on. I can't do it that way. Why not? Say, hey, Lick, come see, Lick. Come see, Lick. Papa cutting your strawberries. Come see. Look. Say, hey.
Hey, Leaky.
Hello.
Hi.
That's Licky right there. How
Hey,
you
buddy.
doing? Yeah, I'm doing good. Look at him. Hello. Oh man, you didn't get your hair combed out. Yeah, that's okay. We're gonna hook it up. My mom gonna hook it up. What? She gonna do it this week. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, you gonna knock it down on you. Mm-hmm. Say hello. Everybody say hello to me.
Hey, Leaky.
He been go.
He's like, I don't know you.
Look at something else. Okay, let's give it. Eating the strawberry? No, you just want to cut. Mom, come here. Come give me a hug, kiss. Give my mom a hug. I love you. Okay. What you doing? Yeah, something on the floor, huh? Mama got to get that up. Look like some of that juice probably fell out of him. You hungry? The rice is almost done. It's not done yet. It's almost done, babe. Yeah, take it. You got it? Yeah, go ahead. Get it. It's a strawberry. You got it? Look how big he is, y'all. He can get his own stuff. You going with Papa? You going upstairs with Papa? Yeah, that's your strawberry. Go ahead. You going with Papa upstairs? Good boy, good boy. Mama's. Oh, Lord. He is something else, y'all. He is something else. Okay, let's see. Let's get back to what we were doing. Okay.
Hey, Mom. I'll take that bread machine. If you say you have one left.
Yeah.
I'll pay for the shipping. I'll take it from you.
Okay. It's yours.
Absolutely.
Yes. When you get a chance, you got my number. Hit me up, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, cool.
It's brand new in the box, never been opened.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. But I'm supposed to be sharing. Where you at? Here we go. Okay, fair use, y'all. Here we go.
Come from this insatiable, we were made consumers. And the women have that and why I say women is because when you start listening to the women who actually sold this, cosmopolitan and all these kind of things are one of the easiest ways to keep money circulating in the community is keep men and women separate and keep marketing a lifestyle.
Wow.
You don't sell a piano to a middle class person. That makes no sense. You sell a music room. Have anybody who somebody has a music room. If you don't have a music room, well, you're pagan. So all of a sudden you've justified buying a piano because I'm somebody.
What was funny? I'm confused.
I'm not even understanding what he's saying. Is he saying? What do you think he's saying?
I guess from what I can articulate, what he's saying is basically the average person, instead of them starting off with something small as an instrument, they want an entire music room. So learn how to play the piano first before you want to get the entire music room is what he's saying, which I don't understand the correlation with what that has to do with anything. So I'm hoping he'll explain it.
Exactly, because is he saying that you could swap out your mates? Is that what he's saying? Like you get married to making less money, so later on you can marry another man with more money? Or and then I heard him say, well, offer them the music room. Like he's like, wait, let me rewind it. So because it threw me off, y'all. It threw me off a little bit. I wasn't listening closely because he threw me off, right?
And from there, I fell backwards into a career in corporate sales. Look, man, you probably had a suitable man at 22.
Oh Lord.
I thought that I could just go out and live my Sex and the City life.
I mean, some of us figure that out when we're 20, and some people figure.
And that's what happens in my show. I just question people, and I just let the public decide. What women saying, I couldn't date a guy making $50,000. Like that's an insult. Like half of the men in this country make $50,000.
I think I went too far.
Social ladder and trying to have the best mate that they possibly.
Insane, and that's what this show is starting to highlight, starting to break apart a lot of this
right,
unattractive. That's the new word. No, these guys are solidly because I'm somebody. I'm to a middle class person. That makes no sense.
Okay,
you sell a music room.
Okay,
have you
right there. Let's go. Okay,
Six Flags or Disneyland, but now you got to go to Paris.
Right.
Where just come from this insatiable? We were made consumers, and the women have that. And why I say women is because when you start listening to the women who actually sold this, cosmopolitan and all these kind of things are one of the easiest ways to keep money circulating in the community is keep men and women separate and keep marketing a lifestyle.
Wow.
You don't sell a piano to a middle class person. That makes no sense. You sell a music room. Have anybody who somebody has a music room. If you don't have a music room, you're pagan. So all of a sudden you've justified buying a piano because I'm somebody. Then we start talking about pianos. I have a Steinway. I have this and that. You can't play a piano for a damn thing.
Right.
But you got this ancillary music room because somebody marketed it to you.
Yeah, and you end up with this.
So it sounds like he's saying marketing. They market us things that we don't need, but they instead of giving us something small, they marketed us the music room. So and still it doesn't relate to anything he's talking about, like you said. What does that have to do with anything? Marketing. He's man.
Who has been marketing, like as far as like the whole high value thing? I want to know who particularly is marketing that you have to get a certain. He's the one that marketed. You got to get a specific type of man.
Exactly.
So, like that's what I'm confused about. Like if you don't work over, if he said you have to work a minimum of 60 hours a week or something, which
he said if a man shouldn't work. Yeah. That's what he said. And if you're not making six figures, then you need to be working at least 80 hours a week until you make that. Yeah. And that sounds, look, and the men are okay in that shit, even though they disagree with it. They will say, well, I disagree with that part.
Right.
Okay, hold up, baby. There you go. They disagree with that part, but they'll agree with the other. Everything he said about the woman, they agree with. Everything he said about them, though, they disagree with. They disagree that you got to make 6 figures to be a high value man. They admit that. They said, yeah, well, and then they disagree with what he just said, working 80 hours a week. They disagree with that. And with anything they say about women, anything he said about women, they agree with. And that's why they miss him. They miss him. I'm missing you. Look, don't make me start singing. I'm missing, a gospel song in the air. They missing him because they can't beat up on it. You notice they don't even know what to say, how to do it. They lost right now. They lost, y'all. Anyway, here we go. Fair use.
Sort of a weird structure where you have all like a handful, the top 5 or 10% of men, and they're attracting a huge percentage of the attractive, eligible women, even though they have no interest in having a serious relationship with them. And then you have this other big chunk of men who now, like the media will call them incels, or something along those lines, that are a little frustrated with the arrangement because they sort of see the world working this way, and they realize that even the women that they perceive as being on their approximate level of value are quite often not interested with any guy who is sort of near the lower end of the spectrum, right?
I spent the better part of a year and a half talking to guys called incels. They were labeled incels, but they don't want to be. They want.
Remember, those men labeled themselves incels. The media caught on to this shit maybe about 3 years ago, and I remember them doing a special on it. And they say that these men call themselves incels. It's other men calling these men incels, right? And what they're saying is that they celibate, but they don't want to be called virgins, right? That was too, they didn't want that. So they called themselves, so they saying I'm celibate. And then somebody said, yeah, involuntary. So they not like, so then they started calling themselves involuntarily celibate. So they say, oh yeah, I'm an incel. Right? Remember, we had somebody come over here and admit he's an incel. What's his name? And then he said we're joking. At first I thought he was joking, but then I was like, Gino, that's right. Gino would say, but I'm an incel. I'm an incel. Ladies, I'm an incel. And you find other men who would like him, and they now became proud to be called incels. So anyway, it's the weirdest thing. But hey, nothing wrong with you being an incel. Shit. Women don't give a shit. What you think, we're gonna make you no longer be an incel? We ain't helping you out that way. Stay your ass over there, non-pussy having ass nigga. Anyway, Kevin Samuels was an incel until he got some money. Fair use, y'all. Here we go.
Women they can't get them because women aren't paying any attention. And see, those guys got mischaracterized as neckbeard, Cheeto eating dudes living in their mother's basement. I'm like, no. I know guys who are 40 years old making $160,000 as software engineers who are decent looking guys, but they have no real social skills, so they're not being prioritized because.
Wait a minute. So first is the woman's fault, and we're saying that they ugly and in their mama's basement. But he said, no, we even got some men who making the money. They're making the money. They have the jobs. They just awkward. So, but I guess, is that the woman's fault too, that he's awkward? I don't know. Is that our fault?
Everything's our fault, Bone.
Everything's our fault. Well, here we go, y'all.
It keeps getting pushed to the margins, the margins of men. And so I started off talking originally to men, my clients who are in image, and then I also started realizing I had an influx of these incel guys, and I thought that they were guys who were economically unattractive. That's the new word. No, these guys are solidly middle class or upper middle class. I'm like, so what the hell's going on? Does everyone have to have 6 figures and be a superhero? And that's really what you find out when you start asking women, what do you
think about what he just said? He said that these men are making money. Why did he just ask Do everybody got to be high value? Do everybody got to be making money? If the women are saying, even this man who make good money is awkward and we don't want him, then how does what he's saying now make sense?
It doesn't.
It doesn't make sense. He just now said, hey, not all of them are in their mama's basement. He said some of them actually making money. He said that some of them, you know, in these positions of authority. He said, and they're incels too. But if what he said originally is that women want, all we want is these high-powered men with this money, then those men shouldn't be having no goddamn problem. Right?
Yep.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. So he over there now having conversation, talking all on his own point, all over it, stumping over it. And these niggas, these fools who up there with
Yeah, he's contradicting himself.
right. And they're not even pointing it out. They're not even pointing it out. Fair use, here we go.
What do you want? And my sales background and my way of probing and active listening and asking questions, I can finally get people to just tell me what you want, not what you'll accept. And what you're finding is from GED to PhD, women are wanting 2 to 3 kids. They don't want to have to work to pay significant bills, or they only want to have to work to pay 20% or less than the family bill. So you still want a provider male. That ain't the way this country's set up. Most people, you need 2 incomes, and then you're saying these guys aren't good enough. I'm talking to a woman
We know
in
that.
college.
Huh? Say it again.
No, he said he said in this country you need 2 incomes to basically survive, and I'm like, well, we know that.
Right.
Like, majority of married people, both parties work. So it's I mean, he be saying different stuff on different interviews.
When you break it, you're bargaining. Say it again. You there? Okay. Yeah, that's what I keep saying about him, is that he's all over the place. He's saying everything and anything. You there? No, you're bargaining. You're bargaining right now. Okay, y'all. So let me play a little more. Just see what I'm saying? Y'all, he's all over the place. Just in this interview, he's saying women, they're hypergamous. What's the word? Hypergamous, right? That all we want is these men who make this money. But then just now he just said, say something again. Okay, yeah, we can't hear you. Okay, anyway, and then he's saying, oh, but these is men who make the money, but the women don't even want them. So that goes to show you that it's not all about money with everybody. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't women who want a man who make money. And did I marry a man who I knew could make money? Yes, but he wasn't wealthy. I didn't know how much money he will make throughout our lifetime and all that shit. But I knew that he was a man who had no problem working, right? And if I had to get in there and help with our family, then I had no problem doing that. Okay, so fair use, here we go. We're gonna go some more.
College and ask her, could you date a plumber? And off the rip, she said no. I'm like, you know how much plumbers make?
Yeah, it's a great job.
But I'm like, but it was the fact that not only do you want a guy, now you're discriminating where his money comes from.
Right.
Maybe she don't want to work, love a plumber. Plumbers do make good money. That don't mean she want a plumber. She might have a certain in her, she growing up, we have these fantasies of what type of life, and maybe a plumber just isn't, something that she thought about. But I mean, so what is this to you though? If the woman who don't want a plumber, if she never marries anybody ever, what is it to you? If these women decide to never get married, what is it to you? God damn. Fair use, here we go.
It's insane, and that's what this show is starting to highlight, starting to break apart a lot of this delusion. Because when you feed an appetite, it's no different than drugs. Let me give you a few hits for free, and then now you're gonna buy it. They've been sold on this idea that you don't want a high value man, which is 6 different things. It's not just money. What you really want is this lifestyle. But then I ask, well, what are you bringing to the table, and what kind of relationship skills, and what are he's gonna get? That's where the crickets happen. So now it's really started a conversation that's much needed. We have gotten to the point to where, for the most part, we don't even know how to relate to one another. We know how to swipe left, swipe right, hook up, and get on.
Right. It's like the idea of
Okay, what's wrong with that? For those who want that, that's what you say you men want. The white guy said earlier that the men who make the most money, even when he have the higher, he has the most beautiful, he has options to them, that the men still don't want to marry them. The men still don't want to marry him because they want to just have fun and dib and dab. Y'all, so I'm tasting the food, right? So the fish is absolutely good. The rice, on the other hand, came out a little salty. So I'm thinking, and I didn't put much salt in there. Remember I said I didn't even put much salt in it. I didn't. I put a very little bit of salt. And then when I tasted it though, remember I said, wow, it's already has a flavor to it. So what I did, I put a little paste. I think I put too much paste, because then I put 2 of those cubes. The flavor is powerful, but for me, now this is me. I don't really cook with salt. I don't really. My husband may think it's perfect. Other people may think it's perfect. For me, it's kind of salty. Let me see. Yeah. For me, it's a little salty. Okay. I just want y'all to know that. Okay. But this is my first time using that paste like that. Yeah, that's my first, the way I made it with the rice, in the rice. It's my first time doing it like that. Normally, I make a gravy that will go on top of the rice after the fact. This was different. Okay. Anyway, just want y'all to know that. Here we go. Fair use, let's get to this. This shit getting boring. I want to get to the good parts. Okay.
of 2 people who are at
I do want to get to when he started telling the story, y'all. He goes into a little story telling.
And kids, you need to focus like a laser right here. Check marks by your name, because I come from image and I understand the power of digital footprint. I want to say back in September, I had like 70,000 subscribers because I had been shadow banned because of my content. YouTube really wasn't as friendly to men speaking about men's issues. So I come from the image and style side, and if I had just stayed over there and kept out of this, I would have had a different subscriber count. But I wanted to have a different conversation.
Lies. Y'all know he wasn't.
Kind of came off as.
Y'all know he wasn't.
Kind of came off as like you.
No, he wasn't big over there on that perfume side, y'all.
He really wasn't.
I know he making it seem like he was shadow banned, but he wanted to have it. He said, I would have been big over there, but I came over here because I just wanted to have a different conversation. Stop lying, dude. You were looking for a base. You was looking for something. Welcome back. Yeah, you was boarding, so I think you popped out and then you came back in.
Yeah, it always happens when I drive in this area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it always happens like that.
Do you remember what you were saying? So you can maybe you want to say it.
I forgot now.
Me too. I'm trying to find when he went into the storytelling. Remember when he started talking about the lady? He brought the stripper or the hooker or the escort or whatever.
Oh yeah, to the event. He said.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to.
3 chances every single day to impress other women.
Bro,
you know what I mean?
7 like I am. Yes. Not to mention that having a 9 to 5 is.
No, that's what did it, bro.
Oh, okay.
I went to a company function.
Y'all, here you go.
I hired one of the.
Here you go. Watch, y'all.
Guys have chosen to just say, no, the game's rigged. I'm gonna just put the ball down and I'm gonna go here. Now you have an abundance of adult entertainment online now. You got yeah, man. You gotta know that, man. Yeah, I used to keep the frat porn collection. So you gotta.
I'm in there.
He's in porn. He's in porn.
He's
Great
gotta
guy,
make
great
it
guy.
super explicit. Hey, man, we made a lot of money on OnlyFans, my friend.
See, and the thing is, you have more access. And here's the thing: back in the day, it used to be kind of taboo for guys to go to escorts, and I openly promoted. I've taken an escort to a company function.
Really?
It helped my fucking career.
Wow.
I went to a company function.
Unless somebody else there recognizes her.
Hey, no. That's what did it, bro.
Oh, okay.
I went to a company function. I hired one of the top escorts in Dallas to go to a company function with me because you don't want to go to these things alone. And I had heard that this is a good idea, so I hired her. Like a lot Pretty Woman stuff, and I was not rich, and I
told you. He even mentioned Pretty Woman stuff, right? He hired the top one in the Dallas area. The top one. You mean while he was working at Papados? Remember? Anyway. What?
With his tips.
Yes, listen. The story gonna get hot. I want y'all to pay attention. Every movie that comes to mind when y'all hear what he say, write it down, okay? Because we're going to go over it, okay? Because this shit going to be funny. He already talking about the Pretty Woman shit, okay? Watch how many movies he go through. And he going to make it all him. He going to make it seem like it's real. Here we go, y'all. Fair use.
I took her, and I'm in the company in the executive washroom because they had the functions. All the bathrooms are open. So us normal little peons could use that. So I was like, well, shit, why not? I'm going to go in there. A guy comes out of the stall, and all he says is, walks by, wash his hands. That Kelly's an incredible girl. And he walks on out, and I'm like, he was the VP of marketing.
Right.
3 weeks later, I get a call. Mr. Johnson would like to see you in his office. And I'm sitting up there with Mr. Johnson. We're just talking about the weather and Cowboys and this and that. Nothing at all. Nothing. It was like banal water cooler talk. About 3 weeks or 4 weeks later, I started getting premium accounts handed my way, more opportunities. My manager started talking to me completely different. I started getting invited over to come over to the house for dinner. I didn't know I had an advocate. And it turns out about 3 to 6 months later, I got into the management program, and what ended up happening is I went and I played golf with these guys in the scramble, and he's there, and I asked him, I was like, "Are you like my secret benefactor or something?"
So why he think he got a secret benefactor? So he wasn't doing the job, he wasn't doing the work. Remember, he done went golfing with these people and everything.
Right.
Just because he brought a whore to the goddamn event. Twin, what you want?
No, I'm trying to figure out the movies you was talking about.
Okay, we're going to get to it. So we already got, so here we go. We're going to finish listening. Damn, y'all done ate too much. God damn. Okay, here we go. Fair use.
He's like, he was a regular of the girl that I took there. He's like, anybody who had enough sense to bring her is somebody I need to keep my eye on. Because she is one of the most discreet people. He's been seeing her for years. And he's like, I know how much she costs, so that tells me you're not stupid. And
Now think about this. So a man who worried about being discreet just outed himself to a peon. He said, oh, you brought Kelly? Kelly is great. I've been using Kelly for years. But Kelly is quiet. Kelly not telling. Why would he tell him? Why would his boss tell him that he fucks with Kelly? If he wasn't about discretion, why is he outing himself? Anybody got an answer to that? How about you, Twin?
Since Twin got all the answers, let Twin answer.
Twin, where you at? So if you keeping secrets, because that's what you hire these women for. Even he said it. You keep it, so you hire the ones so you're gonna keep quiet, who don't tell your business. So why would you tell on yourself? Twin?
Yeah, That don't make sense.
Okay.
Not what
And-
telling me. Yeah.
Yeah, because and now just because you bought a whore, that means now I'm gonna be your benefactor. I'm gonna give you more accounts. I'm gonna bring you up the ladder. That's what he just said. He said, "Oh, because I brought a whore, top poor, somebody who could keep confidence." Even though he didn't care about his confidence because he told on himself. This shit don't make no sense. We're gonna go finish going through fair use.
He's like, I just needed to see who you were. And he's like, I've done my research on you and done my work on you. And he was like a real life benefactor. So what it taught me was there's a different level of power moves. And we have stigmatized that stuff to where you shouldn't do that. But hell, if it opens a door, it opens a door. Now, nowadays, you know, escorts, porn, that kind of stuff, is nobody bats an eye at it anymore.
Yeah.
So now sex, now women don't have the monopoly and lockdown on it like they used to. I give you some, you take out the trash. No, I'll just go to Eros. In call $300, out call $4. Okay.
Right.
And I'm out. Why do I gotta wine and dine and court you just for you possibly to give me some starfish sex? I'll just break you off this and I'm good.
Cash app. That's what they call it nowadays.
Right.
And I'm realistic about it. I even see as
So what you got to say to that, twin? What your pastor got to say about this?
Oh, he's like a fool to work all week.
You too close to your mic. We can't hear you. Say it again.
I said it'd be a fool to work all week and just give your money away like that.
Did you hear what he said? You too close to your mic. I can't hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, I heard. Okay, try now.
I was saying that you'd be a fool to give your money away like that for just one night.
I mean, that's what he says. Isn't that what he did when he died? He gave that woman that $5K to spend the night.
Oh, no, Kevin was gonna marry that girl.
Oh my fucking God.
It's a joke. I'm about to think you about to laugh. You don't get it?
No, why would I get it? That's what they saying
a
around
joke.
here. They
It's a
saying,
joke.
but they not joking though. They on here talking about Kevin about to marry that guy. Kevin about to marry that guy.
Right.
But she didn't even know what, huh?
Why she wasn't at the funeral?
They're right, she wasn't at the funeral. She also admitted that she just met him the night before. That's on the police report. She said, I just met him the night before. This is his name. She didn't know the apartment number to where he lived, which was she was. And now they talking about Kevin was going to marry her.
They said Kevin vetted her. She was already vetted.
Yeah, he like whores. So vetting, I guess, just mean that, hey, how much? And you good? You ain't gonna be ratting me out? Okay, cool. But we know he paid. And he had no problem paying. So I don't know why these men acting like, oh no, Kevin wouldn't do that. He just said it. He's been saying it. Ooh, Lord, fair use. Here we go.
Image consultant and a dating expert or whatever I'm called now, you're not supposed to talk about this. I'm like, this is real. This is real life. When I was in corporate sales, I did not play golf well. So I'm like, most guys did business on the golf course. I did my business in the strip clubs. Monday through Saturday, I was in the strip clubs.
Monday through Saturday, he was in the strip club.
Damn. So he spent that's 6 days out the week at the damn strip club.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
I thought he
a goddamn strip club. Well, we know what he was doing.
Right.
But
I thought he was a high value man though. And then guess what? Watch what he says. Because he gonna talk about that man asking him to bring him drugs. Now we getting into other movies. See, we already went through the Vance Bagger, remember, on the golf course. Right? Remember he asked, are you my benefactor? Oh, you the one helping me? Okay. We done went through Pretty Woman, where you bring this woman and she gonna, you know what I'm saying? And we about to go through the Players Club. Huh?
Right about Trading Places. That Remember that movie where Eddie Murphy had to get in good with the bosses, so he was bringing them girls and everything.
Yep.
That
A little
old
bit
movie.
of that. Yeah. That's and now we about to get into the Players Club and shit. Remember, because listen to what he about to say. Fair use, here we go.
I'm the guy that the premium
must be a commercial.
strip club. I was in so good with them. I got VIP on. Valentine's, New Year's, and Halloween.
Look, he got VIP. He bragging. I was there so much. I was there 6 days a week. I was there so much that I got VIP. New Year's, Halloween, and he said another one too. But he bragging about this shit. What high value man does this? But anyway, fair use. Here we go.
They're like, you have the NFL and NBA players trying to get in. No, we can't go in. It's for so and so. And that puts you in an entirely different world of power. And I'm floating around saying how all these people move and just taking notes. But I'm still just one of these guys. I'm just being able to be in places and use that and try to give guys this fundamental knowledge that, look, man, they're no different than us. They just make different choices.
So you seem like you had a real hunger for figuring the game out and networking your way into the position that you wanted to be in the long run, and really sort of understanding the entirety of how rich and powerful people move. And you were willing to put in the time and the sacrifice.
When I would go to the men's club in Dallas, men's club in the lodge, when I'm going in there, seeing guys that I normally couldn't talk to, I'll tell you a secret, tell you a story. When I saw how much business was being done in these places, if let's say I'm trying to do business with you and we get to a point you're like, you're not returning my phone calls or whatever, we're done, the sale's dead. I actually knew girls that work the lunchtime. They tend to be the hustlers. They tend to be the ones that are about their business because the shifts are shorter. And I'm like, all right, come with me. I know we're not gonna, you don't want to do business, but come, let's go to the lodge. They got a great lunch. Prime rib, all sorts of stuff, some fun. Who's gonna turn that down? Free TNA plus prime rib and crab. So we're sitting there, and
he's saying these hustlers, these real go-getters, these real women, well, they gonna go waste their time to get some crab.
Right.
Basically, he just said they're real go-getters, right? And now then at the same time he said, well, who gonna turn down a meal? Let me go. All I gotta do is give him a meal. Oh Lord, this is why I knew another movie about to come up, y'all. Here it comes.
You're sitting there, and all of a sudden, here comes Darian, and Darian is like, "Oh, this is your friend? Any friend of Kevin is a friend of mine," and she rubs your head, and I love him. Kevin's a wonderful guy, such and so forth. Blah blah blah. Next thing you know, you sign a contract.
Wow.
No.
That sounds like pretty. What the one you mentioned? Twin.
Trading places.
Trading places.
God.
You heard what he just said? So he just bring a woman, and all he got to do is bring a woman to go get some food where this man worked, and all she has to say, oh, any friend of Kevin is a friend of ours. And the next thing you know, he's signing contracts.
So he's going to give away $1 million over just seeing some girl.
Yep, that's what he said.
Lord Jesus.
Here we go, fair use, here we go.
Sex, no nothing, all above board, and I gave her 10% of the contract face value, straight up. And it got,
look at that. She didn't even have to have sex. And he gave her 10% of the contract. Well, he don't own the business. He only got 10%, if that. So how he gonna give her 10% of the contract? You hear what this dude just said? So the contract.
Yeah, if you don't know sales, you won't be able to pick that up.
That's right. This nigga just said he worked for a large company. He never told us what, right? He just said he's in sales. How is he gonna give them 10% of something he don't even
he
own?
gets away the majority of his commission.
There you go. If he even got 10%. It depends on what he's working. He was Yellow Pages, so they may have only gave him 10%. And that wasn't major sales like he was trying to make it seem. You don't need to have no whores signing no contracts.
He's
just to get.
literally bragging about being a trick.
Only he
And
told George Buttons he was the vice president because he was a guy. He was the only black guy. They flew him out to New York, and he was the vice president of sales. And he ran his own all black sales team.
this dude is bragging not only to be a trick, but you'll hear him. He almost like a pimp too. Watch. It's gonna get worse. Because remember, he done took this woman so she can get her to get this man to sign some deals. But he ain't done yet. Watch, y'all. Fair use. Here we go.
Got around to other dancers. It's like, if you work with Kevin and you close business, you get money. So I found out that I started closing more business in these places because everybody's on the golf course, everybody's over here. But what man doesn't want to be around beautiful women?
How do you avoid getting lost in the sauce during times like that in your life? Like, how do you not? I see my friend AD. He might be networking at the club a little bit, but he's also having a few too many cocktails and whatnot.
Well, and see, you can, and that's the thing. Well, first off, when you get to really understand that world, it's a fast world. Those girls get the best of all candy, and they get the best of all offers. Don't partake.
Right.
Don't partake, and I would say don't shit where you eat, but there's too many hot pieces of ass not to do that. But you just gotta pick your shots, man.
Right.
I only deal with people who have something to lose. I don't care how hot you are. So, like, some of the women there will be smoking, but I'm looking for women who own property, who are really dancing. They're not screwing every client, because when it goes left, as it always will, you don't find yourself. This is prior to social media explosion too. So. Keep it business.
Did you hear what he just said? This is prior to social media explosion. So how long has the internet been out and about and exploded, y'all? So how long did it go this nigga talking?
Right.
20 years? Like, how old you were when you came to YouTube, Taylor, and there was Facebook? Because it exploded way before Facebook. The explosion happened with Black Planet, and I would even go to MySpace. My kids was young, right? So if he talking way back then what in the hell is he talking about? Because a lot of the other things he mentioned, strip clubs wasn't big like that. It depends on when he's talking about. And because he mixes the time frames, the years and shit, that's how I know he's lying. First of all, strip club didn't come big until Player Club. When Player Club hit the scene, that's when the strip club scene came out and being big, And
everybody wanted to be like Diamond.
Right. Well, I don't know about Diamond. That's a woman, but people. It was a good movie, and so strip clubs started popping up all over the place. But strip clubs wasn't all over the place before then. They just wasn't. You might have had a regular club, who ended up bringing strippers in, right? For a show, maybe once a month on a Saturday. But we talk about now, he's talking about strip clubs, right? A strip club meaning a club that's mainly and only for strippers, gentlemen clubs. These clubs did not fucking exist before a certain time. And then when he mentioned the explosion of the internet, I put the explosion of the internet at MySpace. MySpace is when everybody, when you started being able to have a cell phone and being able to come online. You could say MySpace, even if you want to go to Facebook. We could even do Facebook. But by the time Facebook rolled around, everybody had a phone and everybody was online. So I'm this nigga that went way back. God damn. Anyway, fair use. Let's finish listening to his little tale, though.
Business. Keep it business, because look, man, it's the oldest profession in the book for a reason. And I just accept. See, I'm a realist. I accept we are human animals, and if as long as it's legal, I'm good. And what happens between two consenting adults, ain't my business. At the end of the day, what never happened was somebody I did business with, whether they signed the contract here or in my office, it always worked for them. It helped them achieve the goals they wanted to do. It improved their bottom line. Never was somebody, man, I wish I hadn't done this, man. No, it was a good outcome. So the means may vary, but.
So he the only businessman in the whole world who, when you signed the contract with him, everything was always good. You know what I mean? It don't matter if we signed it in the business.
Except for his landlord.
Except for the contracts he signed to pay that child support. You know what I mean? He was doing great things in business, but he wasn't doing great things with the family and life. But he just said, no matter what, the outcome was always positive. Always positive. Wow. Okay. Fair use, here we go.
You got a good deal, I got a good deal, everybody wins. Some people would say, well, that's immoral. Okay.
A lot of times when I see you talking to women and you kind of corner them into realizing how deluded they are, then they try to switch it up on you and say, well, are you married?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? I noticed that you did come in here today with a woman who seemingly is a high value woman.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. And you are out of town. What about your own personal?
Allegedly, you mean seemingly, and you say they said allegedly. They're not showing it, but he just admitted he hired whores, or should I say call girls, or I don't even, Instagram models. Listen, I don't know. But here we go. Fair use.
Relationship mentality at this point.
Well, whenever that happens, it's what I call sign language. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right.
Right.
That's the typical playbook from many women when they get cornered. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. So that's a deflection. Well, are you married? No, I've been married twice. Well, I can't take advice from a divorced man. Okay, so what you're telling me is if I've been married 30 years to one woman, you listen to me then?
Yeah. You hear how he said it? You mean to tell me if I was married to one woman for 30 years, you listen to me then? It's disgusting how they switched every fucking thing around. So a man.
Well, he would be more qualified.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But he's saying it like it's disgusting. Like, why would you want to listen to that person? Why not listen to somebody who failed? Why not listen to me who failed instead of that person who had worked out, who knew what they were doing? This is what I'm saying. And he said it, and the way he said it, and then people are like, you know what? He's right. Why would I listen to somebody who actually found somebody and found somebody they love, somebody they could deal with, because they don't know what is out here in the streets? You're right, because they chose right from the jump. Right? Even though girl tried to use that against me the other day, she's like, oh, and then there's some other fool on here rapping and running around talking about, Bob, but what do Bob know? She been married for the same man for 30-something years. Well, what Bob knows is that she apparently must have chose right.
Right.
She chose right. So she chose right. We went through everything we went through. Everything's still going. So, I mean, if you want to be just get married and divorced again and married and divorced again, then I guess you'll listen to those who keep being out in I guess in what they call it, the market, what they call it, the dating market.
Yep.
I don't know much about the dating market, but I sure know a lot about humans, relationships, right? The ups, the downs. Yeah, I know all of that. And I know that apparently I chose somebody who I can put up with and deal with, have children with and grandchildren with. But man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Here we go. Fair use. Unless y'all want to say anything before I hit it.
No, go ahead.
Okay, fair use. Here we go, y'all.
No, because all you know is doing woman. What you're really saying is you don't like what I'm saying, and any old excuse will do. Now, for me, I've actually been over singles ministries at churches that I've been in, I don't.
churches.
I talk like somebody who has a lot of experience because I do.
If you have a lot of experience, then it means it's failed experience. Because if you still haven't found anyone and you're promoting whores, right?
What church is he going in? Like,
Girl, I don't know. He said church. I thought I heard wrong, girl. That's why.
yeah, I heard church too. I want to know what church he was doing ministries at. Like, what? Wow. Okay.
Girl, you ain't gonna find nothing that Kevin.
He said he was on a
didn't do.
singles ministry.
You ain't gonna find nothing that Kevin didn't do. It didn't do well. He didn't do it. Didn't do well,
He's on a
right?
singles ministry.
Man, this shit is crazy. Here we go, fair use. Here we go.
And I asked the ultimate question: how does my being married or divorced change your life?
How does them being single change your life? But it's not about changing their life. It's about you giving good motherfucking information. That's what it's about. You see how he changed? They moved the goalposts. If she says, "Well, are you married?" and you go, "No," and then she could say, "Well, what you know about helping me get married?" So, but he then say, "Well, what does it matter if I'm married or not? How does that change your life?" Yeah, it changes the way I think about you. It changes whether I can believe you, whether I should trust you, whether I think you know what you're talking about. Like, get the fuck out of here, Lord.
That's like going into a therapist's office and you finding out that your therapist don't have any type of credentials behind their name, and you ask them, "Well, how can you basically be a therapist and counsel me?" And they're like, "Well, that doesn't matter." Like,
right.
Yeah, the fuck it does.
Yeah, they'll say that doesn't matter. Like, how does me being a real therapist change your life? Oh man.
Oh Lord.
We got so many people who keep saying this man telling the truth. This man is lying in your face. Lying to your face. Here we go. Fair use, y'all.
Is 2 + 2 4? And that's really what the problem is, because that's people not wanting to deal with the argument. They're wanting to deal with the person and add how.
Oh my God. They don't want to deal with the person.
I hate when they say that.
Yes. Go ahead. What you were saying?
2 + 2 is 4. Like, I hate that. Like, duh.
I know.
I hate when people say that to prove a point. Like, there's no correlation between that. Like,
they do it all
just
the time.
because you say, like, we can't deny 2 + 2 not being 4, motherfucker. Like, duh. Like, but what does that have to do with what you're talking about?
Exactly. They'll say, "Well, 2 + I must be right." Because see, that's what I was saying yesterday about what Sister George and a lot of them are saying. They'll then start talking about that people have 2 eyes and 2 + 2 = 4. And then people will be like, "But Bomb, I agree with them." And I'll be like, "What you agree with?" Well, that because I have 2 eyes, Bomb. I'll be like, "Well, what about the rest of the argument that we actually talking about?" But Bomb, 2 + 2 = 4. For real. Like, oh my God. This man deflected and got you doing mathematics in the middle of a discussion about high value relationship. Like, why are you even talking about mathematics right now? Or how many eyes people have? And that's the game. That's how the finessing is. It's all about, it's like magic. They want to show you these 2 balls over here, and they're doing a magic trick, but they don't want you to see what the other hand is doing or what. It's crazy. Anyway, fair use. Anybody want to say something before I hit? Okay, here we go. Fair use.
I'm an attack, and if you've ever taken debate before, the first person to go personal in an actual debate loses.
Mm-hmm. Wow. That's a debate. What that got to do with you? First of all, remember, he wants people to pay him to give them advice. Remember everybody? He'll say book of consult.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's right. He wants money. So what's wrong with getting his credentials before you pay him? So I'm just saying. And so that's not the same thing as the debate team where they got clear and concise rules. And even on the debate team, you just because you're arguing one point doesn't mean you really live that. You might they flip a coin, they say you're gonna be pro-abortion or a con, right? You either you for it or against it. No matter what you feel like in your real life. That is just wow.
Hey,
when
Bob,
I have to
did you remember when Vlad started to ask him about his personal life? And then he deflected and said, I really don't like to get nobody in my personal business because that's my personal business. But he's getting everybody else's business.
Right. He gets to get into everybody else's business. But I mean, that's the thing with public figures. Like, yeah, you have the right to keep your personal life, but if it gets out there, if people inquire, like, don't get appalled and surprised about it because you're a public figure,
Right.
So people gonna ask you questions.
Especially if you asking people the same type of questions. Shit.
That happened to Wendy Williams. Remember, Bob? She's getting everybody else's business.
Yep, and then they got it hers, and she didn't like that shit. Especially when her business became her husband cheating on her, having babies by other women or another woman. She didn't like that shit. But anyway.
That nigga had a whole affair for over a decade with the same woman. I was like, God damn.
God.
So disrespectful.
Yep. Wendy Williams bought that woman a house and everything.
Literally.
Because she was trying to put her husband on game and make him the executive of what she doing. So he making money, and you would think that's cool because your money is my money is yours, until he taking some of his money and giving it to somebody else.
Giving it to another bitch.
Yeah, man. I don't know how I would react. It would be bad, Taylor.
Listen, there would be some beheadings.
Yes, it would be
motherfucker.
Bad. It would be bad.
So disrespectful.
Yes, it would be bad. Okay, bad. Anyway, fair use. Here we go.
So coming from a sales background and I've always had an interest in philosophy and debate. So
now he into philosophy, debating. What isn't this nigga into? Church and religion. Listen, tarot card reading and spirituality.
I wouldn't have that nigga read my tarot card.
Horoscopes and this nigga into everything. Heaven. Right now he's in hell. Listen,
not right now. He's in hell, Bob. Oh my God.
I'm gonna be nice. Maybe.
Oh Lord.
Okay, fair use. Here we go.
Debate tactic. So you learn how to stay cool and calm under questioning and fire, and understand when they hit you with their biggest punch, that's it. Then they're gonna hit the big bomb. They're gonna hit you with it, and you just answer it directly. Yeah. My thing is this: as far as personal life, some people want to be married. Some people want open relationships. Some people want just to do their thing. I have a friend who's a self-proclaimed hedonist. He never wants to marry and have kids. I don't judge a person's outcome. I don't judge what they want. I just say, okay, what do you want? What do the kind of people you want? And then what are you willing to do to get it? Those are the only three things. What do you want? What are the kind of people you want? And what are you willing to do to get it? And if you know what you want, if you don't know what the people you want, then you're not going to get it. If you know what the people you want, and you're not willing to do to get it, you're not going to get it. So knowing what you want is the easy part. These two. And this is where the friction tends to come in, because either they don't know or they're not willing to do to get it. Like, let's be honest. Most women know that men don't want women that weigh more than they do.
I never heard that before until him. I never heard a man say, hey, I don't want a woman to weigh more than me. I understand what they say. I don't want a woman who's, overweight, fat, and stuff like that, right? Most of the time I've heard men say, I don't want a woman taller than me, but I've never, ever heard a man say, because men don't know our weight. They can't look at us and know what we weigh, And so most women truly weigh more than their men. I'm not sure if y'all noticed that. Right? We got mass, We got titties and ass, and men, unless he's a big dude, small dudes who's not that big. His woman who might be just like shaped like him, kind of, she not big, but she not real thin. She weighs more than him. She weighs more than him. Wow. But so that's what I'm saying. I never heard that one. I never ever heard that one until him. Okay. What do you have y'all heard that before? Until, like, I never heard that. I never heard a man say that. No? Okay.
I haven't heard.
Oh, you're in a bad area again, huh? I think we can't hear you. We can't hear you. You must be in a bad area again. You there? No, we can't hear you. Nope. We can't hear you until you want to try again. Let's see. Say something. Nah. Nope.
In regards to women weighing more than them, they just.
Oh, we can't hear you, Tay. I think she got knocked off, y'all, and she probably don't know it, because when they get knocked off and get back in a signal, it'll put it back in. But okay, let me play it. Here we go.
So when I say, hey, dress size this or that, oh, how can he do that? He judges such and so forth. I'm like, Miss America, Miss Universe.
Oh Lord, yeah, I'm getting tired of hearing this shit. We might have to stop this shit. Listen, we're gonna stop it right here. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. Okay. What we're gonna do? We're gonna finish this up tomorrow. Okay. Because I am going to take me some something for my head. I have a headache. I've been in this kitchen. I've cleaned it up. Okay. I ain't have much to clean up anyway. Just got to put those back in here. And then what we're going to do, we're going to get back to this tomorrow morning. Okay. He is the one, he gave me the headache. Kevin Samuels gave me the headache. Okay. Because we're not even halfway through. Actually, we are at, okay, so looks like you got another 30 minutes. And I skipped through a lot of this, by the way. If y'all ever want to go take a listen to this yourself, go look at No Jumper. It's called No Jumper. Let me get it. Let me put it where y'all can see it. Uh-oh. Come on. My goddamn computer is tripping, y'all. I have a touch screen in it. It's called No Jumper. No Jumper. Look up Kevin Samuels interview, No Jumper. And you should be able to go to it. Okay. Okay. Oh, look at that. Yeah, you back. Okay. Yeah, we couldn't hear nothing you were saying. You were talking for a while.
Oh no, I was saying that most men that I came across just want a woman, no matter how much she weighs, to be shapely. So as long as she holds her weight properly, they really don't care necessarily how much she weighs.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I never, I know that they got men who saying they want this, don't want that, and all that good shit, right? You're right. But when it goes to him saying that she don't weigh more than him, because men don't understand our weight versus our size and shit like that. Men are actually just visual. They look, if everything is like they like it, then it is what it is. Just like that woman, right? That woman way more than Kevin, the one who, that's probably why he died, messing with a thickum with his thin ass, thin and frail ass, okay? That woman way more than him. So I don't know, That woman like a size 16, strong over there. Shit. How? Oh yeah, they got it. Look, they got it all. Yeah, we're gonna have fun with it tomorrow, y'all. I see they got it. If y'all can see, and if y'all go over there and decide to look, what they call it when they put it timestamps on everything. He talks about sex robot, y'all, and yeah. So now that I know I can go and hit a place and start, that's what we're gonna do tomorrow. Cause I'm about to get off of here, y'all. I ate 2 pieces of fish and I'm full. Felt like I didn't eat yesterday at all. So that was my first time eating, but I just ate. But my head hurt. Huh?
Are you full?
Yeah, I'm full. And then listening to this food got my head hurting. I'm full and I feel over full.
Right.
That's because I ate, I ate actually I ate 1 piece of fish, but I ate small pieces, the 2 small pieces that they had.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a little bit of rice. And me and rice sometimes don't work with me. The rice was a little salty to me, but it probably perfect for everybody else though, because I really don't, I use very little salt. So I don't know. But anyway, I can't take this Kevin shit no more. And I'm going to go jump soak in the tub and hope that helped with my goddamn headache. So anyway, I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. Unless you want to continue. You're breaking. Say it again. Oh, my head. Oh, it's killing me. It's killing me. Okay. We can't hear you, Tay. We can't hear you. Unless that's me, y'all. Do y'all think it's me?
Yeah, and I gotta put something together anyways.
I heard that. That was real fast. I heard you say you gotta put something together. But anyway, y'all, if anybody go live tonight, y'all hit me up and let me know. But right now, I'm gonna go sit in that tub and take some medicine to try to chill for. But anyway, I'm going, Tay. See you later. Oh, and Tay, either today, tonight, or tomorrow sometime, hit me up so we can talk about shipping this thing for you. If you can hear me, I'm not sure. Okay, y'all, I'm going. I'm gonna stop the share. Okay. And y'all have a good night, everybody.